晚上好，晚上好。一个晚上好啊！等一下，我测试一下东西啊。
Escolto. Parade. Voilà.
Escoltrate. Mandemans. Si.
Escolting.
OK。有，画面上有出现。OK。好像是。 什么？等等等等。3月11、11月15。3月11、3月12。晚上好，晚上好。 好，好的。我们今天是晚上11点15分开始比赛，11点15分。然后我现在在弄一些设定。那今天那个有在社群跟大家公告，就我们今天开始转播最后3天的赛程，然后我们会在聊天室哦，艾菲卡的聊天室，只要有留言的观众朋友们都有机会去获得抽奖的这个机会哦。那平常如果大家没有在看《世纪帝国》，艾菲卡上面也有一些其他的频道可以去收看哦，大家可以多多去注册一下。啊，我也是今年1月弄了一个账号，然后平常会看星海这样子。这个赛程剩下最后的3天，然后现在有4个画面给大家去观察哦，这几天的他们的互动的状况，还有他们打比赛的地方、训练室等等的。那之后会有黄金联赛，在3月19号开始会，也就是下个礼拜的周末开始会有一个外卡赛第1轮、第2轮，然后正式的。黄金联赛的职业联赛也会正式展开。那喜欢414的观众朋友们可以持续关注一下。哦，要记得哦，是在我的在艾菲卡 TV 上面才有抽奖的机会哦。哦，在艾菲卡上面才有抽奖的机会。好，那我们就慢慢等吧，等一下比赛就会开始，会有一些介绍什么的。好，他们现在就最后训练，然后大家可以稍微看一下。
in in the group stage, and therefore Ken Skipperday is already through to the top 4, already in the semifinals. We'll play tomorrow Marine Lord, and we will have 2 very interesting matchups. Best of 7, maybe you can tell us a bit what's the big difference?
那今天晚上的11点15分会开始第1场的6强赛事。那今天的第1场是英国选手Demuslim 对上西班牙选手Vortix。原本是 Leenock 对上 Mista 先，但是比赛他们把时间对调了，那也没关系，反正应该明天后天大家都是休息哦，明天礼拜6嘛，那可以一起熬夜来看一下这个即时的转播。那包含像2代的选手Jordan 还有一些其他的选手也加入到这个转播的行列因为这个比赛是来到了尾声了嘛，最后3天。那目前沙发上坐着的是目前夺冠 呼声最高的法国王哦 ，Marino。那他因为由于积分赛是积分最高的关系，所以他保送4强，跟塞尔维亚选手 Beastie 是保送4强。那4强赛事会在明天的一样晚上11点，预计啊原定11点15分，然后是一个 BO7 的赛程。那就我所知，他们这个 BO7 的中间，每一场都会有一些的休息时间，打的不会像积分赛那么的紧凑哦，因为这个是有关于非常高额的奖金，然后也已经是最后的这几天的赛程了哈。那 Viper 跟 Lucifer 的部分，由于他们积分是第7跟第8名的关系，已经被淘汰了。那有没有还在现场？这个我就不知道了，因为今天还没有看到 Viper 跟 Lucifer 的身影。
Vortix against Demuslim was a 4-3 in the end for Ben. Yeah, I don't know. Like they are obviously both very good. I think Demuslim is more like the defensive guy, and Vortix more the aggressive. Baboon, let's say.
The what?
Vortix is an aggressive baboon for sure. He keeps attacking all the time.
Okay.
So actually, it's pretty much a clash of style, and I'm not too sure actually. I don't think they played in the.
It's an Peter
matchup we did not have compared to Mista and Leenock, where we actually had Leenock winning 3-1 against the Mista.
Yeah, and then Mista raised up, and Leenock went for some loss. So I'm not sure actually, because in my opinion, Leenock should be weaker in best of 7, but he said that he feels very confident in best of 7, so maybe we don't know something, right? Maybe he practiced very hard his weaker sieves, and maybe he's gonna do very well. But I would expect Mista to be slightly favored in this one.
The format that we did with the best of 7 is obviously we had 7 maps in the map pool.
Marino 说 Mista 对上小李，他比较看好
Mista。And we might get to all 7 of them.
我觉得 Mista 跟 Leenock 一个是起伏很大，然后 Leenock 是会太紧张，会太紧张。那我觉得打到这种 playoff 的话，大赛经验要很丰富。Mista 虽然是神话世纪的第一人，但是他由于他的那个神话世纪的比赛没有那么多的关系，起伏是比较不定的。我觉得稳定度可能，我这边是觉得 Leenock 可能会好一点点。当然 Mista 他深不可测，他战术大师，他会在这个 BO7 里面打出什么样子的对局跟王牌套路，一定是有的。所以我今天也很期待第2场的对战。那关于 Demuslim 跟 Vortix， 他们2位就沙场老将了哦，就是经验值都是比较足够的。那 Vortix 对打 Demuslim 的话，我觉得可能 Vortix 6-4开 Demuslim。Viper 怎么还在？他现在是不想回2代打比赛了。桌球已经玩起来了。
Yeah, the cast is already discussing stuff.
Wait. Let's talk about important stuff. Yeah,
I just want pretentious. And this is the whole production behind the scenes.
OK， 这个是他们的工作团队哦，非常的辛苦哦。每个人桌上都有红牛，也是红牛的赞助。那2代目前红牛杯在去年之后就告一段落哦，但是期待有一些新的赞助。那这边有一些选手的练习室哦，都在练习。Lucifer 被淘汰了，可是还在练习。哦，因为黄金联赛在下个礼拜会正式展开。然后这边是比赛的地方。
N4C behind the scenes.
哦，小李好像在德国越吃越好哈。
In the kitchen with Hello Fresh. Welcome. I'm with the chef again, and I was a bit scared, but the stream had a small delay. I thought I was already starting to talk a bit early here, and we already had lunch, and now you're starting to prepare dinner. What do we have in store for us today?
Today we have pork tenderloin.
我觉得他们在一个公寓里面打比赛，然后顶尖玩家住在一起。 让我想到我学生时代这种格数露营的感觉。通常啊，这样子8位选手住在一起打比赛啊，他们之后下一个黄金联赛哦，基本上他们8位的实力会超级突飞猛进。其他选手要跟上 Viper， 跟上这其他8位选手，我觉得会很困难，因为他们8位在这短短的1个多礼拜，在这个屋子里面密集训练，互相分享战术，互相分享他们对于世纪帝国2也好。世纪帝国4也好，对这个整个即时策略、即时战略游戏的 meta， 他们互相分享、互相学习，而且这是最顶尖的选手8位在这里。我觉得他们之后回来打这个黄金联赛，我是觉得他们会很可怕啦。其他，比如说像我们2代选手，像Capoch。然后像 Kasva， 他们在4代的表现其实也差一点点可以晋级到这个8强赛，全球8强。可惜他们没有办法来参加。那自己独自训练，我个人认为不会像这样子顶尖8位选手聚在一起训练来得好了。像 Viper 他自己有表示，在这一次的训练里面，他接收到很多来自不是世纪帝国2的观念，然后对他的学习当然也是很棒。
Okay. This curry.
So what do we have? The
curry madras.
Madras. Okay. So is that Indian direction?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. So curry madras, you can look it up yourself. Ankerkraut, obviously absolutely great if you want to spice up your food a bit more. If you're not.
小李有变胖吗？我觉得好像有一点点。
Yeah, absolutely great to have them here provide all our.
训练量太多，没有起来运动。
Also great is that we have a great set. Demuslim against Vortix, not seen before, and our 2 great casters, Drongo and Dave, will take it away.
G'day, fellas.
G'day, fellas.
哦吼，来喽来喽来喽
Day number 1 of the finals.
Day number 7.
Day number 7.
现场是工商一波吗？没错。晚上好，晚上好
We've。been here for a while.
那再跟大家报告一下，
We've been
今天这3天我们都有抽奖的活动哦，感谢艾菲卡 TV， 有这个 Steam 的点数要送给大家。那也感谢大家在这1个多礼拜支持着这个世纪帝国4的转播。那抽奖的机会是这样子啦，反正就是在这个艾菲卡 TV 上面，你们要有艾菲卡的账号。那这个账号的话，你们以后可以去看一些其他的频道，有一些妹子台以外，还有一些，比如说像我平常会看新台的比赛，那我觉得还不错。那大家可以去申请一下，很快啦，反正 APP 弄个不用1分钟就 OK 了。那你们就在上面留言，那之后艾菲卡会在上面做抽奖的动作，然后相关的这个细节，我在那个 YouTube 的社群有上面公告，大家可以再稍微留意一下。
And I think for like a vacation of a week and a half, I've spent like no money because I just come here and eat the food. I don't have to go out anywhere. I don't have to do anything like that.
Yeah, and look, I don't want to like push this too hard, but I don't like vegetables.
Yeah.
Okay. And so when I saw like mashed potato and carrots and peas in some sort of mix, I rolled my eyes, Dave.
Yeah.
But I remarked on how good it tasted.
No, it's delicious.
Really tasted amazing.
Yeah, it's actually like unironic. Like we're selling out, but we're not selling out at the same time.
Yes, there's mind games to this sellout. But in all seriousness, though, it was.
那我自己觉得 Vortix 打 Demuslim 刚刚有讲嘛，6-4开。Demuslim 的状态，我个人觉得没有很好。那他打 Vortix 的话，Vortix 的口袋比较深。Demuslim 的话比较偏营运，然后他玩阿巴斯很强，阿拉伯。除了那一张图以外 ，Vortix 比如说像在蒙古高原啊、高山深谷，虽然是大后期的图。 我觉得 Vortix 表现的可能会比较好一点点。那其实 BO7 因为世纪帝国4只有8个文明的关系，加上除了那个苏丹现在非常 OP 以外，文明跟文明之间有存在的 counter 互相 counter 的这个关系在哦，所以其实我觉得 BO7 双方选的文明在地图跟对战里面会影响胜率，而且会影响的非常的多，所以我是觉得策略是需要去想一下。星海跟妹子台我都有看啊，因为就都不错。
The meta has just been shifted forward so far. We've seen Abisa just rise so quickly. So
10 times gravity in that little playing room as well. That's why Mista has to play like this.
He's got all the fans out there as well. Builds up a sweat if he doesn't.
Exactly.
Now, let's talk a little bit about rules, because obviously best of 7, a little bit different from best of 5 now. All civs available. Each player probably going to have to play every civilization. I mean, definitely will have to play every civilization if it does go to a best of 7. But when it comes to maps, Dave, it's working a little differently here.
Yeah, maps. So the way it works is, like Nilly explained, he randomly selected one of the maps for our pool to play first, and then the loser picks the next one. So if we go to 7 games, we're going to see all 7 maps in the map pool, and it's going to play out definitely differently than the beginning of this tournament. I think by this point, though, everyone's played everything, except maybe, actually, the exception to that, funnily enough, might be Marine Lord, because he speed ran through his sets. So he didn't get as many games, right? So maybe he got less practice.
That's a good point, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for our first map today, we're going to be having Altai. A little bit of it's an interesting map, because it's defensive, but at the same time, it is quite aggressive. The spawns are close, but it's easy to control the flow of units into your base, so very easy to wall up around those outside edges towards the front.
公寓那个小朋友没看到，他在别的房间待着。
And I see, is that HRE for Vortix? And then we see the Chinese for Demuslim. So it's both civs that kind of want to prevent the other from getting to the... In the case of HRE, you want to prevent the passive gold income from the relics. In the case of China, you want to prevent the Omega boom from the Song Dynasty.
And that's exactly it. So I'm curious how Demuslim's going to approach this. Obviously, players came in thinking, you know, maybe Abbasid, maybe English, but then Demuslim going one level higher, saying Chinese. Vortix 100% gets it right, says he's going to go Chinese. I'm going to go Holy Roman Empire. It's going to be very tough for Demuslim to win this first game. This
我来改一下这个标题。
matchup
欧讲活
about
动。
an 85-90% win rate for the Roman Empire at the top of the.
I think there is opportunities though. Like if you go forward with the Barbican potentially, cut off the middle of the map. Maybe there's 2 relics in there, and then you loop the villagers around and maybe wall off the sides as well. I think it's all about going to be about map control and making sure your opponent can't take those relics.
Yeah, we have seen this matchup before in the tournament with a Chinese victory. That was Marine Lord. Marine Lord doing a very smart play, doing exactly what you said. So walling off those sides, making sure that he limits his enemy just to 1 relic, and then really playing a heavy H2. So who knows what we will see today, but hopefully we'll have something for you guys shortly. But yeah, I think in this situation, it's very hard to stop the Holy Roman Empire, just because they're looking to get those 3 relics. If they do get them, it's going to be hard to stop.
Roy 安安啊，晚上
They're
好。
going to get to the age 4
晚上
with
好。
Palace of Swabia, and then that's pretty much all she wrote. I
晚
think
上好。
all that Demuslim can really do is try and
会
delay.
不会有韩国的观众一起抽？不会，不会，就我们台湾观众而已。
Just a printer sound. And it's so cheap too.
大概这个几率，以现在这观众量的话，20个人抽一个啊，应该是蛮有机会抽到你们的吧？
That's on you. It feels like.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And obviously, for anybody who is in the know, you will know that
应该是有机会吧？加减啊，好不好？虽然点数不是说真的很多，但是有总比没有好啊。
And there's a whole bunch of changes that they've listed.
哦，也是足够买一个小游戏了。
Now these games are not being played on
对啊。
pup. It is the old school version. I guess I say the old school version, but it's the current version. The pup is more of the behind
It's
the
really
scenes.
exciting, honestly. Like we woke up, it was our day off yesterday.
弄个可以的，
we met
弄
with
个
a
可
few
以
of the
的。
players, and everyone was like, "Have you read it? Have you read the notes, right? And it's just this long list of changes, and a lot of them are really great.
我看一下他现在，我看一下他现在外面有什么那个牌可以看哈，不然我看一下啊，现在介绍一下。
Between the two of them, but we've seen the meta develop throughout this week, and we've reached the point where, like you said, Delhi is banned out again, and we are heading into all-tie Holy Roman Empire against Chinese Vortix.
有啦，如果你们是喜欢韩国的妹子的话，可以进来学一下韩文，问他怎么整形的还是什么？有啊，我有时候会看啊，然后还有什么？我看一下啊。ですね。
Things looking good. I'm pretty confident in the integrity of those chairs.
Yep.
你们自己找好不好？
If Marine Lord he was here, he'd be like, I like.
虽然好像每个都长得有点像啊。
Yes, the banter between those two is.
It's ridiculous. I was watching their practice games last night. It's like 1:30, and they're both in a game.
比如说这个。
One side off.
我现在还没有登录哈，
They're not even facing each other. They're not even looking at each other, and they're just like chirping each other.
他们这个直播跟那个有点亮啊，他们的光线打得很亮啊，跟台湾不太一样。这个虽然我是男生啊，但学习中好不好？学习中。反正我主要都是看星海啦，我在这里都是看星海啦，真的啦。你们自己之后自己慢慢摸索。好，就这样了。
I'm excited. And speaking of GL, thank you to Gamer Legion for hosting us here in this wonderful venue. And
好，各位大家期待已久的6强进4强的第一场，由 Vortix 对上 Demuslim。那 Demuslim 是选中国，他的中国，不要说他的中国啊，中国的胜率目前是这个比赛里面最高的。然后Vortix 的话选神罗，他神罗牌很多。第一张图是阿尔泰，我们是进行 BO7 的比赛哈。那关于抽奖的活动，就详情去看那个 YouTube 上面的社群。要在艾菲卡上面有留言才有机会抽。要注册一下账号，那个注册1分钟就可以了。好，那我今天有把这个双聊天室的画面都贴在就是我们转播的画面上面，大家可以都看，好不好
？That's a great point.
The prelates are going to struggle to go get those ones in the middle.
Especially if we see Demuslim coming out with control and he knows that he's needing to control that early game.
阿尔泰的话，如果是神罗打中国，神罗抢到遗迹之后，基本上城堡中期，是需要赶快打掉这个中国的。我自己觉得是这样啦。那遗迹的部分，基本上 Vortix 应该是能够拿到1个或2个，中央有3个遗迹嘛。那看一下 Demuslim 这里有什么样的策略。在这个中国边农的过程中，可以去阻止神罗。那如果是这样打的话，我个人预测中国不会开到宋朝双 TC。如果 Demuslim 这边是走宋朝双 TC 的话，那么遗迹就很难去控制到了。那神罗在城堡可以直接刷一波骑士，有机会把中国刷掉。Demuslim 应该是会想要单 TC， 然后先来打 神罗，先控制一波神罗的地图控制，我是这样猜的啦。好，那阿尔泰双方只有2块木哦，这一张图我们积分赛的时候已经讲过蛮多次了，就这个图2块木打一打，其实这个图木材比金矿比石头，我个人认为来的更重要。那现在Demuslim是先走帝国学院 ，OK， 因为神罗前面不会来打他，哦，不用走烈日瓮城。OK，Demuslim 这个是村民走出来，他不是要来插剑塔，他是想要去围幕墙，然后基本上是想要阻止包含圣地的这个控制，还有遗迹的控制。哦，遗迹控制不了的话，那圣地想办法也把它围控制起来。输的文明还能再选吗？不能，哦，不能。所有文明选一次就没了。那我觉得阿尔泰在这张图出这2个文明 OK， 没有选阿拔斯，没有选英国，因为阿拔斯跟英国在其他的地图也可以选出来，但是像中国，它几乎只能打阿尔泰，还有蒙古高原。那你在蒙古高原里面，你还会遇到，比如说罗斯啊，蒙古啊。所以我觉得第一张图，双方选中国跟神罗这个 pick， 我觉得没有关系，没有问题。哦，算是都是安全牌，反正你这个中国你拿掉了啊，你输了，你后面其实有很多图也不会用到中国，那就玩中国 OK。Vortix 的话，神罗的话，我是觉得他中国不太会玩 ，Vortix 不太玩中国，所以拿神罗 OK。总决赛是 BO9， 没错，没错是 BO9。在我们的3月14号凌晨12点 BO9。情人节啦，好不好？3月14嘛，他们情人节要抢这个10万美金嘛。Vortix 的 T 恤经过1天的休息，他还是穿那个笑脸的 T 恤，真的是北斗七星。不洗澡流，不洗澡流。这边想要盖烈日瓮城哦，想要盖烈日瓮城哦，想要盖在哪里？武村走出来，这边要走哪个地方？烈日瓮城盖在圣地旁边。OK，I like it，I like it。你这边烈日瓮城的话，遗迹加圣地直接卡着，不错不错。那还有一个遗迹是在它的上方，很接近。然后现在 Demuslim 是出旗手。那跟这预测是差不多的哈。Demuslim 现在没有打一个双 TC， 先过来给压力，不能放这个神罗给他弄起来，然后加这个遗迹捡起来的话，城堡中期中国应该会扛不住。那这边 Vortix 是走专业斥候，这个我也喜欢。通常打神罗你可能会打一个 Fast Castle， 直接到城堡，然后开始捡遗迹的这个流程。但是这边 Vortix 选择是捡鹿肉的话，虽然上来时间晚一点点，但是他等一下有足够的经济，可以去对抗中国，然后再慢慢的用经济军事拿回地图控制，再把这个遗迹拿到自己的手上。我觉得双方目前第一盘都是打得非常的稳健，因为现在已经来到了关键局了，这最后3天，尽可能的我会把它讲解的更详细一些。那我觉得目前是5-5开， 5-5开。Demuslim 这边后面应该是单 TC 送草没有错，目前还没有看到双 TC， 现在没有看到 TC 出现嘛 ？OK。那如果是宋朝单 TC 打神罗单 TC， 等一下还是要去看一下能拖延到神罗多少的遗迹。现在 Demuslim 是直接把3点钟方向的遗迹直接关起来。那个遗迹本来是属于 Vortix 的，但这个围墙只要一上去 ，Vortix 的地图控制可能目前看起来只能拿到一个遗迹，对神罗来说够。OK， 这边骑士已经马厩已经准备好了。
The wall over here denying the relic in the left corner, and the wall in the middle denying those two.
Look at these cheeky prelates. The prelates
Oh my god！ 教长偷偷溜过去了。这边教长死掉无所谓，但是只要能把遗迹慢慢的搬到自己家里的门口 ，Vortix 就是赚 ，Vortix 就赚。OK， 这边会掉一村的是 Vortix。Vortix 现在虽然上来的时间点晚一些些，但是他走专业吃活。这边教长先回来了。这个对Demuslim来说很亏，越过这一道墙。这边还有一个沃罗罗。哇，差一点。
Oh my gosh, I had a little bit of a heart attack right there. I could have been.
这一个距离不知道烈日瓮城打不打得到哦。如果没有打到的话，那个教长应该是可以顺利把遗迹拿回去。那目前遗迹的话，Demuslim 小小失手，那我可能会喜欢 Vortix 这里的 situation。OK， 这边教长直接 snake 掉一个遗迹。那左方的6点钟上面一点点有第二个遗迹。以现在目前这个节奏来看的话，Demuslim 没有那么好。目前中国还是一个单 TC 在玩，然后农的时间可能要再更久一点。
Take a look at this prelate up towards the north.
Is he going looping all the way around to that top left corner? Imagine.
There's no way. He's not going to be doing it with a wolf on him. That's for sure. Yeah. It's not looking pretty. But look at this. The prelate gets picked up mid transition.
OK， 这边 Demuslim 清掉蛮多教长的。如果 Demuslim 真的要 snowball 现在的这个局势的话，其实还是可以走双 TC。OK， 他走一个宋朝单 TC 到城堡。OK， 没问题，这也可以打得比较稳一点。如果你的选手风格打得比较 greedy 的，像 Viper 之类的，他们有可能会在这个情况下去走2TC 宋朝，然后一样用大量的骑手或是长枪兵去拖延神罗减遗迹的部分。那你只要给中国5分钟双 TC 宋朝弄起来，基本上神罗他的 Power Spike 就算他有3遗迹好了，你自己经济弄起来之后，拖到后期中后盘，基本上就是中国的局了。因为神罗他后期的兵种全部都是走步兵类。如果你不是走步兵凯的话，那也不强嘛。那中国有一窝蜂，然后有火炮部队也有皇宫卫兵，就其实有很多种选择可以去打这个神罗。那现在这边神罗骑士直接砍起来了。Demuslim 这边上到城堡，开始堆长枪兵先。这边如果大量先堆完长枪兵之后，神罗要转步兵，走这个帝王 TC。目前双方第一盘真的难分难舍。
He's gonna, I guess he has, what, 10 villagers, 14 villagers or something?
Yep, yeah, about that.
in the relics, basically.
Yeah, 15 villages in the relics there. So
OK， 这边遗迹往后搬，没有问题，没有问题。
We see Wheelbarrow coming through for Vortix here, a very important upgrade. Prelate going to be moving out once again. Look at this, the Barbican getting off some decent shots. He's going to be careful. He actually does go down. That's going to be the fourth
Snipers in there.
Yeah, geez.
Absolute snipers in there. Not only did he weaken the Wallalo monk from before, but took
Vortix 其实可以考虑放一只骑士在3点钟方向。
Oh, he hits the wood line. That's a nice little gap and actually drops off.
哦，这边骑士从后面溜进来，帝国官员，帝国官员，哦呦，哦呦，哦呦，哦呦，哦呦，这边 Vortix 玩起分线。 哇，帝国官员在旁边没有太胖，没看到。村民数38对42，没有拉开来。哇，这一盘咬得很紧啊。
Looking pretty decent.
Demuslim 这边被杀到一些村民哦，村民只有领先3只，宋朝的 power 没有出来。
Because he's going to be aware that his enemy is probably going to be heading up to Imperial in the next minute or two. We can see the resources that Vortix has got.
Vortix 如果能再做得更好的话，他那个3点钟方向的遗迹其实拿得到。
Did he go double market, Vortix?
Double oh my lord, it's a double market. I haven't seen this since ageofempires 3. This was a classic.
双世纪开起来了。Vortix 很慌啊。
That's the worst. You go double blacksmith, double market. You're like, hey, wait a second. I already made one of those.
Happens to the best of us.
这边算 Vortix 小失误，双世纪，哦，木材很多。哦，有时候其实打比赛一集起来。 那个真的需要4级的时候，你还真的会忘记你已经盖了。现在这个节奏，双方都可以接受，但我自己觉得 Vortix 这边一直在拖。 3点钟方向，遗迹没有去拿，比较可惜一点。用2个遗迹去发力在城堡，如果打一个大城堡的话，对神罗来说，我觉得还是差了一点点。那时间压力在神罗这边，现在Demuslim出了大量长枪兵。 那 Vortix 转步兵 OK， 但现在 Vortix 有个很大的问题是，他要打大城堡吗？还是他要打到帝王，先开帝王 TC？ 哦，这个是现在神罗视角比较痛苦的地方。那如果你不打大城堡的话，中国也有可能盖2 TC 回农，不一定对神罗来说是正确的。
It's going to cost him a lot of resources.
Lots of units coming across the field now for Demuslim. We see 24 spearmen there. We got 7 palace guards.
哦，装甲步兵来喽
！Meanwhile, for Vortix, we have 4 knights and 13 men at arms.
Yeah, so a bit of a meta-arm switch here, which I think is smart. Obviously, Nesta Bees came out for Demuslim. He's going to be responding by going for his own palace guards, but you've got to be so careful up against the Holy Roman Empire. If we take a look at the meta-arms for the Holy Roman Empire...
这个装甲步兵起来之后，看 Demuslim 要不要转那个皇家卫兵，看他要不要转，还是就直接长枪兵加这个一窝蜂来打。
Stone count for Demuslim. He's getting ready.
He is getting ready, yeah. So looking to drop that keep in the middle, as you pointed out. So it is going to be the way. Now, interestingly, we
OK 这边是要中央盖堡。
I'd love to see him go and batter that wall down.
It
on the
seems
right
so
side.
simple,
Just
doesn't
take a
it?
couple units, start picking away at it.
城堡要开在这么前面啊
It seems so simple.
Demuslim 的城堡开在那么前面。
Got to be careful with those villagers. They are moving very far forward. He's going to be using them as a bit of a distraction. I'm curious as to whether he's actually got the upgrade. But back towards the wood line, we see knights coming down. Villagers going to be healing up that nest of bees. A lot of damage going to be coming through onto it. But keep in mind,
这个村民一直在修工程器。我觉得下一个世纪帝国4需要改的就是这个村民修工程器，修太快了。 那个比例很不科学。你会常常看到中国一堆村民在那边修工程器，但是现在皇宫卫兵前线没有到来，中国现在被打退，然后村民刚刚不知道跑到哪里去。现在 Demuslim 不是他来自前线不是要盖堡吗 ？Demuslim 不是要盖堡吗？他不是来盖堡，他来修这台车的吗？我不知道，我觉得现在 Demuslim 打的有点奇怪啊。
Great identification here by Vortix to actually stick to the men at arms.
Oh no!
Oh my God, man!
Vortix says not so fast.
Yeah, with China you have such
这
confidence
边
getting those keeps up, but with
这个城堡开那个地方，
it was just not to be, and
哇，这边被 Vortix 打了一个很大的破口啊，自己的失误啊，我觉得这个是自己的失误。
Yeah, definitely not looking the best for him at this point in time. He's got a couple
村民走的比长枪兵还要快，你们刚刚有看到吗？他想要盖脸上堡，在那个牧区，我没看到皇宫卫兵。Demuslim 喊 GG 了。
Looks like Demuslim has tapped out. Good game. You see the esports hand clap right there coming out from Vortix. He's very happy with this one.
Honestly, Vortix did a fantastic job there after the prelates got sniped. After he could only get 2 relics, he did a really great job making the knights and then constantly attacking from different directions. Demuslim, there was a couple moments like the one little 3-tile gap, 3 knights get into his eco.
Yep.
Bam, 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 and then instead of focusing on the forward push,
心态炸裂啊！
into his enemy's base, he suddenly
哇
pulling
靠！
villagers, berries, wood, stone, and
心态炸裂。
back foot and you can't come back from that.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right. Had he gone through and done a little bit more walling towards the back, it would have been easier for him because Knights wouldn't have been in his wood lines, wouldn't have been on his berry line, and we saw Knights towards the front. So it definitely in this matchup, it seems like you want to get defensive walls up a bit sooner.
Demuslim 第一个这一盘
Yeah, and like credit to
前面被乱杀到都可以 hold 住，出了大量的长枪兵，看到装甲步兵起来的时候，我没看到皇宫卫兵啊！皇宫卫兵去哪里了？没有皇宫卫兵。如果他是被杀到没有办法有经济出皇宫卫兵的话，那也没办法，因为就是被乱到，被骑士乱到，那个都是细微的。
Yeah, that's exactly it.
小小的差距一直在拉扯，那 Vortix 一直靠1支骑士、2支骑士在后面做一些的村民数的压制啊，我觉得这个地方 Vortix 做的不错。遗迹的部分控制到2个，我觉得 Demuslim 算是 OK 的，但是防守没有到。最奇怪的就是刚刚那一波，最后一波，村民走的比那个长枪兵还要前面，想要盖那种很 greedy 的那种打法，直接盖在那个脸上。我想如果他不是故意的失误的话。就是他不是失误的话，那他应该是想说，我自己后面被乱杀到了，我经济上不来了，那我必须要决战，盖个脸上堡，不然他这样打很不合理。然后城堡没有成功嘛，就盖了差不多大概20%而已，就没办法盖了，就直接喊 GG 了。
And it's gonna be the good old-fashioned switcheroo.
Oh, how
金群
the
安安，
turntables
金群安
here
安。
as we see Holy Roman Empire.
北斗七星第一盘先抢一盘获胜，不错。
confused now. Yeah. Holy Roman Empire for Demuslim and Chinese for Vortix.
Wow. How the turntables? Like that is just. I'm in a little bit of awe. I want to just think about how this has gone. So Vortix knows he doesn't have the Holy Roman Empire.
Yeah.
Demuslim knows that. So Demuslim says, I'm going to play HRE. Vortix says,
高山
no,
深
you're
谷
going to mind game me.
Yesterday.
高山深谷
Viper.
对调了，中国打神罗。
Also went Chinese. He went YOLO forward with Chinese.
Wow,
Not
Demuslim.
yesterday, but the day before yesterday.
Yep.
They're all blending together here. Is that the way he wanted to play against HRE? Is that
光头他的头顶会出汗吗？
He went forward Barbican outposts around. Do you think that he was anticipating Viper going HRE there, and
可是 Vortix 他还不是真的突啊，他还有一撮啊。
because the set didn't really mean that much to him.
Yeah, I think you could be right. Could we potentially? We might see that
你
out
你们
today.
怎么看呢？
Forward Barbican into
And then you,
outpost spam.
yeah, and you get your dynasty, and as long as you're providing pressure onto your opponent, you can have the superior eco behind with Chinese. Maybe I don't know.
That could be amazing, Dave. I'm thinking through this in my head, and you've awoken something in me. But speaking of awoken, it looks like our players have awoken. They are ready to head into game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be heading into another China versus Holy Roman Empire. And I got to say, Dave, this is one of my favorite matchups.
And you know what? Even if it doesn't work.
好，各位观众朋友，今天的6进4强赛，第一场的第2盘，Vortix 1-0领先。那第2张图是高山深谷，然后是中国打神罗，文明对调。那一样啊，就神罗。 你要阻止他拿遗机，那 Vortix 要一样是宋朝单 TC 吗？还是怎么样？还是 Vortix 等一下封建会直接烈日瓮城盖在人家脸上，还是会盖围墙，把 Vortix 把 Demuslim 关住。好，我们来看一下，其实这一张图中国有很多策略可以玩，不一定要打开农，不一定要打开农。 有可能直接脸上插那个烈日瓮城也说不定，大招中的大招，然后插了之后开始打箭塔是有可能的。
In his base. Also, we want to look at the relic. Why haven't we looked at the relic
Yeah, that's
locations
pretty
yet?
important. Ooh, some good relics coming in here for Vortix, but obviously not our relic.
那以这张图，我个人认为神罗还是比较强。 苏丹第1，神罗第2。一样是那一句话，神罗城堡中期拿到遗迹之后，就直接可以把骑士刷起来，装甲步兵刷起来。那对打其他7个文明，那一个时间点要跟神罗去拼军事。 非常困难。
Right here. Oh my God! Look at that! Look at that! And that might be why when they were going through the seeds, they were looking at it and maybe like think. I was doing that actually with Vodka and Viper earlier. I was looking at the seeds and it's amazing the way they balance it. They're like the relics are slightly favored to one player, but then you look at the other resources at the back, and it's a little bit more favored to the other, and it's a balancing act.
Yeah.
Right?
It can be very tough as well, but we now see a huge amount of villagers moving out towards the center. I think we might have ourselves a little bit of a forward Barbican coming down here, Dave. What do you think?
Yeah,
Vortix 走了。
I think this is exactly what Vortix was practicing against Viper.
Yep.
He didn't expect the Chinese civ pick against Viper, but he was like, set doesn't mean
Vortix 真的走烈日瓮城，出发喽！出发喽！
I mean, right now we're 3 minutes into the game.
他是真的要来真的哦，北斗七星不洗澡发飙哦。
I feel like it's a lot. That is
前天打 Viper 用了一场。
He's going for the forward lumber camp.
门口直接灌篮。
Demuslim does uncover it. Now that's going to be on his gold mine, so he's going to have to be looking for an alternative source of gold. Keep in mind the Arkan Chapel on that as well.
Do you loop two of these villagers around, one to the right side?
其实我觉得这样打是对的，只是那个流程。Vortix 带了几村过来啊？
I think that's pretty smart.
Vortix 只有16村，他带了10村过来，家里没有人。这边有到底多少村民啊？已经过来搬家了，要跟你一起睡嘞。
Yeah, that's exactly it. So you've got to try and break out, and then you've got outposts behind your walls. So I'm really curious to see how Vortix is going to play it. Already we can see just how aggressive he is. Going to be chopping down some wood on the front line here. That Barbican nice and safely up.
OK， 这边 Vortix 直接插脸上。不过这个是有一个问题的哦，这个是比如说神罗真的不小心上到城堡。 他可以出骑士去中国家乱杀，因为你家里都完全没防守。
The villagers need to be pulled away to a different location. So I'm wondering why he chose to put it forward. Guess he wasn't suspecting that Barbican coming up at all.
Yeah, I think that would have been the case. Probably not suspecting it. You know, China on this map, it doesn't have to be particularly.
现在那个烈日瓮城控住一个牧区哦，如果这个箭塔被中国插起来，连环塔插起来，脸上再出这个长枪兵，直接钳制军营。Demuslim 会很不舒服哦。然后这边已经有一支箭塔了，那还好。后面这村会死吗？有机会死。哇，有机会死。
Yeah, this map is very non-dairy.
Yes, very much so. You know what else is non-dairy?
大一点。哇，溜走了。第二支塔。
My man is just such a fan over here. The villager from Vortix being pushed back off the outpost. There are still 2 scouts for Demuslim, but Vortix.
这边看一下双方攻防战，因为这个牧区 Demuslim 必须守啊，没有木哦，现在拉村民直接上来打。Demuslim 只有拉3村过来，那这边我觉得还 OK 哦，没有说失去他的判断。加2只斥候哦，加1只斥候，残血往后拉，这箭塔有机会会起来，哇，糟糕，起来了，躲进去射箭，这边村民往后拉，哇，这里 Demuslim 死一村，这一村会什么？不会，在牧区，哇，死2村。真的哎，三妈臭锅哎，臭起来哎，哇！这是打得很 aggressive 啊！这个北斗七星来势汹汹，现在牧区空2块，神罗有可能需要推冲车哦，神罗有可能需要推冲车哦。
Vortix still hasn't looped around to wall the other sides, but I guess the outposts are effectively doing that for this left side.
这个节奏有弄到。
It's quite reasonable, but now we actually see the archers come out, so
这节奏有弄到。
stop any further build up of outposts over on this flank. This might be the final outpost that goes down, but I think it is going to be in range of the wood line, which means, as you mentioned, that Archon Chapel is going to be doing absolutely nothing.
There's no wood. There's no wood for Demuslim. He's got a forward wood line there, and he's got the one near the chapel. And look at how smart that is from Vortix. Oh my god, he's reading the map perfectly. And Demuslim's like, wood, please give me wood. And here he goes out to
牧区真的被吃掉了。
Demuslim is going to be walking forever.
现在要推冲车，推不出来。不会吧 ，Demuslim？ 哦，要盖幕墙 ，OK， 拖延一下。哎，还好右侧的牧区是够大片哦。 如果你刚好右侧没有牧区，我跟你讲这一盘你会崩溃啊！直接回家吃维力炸酱面。他想推冲车，可是推不了，没有木。这个节奏完完全全弄到了。哎，这边怎么会有11村？ 那村民说28对27，不确定现在 Vortix 后面到底是有没有开帝国学院，看起来是没有。这个牧区真的救了 Demuslim， 你们看那个牧区多大一片。 这边有3村越过来是怎样？连环塔，然后直接下来插。这边有小弓不能插。
Demuslim once again going to be stopping the direction there, but he is aware. Vortix is aware of this lower ground play. We did see a scout just towards the east of our screen, so just towards.
现在从山上打到山下，要11村，27对30村。现在 Demuslim 被逼到山下去伐木了。 如果真的要再凑一点，其实 Vortix 可以从家里再拉另外一队村民过来搞啊。如果真的要凑成这样的话，哇靠！4代溪头哥吗？妈 ，Vortix 是你 是你
moves more villagers
还
out
找这个
here, and
残血的
Vortix
砍，
notices that weak Vil.
哇，
Back
这
off
个
due
很
to
臭
the
哦
archers,。though.
双方心跳都慢慢加快了。
Time being,
现在这边要
Vortix
挖
is
穿这个
coming.
牧区，直接进来插箭塔，我觉得很臭。这边开始推冲车，哦，终于有这个木材可以弄了。这个节奏，你现在冲车要推哪里？你现在冲车如果推上面，下面的大量村民又不能伐木，那你冲车还是要推先推右边吧。我先把右边推掉吧。山上优雅打到山下自救，干有点好笑。为什么是维利长面？我不知道，我随便讲了。各种不知道在业配什么。好啦，随便乱讲的啦。哦，还记得今天这3天那个艾菲卡聊天室有做抽奖活动哦，大家如果能聊天的话，就来这个艾菲卡聊天室啊，他们会抽奖给你们啦。好，这边西班牙臭锅 ，Vortix 这边哇，那个这个箭塔哦，现在Demuslim跑了。很坏，很坏！现在连环塔不知道插几只了，箭塔应该保守估计已经插8、9只喽。
Yeah, and I'd love to see the great transition there. Oh my goodness, I love that so much.
现在 Demuslim 守得住他的牧区吗？神罗想要拿遗迹，但是拿不到。这边村民要直接拉上来 ，Vortix 的斥候哦，又残血拉掉。Demuslim 你看看他的牧区已经被逼到一个哇墙角了，你知道吗？现在小攻来了，小攻来了，但是那个箭塔来得及吗？箭塔来得及，哇，被插的满头包啊！这边在推冲车，我刚才有没有看错啊？Demuslim盖伐木场，哇，这个牧区真的是好惨。Demuslim 牧区完全被控住，在这个超级稀疏的地方在伐木。现在在推冲车，村民数46对上35。Demuslim 在这个一波又一波的箭塔攻防战里面，村民数慢慢的在掉。Vortix 家里围死，他很怕被 counter， 很怕被 red， 但是有守住。有围墙，然后现在走这个是大教堂的是 Demuslim。Vortix 其实很快也要上来。这个节奏我觉得 Demuslim 虽然没有挂掉，但是Vortix 是成 Vortix 后面双 TC， 不妙哦，不妙哦 ，Vortix 双 TC 加一个宋朝。假设啦，假设神罗终于拿到2个遗迹。但是他经济实物没有上来的情况下，会被这个中国宋朝双 TC 直接经济碾压反超，皇宫卫兵直接对，或是长枪兵加皇宫卫兵直接脸上开打，都是有机会直接把 Demuslim 给打挂的。Demuslim 现在为了解这些箭塔花了很多时间了，终于解掉了。Vortix 为了争取这个时间，也开到了双 TC， 加上自己家里已经围死了。哇 ，Demuslim 今天会在这里陨落吗？英国选手。
Okay, so 600 food for him, 700 gold. He's kind of building up.
这个节奏对神罗来说真的是很不妙啊！而且神罗城堡时代只能靠单 TC 在打。OK， 这边遗迹先出来抢了，后面狼在咬。
Archers also moving out from Demuslim. We saw the walls from Vortix before, so the archers won't be able to get in the economy. But 2 relics right away.
Vortix 也要上来了。
This is such smart play from Vortix. A lot of people might look at this so far and think, okay, he hasn't achieved his goal. He hasn't done what he wanted to do. But in reality, he has.
Vortix 一上来，他还有3个遗迹是在他靠近他这个地方的，有机会及时拿到2个或3个。现在这个骑士出来一只了，Vortix 上来城堡了吗？差不多要了吧。他们数68对上43，但是神罗落后20村是还好了。就如果有拿到3遗迹，前提要拿到3遗迹。
So maybe he wants to do the hit and run tactics again. Maybe raid the eco. He knows that Demuslim's only walled on the right side earlier, so perhaps that's
OK. 这边小攻走出来，骑士走出来。
For Vortix.
For Vortix, I think his best bet is to go for a siege mass, so the bombards as well as those nest of bees, and then look to get out a few of the spears as well as the palace guards, and try and keep everything relatively close to your siege.
OK. Vortix 这里也是出骑士，出长矛骑士。OK. 这里 OK. 现在神罗拿2个遗迹，但是他食物必须铲上来，才有办法对抗中国。哦，现在第3个遗迹要拿回来吗
？Out on that relic, the knights will come along.
我喽喽，来不及，死去。
Once again, the prelate goes down, and the archers maybe a little bit quick.
前线的烈日瓮城掉了，但没关系，已经做到事情了。
I still think that Demuslim's in a decent position here. My only fear is that he might be a little bit behind. You can see he is starting to stack up those resources as well. So unlike Vortix in the last game,
现在有一个很大的问题啊，神罗有很大的问题啊。他这些果实吃完之后，他必须下去吃果实，不然他就要撒田了。那他撒田这个过程中会有一个空窗期，军事还是会稍微掉一些。那这边假设 Vortix 强攻一波，是有可能把神罗给洗掉的。这边有很多村民想要吃这个野猪2000肉，续命一波。好，这边骑士开始出来喽，对砍。这边没有在吃啊。Demuslim 今天状态真的是不好哎。Demuslim 他刚刚有盖磨坊，可是这是4代他白痴的地方。说真的，我要靠背一下。4代常常就是遗迹你放不进去啦，然后你盖磨坊啦什么的，然后食物羊啊、猪啊挡到啊。就会像现在这样很白痴，然后 Demuslim 把画面切回去的时候，发现他村民都没有在做事情。现在正面有很多骑士吃上来，但是这边Vortix 转这个长枪兵吃不进去。哦，完了，完蛋了。
No survival technique, so obviously he hasn't watched the latest Age of Noob video, Dave. Age of Noob just did a great video on survival techniques. Definitely a worthwhile investment if you're looking to get out onto the map and grab some of that juicy boar.
Well, he was almost through anyway. Almost through.
But now it looks like Demuslim going to be pushing through 40.
哇 ，Demuslim 这一盘
Keep in mind Demuslim does have 3 relics.
这边后面瑞的一波 ，Vortix 有看到吗 ？Vortix 没有看到。Vortix 旁边超多村民在那边等的，但是这一波吃不进去。中国经济浓起来了，前线有这个长枪兵转起来了。现在 Vortix 守住家里，后面有 Red 的部队，然后果实在9点钟方向。哇 ，Demuslim 这一盘要 GG， 完蛋，他有3遗迹，可是有点惨啊。哇，这里村民被直接洗掉，还给我吃野猪吃。哇 ，Demuslim 完蛋，定向对决2盘，我拿中国我输，我拿神罗我输，那怎么办 ？Vortix 直接洗掉。 我预测的排名是 Marino 第一 ，Vortix 第二 ，Demuslim 第三 ，Demuslim 要陨落，哇，被我奶下去，但是还好啦。Marino 跟 Vortix 还是有看准。哇，这边 Vortix 从第一天开始状态没有很好，慢慢打，状态是越来越好。北斗七星发功，原来他是臭豆腐，需要不洗澡在那边发力，他才有办法打出他的价值。哦 ，Vortix 的胜利方程式不是靠练习啊，靠凑啊！现在这个村民数98对上45，神罗3移机，但是经济不够力，只有在场环境而已。而且现在没办法转步兵，这个长枪兵直接脸上一排站着，这个神罗受不了。这边Demuslim用骑士直接吃长枪兵，我有没有看错？现在完蛋了，困兽之斗。现在 Vortix 内心开始嗨起来了，心跳掉到138、139，现在又开始下降。他想说，哇，今天这对手状态不好啊，我手下留情。现在那个9点钟方向的果实没人打，刚刚 Vortix 没看到，如果我看到的话 ，Demuslim 更惨，可能掉到30村。现在一波反推到 Demuslim 家里，Demuslim 家里转这个国土拥仆，我现在只有看到2只，但是这边中国已经成型，长枪兵海加上骑士海直接吃进来。现在神罗是有单 TC， 现在家里很多田，完全不用做事，直接开进来，骑士直接开进来。好啊，这边骑士对撞，但是这个长枪兵有够多的。这边要直接刚什么？这边要刚什么？这长枪兵一直逼走位。哇，不行 ，Demuslim 要挂了。Demuslim 2比0，不会吧？哇，这个中国烈日瓮城差点上，这一盘打得非常的漂亮。现在 Demuslim 被打得绑手绑脚的，这边村民往后拉，只剩下39村，104村对上39村。现在 Demuslim 在做最后的挣扎，这边会取得2比0的是 Vortix， 骑士只剩下3只，这个我现在看不到任何的希望。最后希望剩那3移机，包含9点钟方向，这个果实已经没有果实了，村民在闲置了。这边 Vortix 北斗七星发力，这边没有办法了。哇，这场真的没办法。现在燃烧国库，现在中国的黄金也超级多。国土拥仆，最后国土拥仆。长枪兵在那边逛来逛去，包含 Vortix 这里的机体有2级防、2级攻，根本就不怕你 TC 射啊！现在这些兵根本不怕你 TC 射，他就在你 TC 在那边抖来抖去，你村民完全没办法出来。现在要直接打这个大教堂，这移机3移机掉了就 GG 了。这里 B 站，这边骑士稍微抖动一下，靠近这个长枪兵。这边国土拥仆，最后的国土拥仆直接打。这边往后拉，哇 ，Vortix 这么稳，国土拥仆很多，先往后退。东朝东坡肉不用端了。怎么是东坡肉？皇宫卫兵是东坡肉是不是？你们有自创，好可以。哇，这边国土拥仆追着长枪兵，骑士打机动性，继续在后面乱杀村民。村民数28村对上117。这如果是我们2代观众的话，想说他到底在打什么？早就喊 GG 了。但是神罗3移机还在发功。等一下打着剩下黄金，其他没了，其他基础这个食物跟木材都没了。国土拥仆在惨，哇 ，Demuslim， 穆斯林。
Okay, so one last charge from the Lens Connects maybe. Demuslim still hanging in here. 22 villagers now with 3 relics. He's
如果 Vortix 胜利的话，明天将会对上 Beastie。Beastie 跟 Vortix 的实力其实很接近，很接近。Beastie 很强，但是 Vortix 这几天的状态也很强。我觉得 Vortix 是有机会打赢 Beastie。哇，这边村民数126对上24村，24村，边打边在哭了。哇，这边前面第一盘跟第二盘中国神罗这个对决，完完全全被碾压哎。
He could have maybe gone up to age 4 if while he was forward with the Knights, he was walling off his base to buy him a little bit of time and kept those Knights kind of running.
现在神罗24村3遗迹还可以续命，你看看这个文明，你看看这个文明多么恶心，要不要改？要不要改？我觉得之后会改。神罗现在把幕墙上起来，再夹一波。等一下，如果真能到帝王的话，那可以走帝王 TC 2TC 回农。但是中国现在胜率目前这一盘99.9，99.9，又进来了，提示又进来了。24村。129村对25村，这个比例我不知道怎么讲。宋朝、巴利，那个兵54支对21。BO7 要赢这个4盘先嘛 ，Demuslim 能不能逆转呢？那我也想要讲 Dave 的名言了。这一盘 Mista 赢，我把鞋吃了，结果 Mista 逆转。Demuslim 这一把赢，我也吃鞋，我看不到这个神罗哪里可以逆转。我看不到，我看不到。我真的看不到。
Often the way I used to think about it was, if I kept myself in a game for too long in Demuslim's position, I would be the one.
哦，要改了是不是？要改了，神罗要改了，睡啦。
Yeah,
you reckon he's already signed out? He's just having a bit of fun.
Well, as long as there's a 1% chance. It's a big tournament.
Yeah, that's a great point. And the game's not over until the fat lady sings. And at the moment, the 3 landmarks.
一窝蜂开进来了。国土拥簇，蒸发，嘣嘣嘣嘣嘣，全死，全死，嘣嘣嘣嘣嘣 ，GG 2-0。Vortix 是这样子啊，叶吗？他是这样叶吗？他为什么那么可爱？他刚刚是这样子吗？你们有刚刚看到吗？他的手势被我的镜头挡到了，是不是？
From him, I mean, you go forward with the pressure, especially with the woodline position.
爆炸，爆炸。
Maybe it depends on the woodlines. If you're Vortix with that strategy.
Definitely. I think that's a massive factor. Obviously, we saw the Barbican go down on one wood line, and then isolate the rest of that first wood line, the second wood line towards the front again. So I wouldn't be surprised if he saw those wood lines as he said, all right, we're doing it.
Yeah, I also like the fact that he pulled those villagers back before all of his outposts were dead. He's just like, well, I can lose 10 villagers forward and maybe evens it up, but I'm just going to pull these back. I'm going to play safe, and I'm going to boom up behind. It was great timing on everything from Vortix, honestly.
这个烈日瓮城在第5天的赛程 ，Vortix 就已经用过了，打 Viper 的时候用过，只是 Viper 那时候赢嘛。那没有做功课吗？不太可能吧？应该也要想到说会过来盖烈日瓮城啊。 我都看过了，我都看过 Vortix 这样打，所以这一盘哦，与其说 Vortix 奇袭成功，不如说 Demuslim 对于箭塔的防守意识还是稍弱一些。
I don't even know like where to even secure another.
那如果
You just gotta get
Demuslim 愿意来玩
multiple
二代的
outputs
话，
up there,
他
I
的
guess.
箭塔
I think
防
you
守
have to
意
play
识
it
会
the same
高
way
一
that
点。
Vortix did
哦，只
in
能这
the
样讲。
first game. So one of the things we did, or one of the things we saw, is that he
哦，
added a
这
second scout,
个箭
moved the
塔
scout
的
right
防守的
outside
部
the
分，
space, and as soon as
这
that
是
villager
属于我们
started
世纪
moving
帝
out,
国系列
he's
非
got on
常
it
著
straight
名
away.
的
So I
战
think
术
that
之
would
一
have been a
啦。
big part, would have helped him out a
I
huge
would
amount.
have liked to see that one point where he could have come back maybe in economy is if he had walled well his knights were forward.
Yep.
I think that
他
was
比叶
the
比2
area.
下
You get Palace to swab you out. You
Yep.
很
have
开心
3
啊！我操
relics. You can start printing the villas. You're never going to catch up in villager count, but you have those 3 relics.
Correct. Yeah, I think that was a big play, and you know, throughout this tournament, we've now seen lack of walls cost Demuslim 2 games, or at least in
Yeah.
this series,
Yeah.
cost him 2 games. In that first game, very easily, you know, 100 wood could have really helped him out. Unfortunately, didn't go through. In that second game, however, we have got some interesting some interesting cameras right there.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, you got it. You got
Hi.
it. Hello, hello. I'm Vortix. Oh, I'm not Vortix anymore. That's Vortix. Game 3, Dry Arabia. Which civilizations do we see out here? Is it going to be
阿拔
Abbasid
斯啊
Yeah.
or
哦
Abbasid Mongol?
，Vortix 没有选，
Oh,
Demuslim 没有选阿拔
oh,
斯。
he's got it. Look at him looking down.
Oh, he
Look at him
knows.
looking down. Oh no.
This is not what he wanted. Coming into this series 2-0, or coming into this game 2-0, he needs to get a matchup win at least, you know, once. But now, I mean, we have seen Abbasid victorious in this matchup, I think, about 7 games out of 9.
Yeah, this is really, really rough. Although Leenock, King of the Hill, he had a really good game, Mongols against Abbasid. He controlled the berries. He used his con very well. The other times we've seen Mongols versus Abbasid, we've kind of seen the meta shift a little bit to trying something new, getting that silver tree with the trade.
Demuslim 没有在阿拉伯玩他最强的阿拔斯，就是擅长的阿拔
It's
斯
like,。even in practice games, like everyone's playing it, and they're like, I feel like there's something here. It just never works.
拿一个蒙古，现在蒙古黑暗快攻插塔的这个 CP 值下降的关系，打阿拔斯，先来看一下 Demuslim 他会去插箭塔吗？还有要看一下 Vortix 的图。
Yeah, I think there's so many different ways you can play this, but players are obviously still working out the best way to do it.
现在 Demuslim 压力很大啊，2比0哦，2比0哦。各位观众朋友们，我们今天6进4赛程哦，来到了第3盘 ，Vortix 2比0领先，阿拔斯打蒙古哦，地图是阿拉伯。来跟所有观众朋友们讲一下，如果你有在这3天在艾菲卡 TV 的聊天室有做留言的观众朋友们，我们都有机会哦，获得这个 Steam 的点数卡。那详情的这个奖品在我的 YouTube 社群有公告哦，有兴趣的观众朋友们可以去下载一下这个艾菲卡的 APP， 注册一下，大概不用1分钟，然后哦，在这个聊天室留言哦，跟大家聊聊天什么的，哦，就有机会抽到。好，
of Vortix and get to witness what he sees. You can see he was housed for a short bit there, but manages.
这边羊
How's this game going to open, Dave?
勾到6、7只，很爽啊！
We've seen the Mongols try and adapt to the Abbasid, right? This just seems like
哦，再看到1只羊，再勾。
Early second TC, they can even delay the second TC, go for military production to stall out the tower rush early. Kill the villager forward or even
Vortix 是单次侯开，好，智慧弓 OK， 盖后面。
Vortix, and then maybe we can switch over to Demuslim's point of view. Oh, we get the double view and then back to Vortix
I like
again.
That.
I like this.
It was good. But we went back to Vortix.
And now Demuslim.
现在看一下 Demuslim 啊 ，Demuslim 没有勾到羊吗
Don't worry about it, I got it, and it's Spearman opening.
Yeah.
Demuslim 没有勾到羊。
Interested to see Spearman opening. A lot of players at the moment are shying away from the Spearman opening here with Mongols, especially in this matchup, sort of sitting back and just going for a.
Demuslim 没有勾到羊。
Case today. Very curious to see where he looks to position. So obviously he's got 4 villages.
完蛋呢、
right now. Keep in mind,
没有勾到
he's
任何
going
一
up
只
right
羊。
now to the feudal age. All of these villages that are gathering, these guys are
这
purely
是压
here
力极
to
大
pick
啊！
up
迪
enough
莫
resources for fresh
鹰
food
头
stocks.
大佬
So once they've got that, they're going to be happy. If he gets enough for
过来
wheelbarrows,
插塔
they'll
了
be，extra
盖
happy.
2村。
But doing damage to this gold mine isn't going to be too bad. Ideally, he's going to be looking to control, as you mentioned, the berries.
I like this. 2 villagers for it instead of 1.
I like this as well.
It's so much more consistent.
Yep.
Like how many times this tournament have we seen the 1 villager for
阿拔斯的果实在这么前面吗？没有吧？他还有一个果实在后面吧？
He doesn't have enough yet.
这边黄金没到200，还不能到封建哦，必须持续挖黄金或是找黄金的位置啊。Vortix 的黄金目前115。
He will have enough. Oh,
117. It's not pretty. It's not pretty.
Did he drop off there? I think he did. So, yeah, 117. He needs 8 more, and the spearmen are still there. Still, he moved the
点封建了，但是他还需要一个黄金量去走这个轮轴。
They're gonna get that gold.
Yeah.
Even no matter how fast you come, they're gonna get that gold,
Okay.
and they can always go to the stone later.
果实在后面。那目前对 Vortix 来说还算是 OK， 但是双 TC 没办法，双 TC 没办法开了。现在，那我觉得 Demuslim 算是 OK， 他这个交换 OK。
To set up outposts along that wood line.
Does he just? He's going for an archery range, but as you mentioned, he's just on stragglers.
He's just on stragglers.
He
hasn't made the lumber camp. No, he has not made the lumber camp.
Is he just going to abandon this and come to... See, but the problem is, he can't even move down towards the south.
He has no mobility here.
He has to... Oh, this is terrible.
And it's good for Demuslim.
Incredibly. This is wonderful for him. Just his single
Vortix 的牧区全部在左侧。Vortix 的牧区全部在左侧。现在还没有任何一个伐木场，木材不够，但是必须先出1只小弓，不然箭塔吃进来很痛苦。哇，这个牧区1只塔吃2个木，现在那边可汗在那边弄。Demuslim 在0-2落后之后开始发飙，现在小弓没有在打可汗，在打长江兵，被打到一波先手。 这小弓又要死了，哇！现在终于有这个木材补这个伐木场，但是小弓还没出来。这个节奏，阿拔斯什么时候会挖石头？那现在 Vortix 还要去知道的是，他不能 overreact。如果出太多小弓没打到双 TC， 等一下蒙古直接到城堡刷一波，阿拔斯会 GG， 阿拔斯会 GG。哦。 刚刚中国跟神罗是浪的是吗？我不太会玩那几个文明啦，不好意思啦。啊呢，在我面前2-0的时候就给我先比耶 ，BM 我。好，这边现在村民数是21对22。Vortix 这里的村民数有掉1只，掉2只。 哦，然后这边石头开始在挖，哇！现在这个战局缓一波，缓一波。Demuslim 这边他很聪明啊，他这一把没有插连环塔，他稍微拿到一些优势之后，马上转一个 FC 配置，开一个双牧场，然后开农，直接走城堡。 这个套路有像 Viper 哦，这个套路是 Viper 在玩的、啊，也不能说像 Viper 在玩 ，Viper 是连插都不插 ，Viper 是直接弄给你看。但是这边是有一种哦，前期黑暗快攻先打你一波，如果你这边小攻出太大量，你现在没有情报的情况下，你会害怕。 你要出小攻，你要去出小攻，但是你出太多，假设你出到7、8只，你出到7、8只的话，我后面开一农，等一下到城堡就是装甲步兵直接贴在脸上打。那现在以这个上帝视角看的话 ，Vortix 需要赶快开到第2个 TC， 赶快去弄了。哦 ，Demuslim 这一波转的很漂亮哦，这一盘转的很漂亮。 目前为止打得很棒。哦，一支箭塔弄到那么多东西，然后布娃又弄到这个石头，很可惜石头刚好过300。那双 TC 可以去开了。那 Demuslim 这边的话就直接冲城堡喽。这边 Demuslim 直接冲城堡。这盘很精彩，每一盘都很精彩，攸关的大量奖金。因为小攻往后拉 ，Vortix 几乎是在最极限能够防守的情况下出小攻，然后就不出了。这边 Vortix 的回应也有抓到 Demuslim 这里的策略，哦，双方都真的是高手中的高手。那 Vortix 这里的话，他没有轮走，稍可惜一些。但是因为 Demuslim 刚刚真的是压制到这个 Vortix 很凶啊。这边小攻可以打退一波，但是 Demuslim 这边已经在转了。Just keeping it at range, and still we see the sheep following along the Khan. He's still yet to take it back home. Speedman does go down, but with regard OK 这边 Demuslim 转一个骑手，想要稳稳的打，没有要直接到城堡，先转一个骑手，很漂亮。哦，现在 Demuslim 是落后方，所以他打稳健一点点的，是 OK 的。那一样，这个地方对比 Viper 的话 ，Viper 就是会不出骑手，直接到城堡。哦 ，Viper 的打法比较安心一点。哦，这边可汗死去。这 TC 的位置非常的好啊，在后面，然后牧区黄金都在旁边。OK， 这一波2只骑手直接换掉小攻也 OK， 也 OK。这一波交换对双方来说，我觉得都 OK。那等一下，关键就是蒙古能不能在城堡上来的时候杀到很多阿拔斯的村民，甚至直接在他脸上直接 siege push。等一下是 Vortix 的防守功力考验哦。
That was very quick, very decisive, and I got to agree with you. I feel like typically in this position, if you're going to invest in a barracks early, if you're going to invest
跟大家顺带一提一下 ，Marino 在采访说，现在的版本3大文明，第一个朱丹，第二个阿拔斯，第3个蒙古。Marino 来自于 Marino 的评价。这边骑手往后拉，看到这个草原防卫据点，这边小攻准备，但是这个小攻只有4只。现在 Demuslim 的节奏给我感觉是比较好一点点。长枪兵出来了，但是直接换掉这小攻，然后往后拉。现在 Vortix 2TC 的 CP 值还没起来，42寸对36。现在打一波 Red 拖延到这个 Demuslim 的时间。阿拔斯的9点钟方向有一滩果实，其实可以趁这个时间点赶快去吃哦。那 Vortix 这边他没有想要上城堡夹一波，他想要先出军事大量的封建。去打这个 Demuslim。那现在 Vortix 的引诱是 OK， 他过来车，那没问题。Vortix 现在问题还有一个是，如果他有这个多一个轮走的话是更好的。哦，打得太焦灼，不敢再去多花黄金去点那个东西。现在城堡打封建，装甲步兵、长矛骑兵出来都吊打这些兵。现在装甲步兵有4只，这边要往后拉了，这个打不动，现在要拖延时间。现在 Vortix 边打边退，不能那么快就退到家里，因为这样直接砍到家里的话，经济会重创。这边直接打装甲步兵4只，这边装甲步兵硬到不行哦，哇，吃药丸啊！这边装甲步兵有1级防，太可怕了，这装甲。Vortix 需要赶快上城堡 ，Vortix 需要赶快上城堡。这装甲步兵几只只要突入到阿拔斯家里，那个经济会大乱。这装甲步兵在4代里面就是层出很 OP 耶。现在 Vortix 是用量去堆，用量去堆。哦，这里起手包围一波，哇，这个几只装甲步兵就像吕布一样啊！不会死啊！哇，一大堆一大堆 ，Vortix 直接用弓箭去打这个城堡装甲步兵，哇，装甲步兵真的不会死。这不妙，这不妙，这不妙。Vortix 点城堡了没 ？Vortix 点城堡了，现在要跑一下。现在 Vortix 一直在拖延时间哦，一直在拖延时间哦。再夹，再夹，再夹，夹一波，夹一波，尽量在中间开打。我说这个装甲步兵只要现在不小心溜进来两三只，现在 Vortix 头会很痛。哦，但是这个装甲步兵太硬了，骑手有没有办法在后面乱？哇，装甲步兵至少有10来只，哇，糟糕！现在蒙古很肥。哇，阿拔斯，这一盘如果 Vortix 阿拔斯输掉 ，Demuslim 阿拔斯又很强，有可能会打回2比2哦。
And get some good raids on the step readout. How often do we see that against Mongols? The only place to raid, it feels like, is that step readout. And all the villagers.
哇，这里在吃路，但是 Demuslim 在旁边插箭塔。现在装甲步兵已经到了。这个城堡什么时候阿拔斯才会上来？现在才跑到70%。这边长矛骑兵在打这个果实 ，Demuslim 这一盘胜券在握。哦，0比2之后扛住巨大压力要拿回一盘吗？而且打赢的是这个阿拔斯，现在强势文明之一。有变数，有变数。北斗7星，他的叶比太快了。哇 ，Vortix。Vortix 城堡再加48村对44装步兵大队，这边 Vortix 喊了一个GG。
And taking it to 2-1, Dave. I don't think many people expected this.
Great recovery.
Really
Honestly,
good.
Against Abbasid, like that's a Civ matchup that we've seen Mongols really struggle against this entire tournament, and it's just incredible what he managed to do there. The second TC came up, and he got up to the 3rd age, flooded men-at-arms. Vortix couldn't do anything.
It was an absolutely crazy game. I think the timing window was really.
哇 ，Demuslim 夹一波，他这一把状态直接拉回来了。
I'm surprised to see the victory come out there for Demuslim. There wasn't a lot of damage done.
这一把 Demuslim 状态整个拉回来，
Still managed to pull it out. So very
跟那第一盘、第2盘根本就那个不一样等级啊。
I think like the villagers coming forward with the men-at-arms is so good too. To put the outpost on the right side, to put another. I think I saw firing from another outpost that we didn't see near the wood line too. And then the one lancer. He's focused on the men-at-arms and the outpost, and then the one lancer and the berries. So every single place that Vortix looks, he's like, oh, I'm losing vills here. Oh no, I'm losing vills here. And it just builds in your head to this giant crescendo of villager losses. It's like a symphony of destruction, you know? And that's what the Mongols do. It's just a complete landslide of units in that area. So, well done from
Demuslim 有阿拔斯，蒙古现在的胜率。Vortix 的蒙古我觉得是还好，不会没有玩得很好。完蛋了，现在这个局变成是文明大考验了，每一个文明都要练得很好很熟啊。
These are from Ankerkraut. These guys do delicious spices. So this one that I'm holding right now, sour cream and onion, definitely my favorite one. And so what I'd encourage you guys to do, !Ankerkraut. You guys are spamming away in chat right now.
And like you don't even have to, you don't have to feel bad about it because it's delicious and it supports the tournament too. So it's like it's literally a win-win. I don't feel bad about smelling out for this.
I love that you're using
it's
that.
a new thing, yeah.
So keep in mind, if you are interested in picking up some of your own Anchor Kraut supplies, that underneath the stream, if you scroll down, minimize the video window, you can click through on the Anchor Kraut little image that we've got down there. So they are
第4场是战3为王哦，蒙古打法国。
Through soon shortly for you guys, but we've already got game number 4, Dave.
Game number 4, and Demuslim has to be feeling amazing about that last game because the groans here when we saw that Civ matchup, and chat as well was like, yikes.
Yeah.
So him taking the victory there is
如果这一盘法兰西打赢蒙古的话，那 Demuslim 他还有阿拔斯，他的阿拔斯很强。那这样 Vortix 会有点不利哦。
That victory was just so big for his motivation, I think, because coming into that, he lost as Holy Roman Empire up against Chinese, a civilization matchup that most people consider to be.
我认为 Vortix 这一盘要赢诶，如果他没赢，我觉得他整个系列会输。
Coming into another matchup that is considered quite difficult for the Mongols, going up against the.
各位观众朋友们，今天的第一场的第4盘，现在2-1。Demuslim 刚刚那一盘蒙古打出几乎是完美了，完美比赛。如果是以这个电影的剧本来走的话，就是刚刚 Demuslim 0-2输掉之后，他的画面出现了很多他家人的这个影子啊，然后回想这过去这半年打《世纪帝国4》。回想他为什么在这里啊，然后打出一场神级表现，然后打赢这个 Vortix 阿拔斯。大家应该有这种画面吧？Demuslim 刚刚脑海中一定是有这些画面。
Vortex is gonna have to figure out an answer to the French with the Mongols. Mongols have been struggling this tournament.
Yeah, you're definitely right. At the moment, they currently sit as the lowest win rate, or at least they did before last game. We'd have to do a double check. But now we can see that pesky Mongol Khan doing what it does best, killing herdable sheep.
Yeah, and that's one sheep down. And the scout from Demuslim is trying to get his friends home.
哇，
but
掉
there's
很多
another
羊啊
sheep, and the third one will likely follow. So this is a good opening to the game for Vortex, and maybe a little bit of a esports smirk there from him.
哇，3只羊都没了。会玩的可汗就是这样，很恶心啊！即使下修了，还是很恶心。刚好又给 Vortix 对到，不小心遇到，抓的刚刚好。这边有一些运气成分啊。这个地图你可以往左边开，也可以往右边走。那刚好给 Vortix 遇到，转角遇到爱，掉3只羊。那这边 Vortix 先一个小攻。
I'd definitely get behind that because it feels absolutely terrible to be losing 3 sheep like that just because, well, just because.
Yeah, but on the other side.
现在这边 Vortix 有一个不错的开局，他这里是想要打什么 ？FC 吗 ？FC 除了 Beastie 会插箭塔蒙古在这张图以外，其他人这张图打 FC 蒙古比较多。每个人对蒙古的理解是不一样的。
But a pretty decent Uvu position here as well. He's not going to have to run those villages or run those sheep.
这一盘 Vortix 很关键啊，拿蒙古。这一盘没赢，不是说蒙古现在很强，应该说，因为 Demuslim 他还有阿拔斯，那你这盘2-2之后，假设2-2，Demuslim 还有一个阿拔斯。会变成3-2，因为我觉得 Demuslim 拿阿拔斯，除非他自己乱玩，不然他阿拔斯是蛮强的，所以那个压力会回到北斗七星这里。
We could potentially see an early Imperial Age as well,
好，这边等一下封建上来看一下 ，Vortix 要盖什么，决定了他要走 FC 直城上去打，还是说要打这个大封建，不一定。
The scout from him is still chasing the cons, so the cons can't just stop and sit, and he's going to be providing a little bit of pressure, but maybe not the best thing for Demuslim. Another sheep found there from Vortix.
但是目前 Demuslim 很惨啊，蒙古把他的羊都弄挂了。那这边法国2个选择，一个走专业斥候减失流，第2个就是直接要野外开吃了，因为他这个食物羊根本就没有在他 TC 底下。所以这张图，蒙古他的那个牧场确实还是 OP 啊，哦，自己产那个食物出来。哇，这里 Demuslim 没羊喽，很惨啊，很惨！这一盘 Demuslim 现在这经济很惨啊。
Now we do have that first knight coming out as well. It looks like we've also got a scout coming out as well from Vortix. So Vortix looking just to get a little bit more intel, but going to be able to apply pressure on this gold mine. I can only
Vortix 上来
coming out here from Vortix is going to be an outpost.
OK，Demuslim 要减失了，因为他这里真的是没有食物啊。
Is that a villager coming across? Do I see a blue dot there? No, I don't see anything.
Could be the scout. I suspect.
这边皇家骑士来了，长枪兵有吗 ？Vortix 有没有出长兵啊？还没有军营啊，他还没盖军营啊。Vortix 不怕皇家骑士哦。哦，他先闪了。哦，这边有盖军营，哇 ，Vortix， 我觉得 Vortix 他有在算哦，他大概算你上来封建之后，直接 pop 这个皇家骑士，然后直接出生之后到我家的距离，他有在算，差不多要到的时候，他直接把村民拉回去 TC 底下。这个真的是不错，这个真的是不错。我觉得这个真的是不错 ，Vortix 他很细心啊，他已经算到了，就是真的就是我刚才这样讲的，他们已经强到算到这个地步了。这边现在要直接长枪兵推进打这个皇家骑士。那这边跟上一盘是一样的问题，就是Demuslim 这里是走一个专业斥候，哇，克兰死了。Demuslim 走专业斥候，那你长枪兵现在过来戳，长枪兵，除非你封建点这个冲车，推冲车，不然这长枪兵过来弄节奏，其实弄不到太多。那这样子会变成说法国会直接到城堡。
His berries are going to expire. He's going to have lots of carcasses to move to.
这一盘有回到原点的感觉，哦，有回到原点。
He's done a great job. He's kept his opponent off gold, so he knows he's not going to be looking for a castle age. He can play him out in the second age. He's already got those professional scouts out. As you mentioned, killing the Khan is such a big morale victory as well. Now looking to do a bit of trading here with
that knight's going to go down.
Yeah,
right?
He's got to be careful with that knight. Doesn't have a lot of health left on that at all.
That's a theoretical knight. It can get one charge.
It could, yes. But now we see the archer's actually going to be mixed in here for Demuslim. He's going to be really
Vortix
happy
决
with
定
his
来
position.
牵制这一群鹿肉，
Professional scouts just doing so much work as well, keeping that food economy
但是
alive.
现在这个小攻
Coming
出
out
来
right there
了
from Demuslim as he peel back
后
the
面
low health
Vortix
scout. And just remember, those bad boys
没有
still
想
up.
要出骑手，所以他不是真的想要跟他打，
Low health there.
全部用长枪兵过来弄这个节奏。现在小攻 Demuslim 有出吗？一只。
and wheelbarrow coming in, so the economy is going to be better for Demuslim. I guess
四
the
只
question is, what can Vortix do in the next stage? He's got 900
四
food,
只小
he's got
攻，
450 gold. Demuslim is still kind of stuck a little bit in age 2.
哇，人肉
We saw
小
it
攻
last game with，the
人肉
Mongols.
长枪兵直接拖时间。
Wiped everything. Will it be a similar story here?
It could definitely be a similar story. So it's going to really depend on Demuslim and how he looks to react.
现在斥候赶快上来搬鹿肉啊！
You can already see
哇呀
that Vortix is
Demuslim
preventing that just by his large, massive spears.
Demuslim 斥候
He
嘞
is telegraphing that to his enemy, saying, "Hey, I've got lots of spears. Don't you dare think about making more knights."
，Demuslim 的斥候没有去搬鹿肉了，哇，这个不妙哦。蒙古要上来喽，长矛骑兵直接贴脸上砍啊！现在这个鹿肉要搬回去捡完才能点城堡啊。黄金现在目前稍微落后，哇。哦，现在法国不妙，这个节奏弄到。现在 Demuslim 食物够了，黄金不够，黄金不够。Vortix 应该是要来到城堡赛了吧？已经在盖这个地标了。
He's currently up in this series 2-1, so with this game, he's looking to potentially take himself up to match point.
但是对 Vortix 来说，他这一盘更不能输。阿拔斯的局他输了。现在黄金 Demuslim 还没上到600，很危险。这个鹿肉现在有搬回来，但其次了，现在是黄金的问题。现在蒙古上来了。
Yeah, so now we see Vortix adding in a knight as well. I'd love to take a look at Vortix's Ufu, see exactly what production he's got there. It's double stable, so you can expect a lot of knights are going to be flooding out here.
Demuslim 现在黄金还没上来，差一点点。皇家骑士扛得住城堡的骑士吗？
Because that's the threat, right? You know about the knights from Demuslim, and every single time we see a Mongol player get raided.
哇，这个 Vortix 他看起来很凶，内心是小可爱啊。刚刚比了一个夜之后，其实会发现 Vortix 这几天越打越好，他的那个细节。 几支兵换你几支兵，慢慢去扩大这个优势，不会一直把你 all in 打死，不会像 Mista 那种打法。可是他是一个非常细心的一位选手啊 ，Vortix。慢慢在计算我这一波我赚到多少东西，我慢慢去滚这个 snowball， 慢慢去拿一些优势。跟那个 Mista 他直接逼地人家，然后什么巨头砸人家地标，然后什么农田刷起来什么，那种风格完完全全不一样。 很细心啊 ，Vortix 真的。现在这一波很大一波，这边很大一波。现在第一波城堡打封建，现在已经来到这个金矿区了。金矿区现在只有多少金？496。现在要出兵的话，也不敢出，会吃到黄金。 现在 Demuslim 家里的牧区也很干，他要出去，他敢出去吗？现在 Vortix 应该知道他现在有机会直接在这边决战。这里 Demuslim 的黄金为了要出兵，出了皇家骑士2只，黄金又掉到300多、200多，哇！ 现在在这个情况没办法，就差那么一点点。但是如果是我的话，我也会出兵。哦，这边。Demuslim 决定要互相 raid， 要拼了，要换家，要互相伤害。有机会换到哦，有机会吗？我看一下。 看一下，但是这里2只长矛，换不到哇 ！Demuslim 完蛋了 ，Demuslim。Vortix 刚刚只是假装跟你擦肩而过啊，以为他没看到家里有兵，几只兵在手，这边砍到几只村民，43对44，村民数没有输，但是这里黄金上不来，守住这个金。现在小公 Demuslim 守住他的金，我这边有杀到几只村民，40村对45，这边长枪兵回手，这边戳一波 ，Demuslim 骑士往后拉， 伐木场那个伐木场没有盖，现在已经手忙脚乱了。哇，这边 Vortix 真的太稳了 ，Vortix 真的是很细心的一位大男孩啊，北斗七星啊。他现在也不急着要强攻你，反正我先慢慢歼灭掉你外面这个突袭的部队。我一样军事是保持着数量比你多，我慢慢去 snowball， 不要跟你直接拼换家，或者就是你打我，我不防守，然后我打你这样子。又再一次跟 Mista 的打法完全不一样。大家如果有看那个 Beastie 对上那个 Mista 的最后一盘2-2那一盘 ，Mista 他怎么打 ？Mista 看到那个 Beastie 在后面打他的时候，他直接跟他打换家。Vortix 他不会这样打，他稳稳的，稳稳的。现在转这个果实区，转战果实区，因为现在路也吃完了。Vortix 还开第2个 TC 扩大优势。哦shit，他真的好坏耶，他真的好坏耶。Vortix 真的是来抢钱的耶。明天是要 Vortix 打 Beastie 吗 ？Vortix 打 Beastie 换 Beastie 64开，但是我有点喜欢上这个北斗七星，怎么办？虽然他不洗澡。这边突刺一波牧区，这边这个骑士看到 Demuslim 看到蒙古开一个双 TC， 这边开始转这个 Vortix 慢慢打一个骚扰。后面双 TC， 他现在不急着在这边打一个 all in， 哇，慢慢扩大优势，真的。Vortix 真的又这一盘真的是打得很漂亮。他不急，他不急，慢慢来。现在 Demuslim 为了要守这个蒙古，出了很多的军事，现在还没有办法上到城堡。这里一直用这个2队骑士这样子做骚扰，这个金矿区没人守，双线，这里金矿也快被挖干了，哇，一直慢慢这样子弄，一直这样子弄，一直 snowball。后面蒙古还有一个双 TC， 哇，这里进进出出，进进出出，哦，很惨 ，Demuslim 这一盘被弄到很惨。哇 ，Vortix 真的很坏。这果实剩下最后3坨，黄金剩下可能没有黄金了，要上来这个上面挖了。哇 ，Vortix 这一盘真的很厉害。现在回头砍一下，现在小攻上来 ，Vortix 会往后拉。哇，这里打的真的很漂亮。Vortix 这一盘里也打得很出色啊！我不急着抢圣地，我不急着跟你决战，反正我知道我这张图，你等一下迟早在你家里挖一挖，挖一挖，你也要上来跟我决战。我慢慢扩大优势，不急。现在 Demuslim 有时间压力，现在要过来 Red 的 Vortix 又绕回头，又要弄你牧区，你现在军队全部都拉到这个蒙古家里门口，蒙古有剩下双 TC， 真的很坏。哇，没机会耶，没机会，没给机会 ，Vortix 没给机会，打的稳扎稳打的。现在大军直接过来再打一波换家，但是这里完全没有防守，这边有几只骑士，这边有7只骑士，这边小攻到了，这边牧区全部爆炸。Demuslim 这里可能会喊出一个GG大量村民，GG 思密达3-1。听牌
Vortix played it incredibly well that game. Very methodical, slow.
哇，脸色凝重啊
！The highlight of that game. That Khan was doing so much work, just chasing around units constantly. So very well played over to Vortix.
脸色凝重。这4位选手他们长得怎么那么像啊？这个主播 Dave 也是可以去加入这个光头战啊。我厕所一下，1分钟回来。这3天有在艾菲卡聊天的观众朋友们，就会有这个抽奖的机会哈。我记得办一下，记得办一下，1分钟不到。
I think it was Nilly who told me today. 5 of the players he asked thought Demuslim was one of the favorites to win the tournament as of today. They thought he was playing that good the last few sets. Obviously, he had a couple rough ones. The one against Marine Lord where he wasn't feeling that great. and then the one against the Mista, which easily could have been a 5-game series, even though it was 3-0.
Yep.
With the landmark snipes, and he was really, really playing well. And Vortix is showing why he's through here, why he's part of the top 6, and why he was one of, I think, one of the favorites coming into this tournament. Maybe top 4.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, a lot of people expected it was either, I think, him, Marine Lord. I think Mista was up there as well, probably Viper as well at the time. But looks like there's just going to be a little bit of a break, so you guys will have to bear with us. We'll take a look and see what the maps, whether we've got a map for you guys. It's going to be Lipany that comes up next. Now, keep in mind, one of these players has thrown away their Abbasid Dynasty pick already, so it means that you're probably only going to see at least, well, I guess at best, one Abbasid. But yet to pick the civilizations, Dave, coming into this, what do you expect it'll be with regard to civ picks?
Is it Lipany?
It's Lipany, yeah.
I think Demuslim goes Abbasid.
Yep.
Right? And then Vortix. The question I've heard more often in the last 2 days is how to counter Abbasid, because people are very unsure on that. He used Mongols before.
Yep.
Mongols used by Vortix the last game. Potentially English, maybe?
Yeah, that is an option. Obviously, it's just so tough, I think, and especially on a map like Lipany. Keep in mind they get the extra berry spawns there.
Yeah.
So typically, you know, Abbasid and Delhi, they're going to be feeling a little bit better on, you know, on maps that have got more of those berry spawns, and on this map they get 5. So it makes it so difficult to counter. But I think you might be right. Definitely English is one way to do it. We've seen some really good play out of Demuslim, where he actually goes for English, and he just does this tower push with
Demuslim 压力很大。
It was really good.
It was insane.
Yeah.
So maybe we could see a few mind games. Maybe we could potentially see him bring out the English in this position, because he would know Vortix is going to be aware, okay, probably going to pick Abbasid. So let's begin the mind game. So you know I'm going to pick Abbasid.
Yep.
So you're probably going to look to pick X, and I guess at the moment X is a question mark, because not even we know.
I think the only X we can do is potentially on Rus being picked here.
Yeah, yeah. We can put
so
it.
he's got English, French, and Rus.
Yes.
Available to him.
Yeah. So yeah, looking at it now, he's obviously you can see right there the
利帕
civilizations that have been
尼
picked. So yeah,
利
French,
帕
English,
尼
and Rus.
Vortix
It's got to be the French.
利
Right?
帕尼
I think it might be English, honestly. What maps do we have?
后面
after
还
this?
有这个高野市区，罗斯可以出，法国可以出。
Yeah.
那利帕尼
We'll see a
出
Rus
英
mirror in
国，
game number 7.
出英国。
And then the other
Demuslim 这一把如果出阿拔斯，又很怕英国，所以 Demuslim 王牌可能出不了。他这一场如果要打英国，就打英国，英国内战。好，这一把英国内战。
Highview will be the next map where you would have French versus English, and then it would be the final game, Mongolian Heights, a Rus mirror.
We're assuming that Demuslim picks Abbasid as well.
That's true. Yeah, his English is very solid though. That's the thing. He could throw out an English here and look for a potential English mirror.
Yeah.
And you know what? That's probably not a bad idea. He's got a very fearsome English. Yeah, we've seen the English come out.
Vortix 已经坐不住了啦，已经在那边散步了。
It's been very, very strong. So
已经在那边
I
散
reckon
步
he'd
了
like。his chances. He could potentially even throw out one of the classic siege towers.
Yep. So we've been told to fill a little bit of time here because they're taking a short break. This is a best of 7. We played 4 games already. Players need a bathroom break. So we should be back in 2 minutes now, something like that.
Yeah, not too long.
Yeah.
I
You
think
just have to stomach us,
And not
just
the
like
only
we
thing.
stomach #anchorkraut cooking. All
You might be able to hear the clangs of the cutlery on
and
the
that's
plates.
people getting food, and I'm very jealous.
Because we're not getting food.
I can see
哎，其
that.
实他们摆在那个
They're
那个
enjoying
罐
themselves.
头啊，不知道是果实还是
So just keep in mind down below
还
the
是像
stream.
果浆
So，if you
看起来
would
很好
minimize us,
吃
so
哎。
I'm thinking
不知道
like
哪
go
里
to
买
that
不买
corner
得
and
到
hit。the minimize button, and head down. You will find a
他
little
不知道是
picture which
放
will
那
take
个
you
是
through to where you
是
can order those
是
Anchorkraut
是
goodies.
像
They got
花
lots of
生
good
吗？
stuff. So here in
这
front of
是
me,
德
got
国
sour
花
cream
生吗？
onion, got chili flocken, And I've got, of course, the best.
Oh, it's on the back. I thought you just memorized all of them.
我觉得如果他们真的要
It's very good, yeah.
推荐这个东西哦，应该是要直接现在就直接吃给我们看。
Cake pop? Are these like granola like ones? Are these like
打
dessert
开来
like
啊，
ones?
吃啊！
It sounds very. Do you dare
没
open
吃
it?
怎么知道
Yeah,
它
it's
里
like
面
it's
啥？
sealed.
It's sealed,
That-
but
it just looks so nice. I want to open it.
I
and
feel
smell
like
it.
if there's an appropriate place to open, it's in
Mango
front of
Trom.
5,000 people.
打开来吃啊！
Mango Trom?
Sounds German.
Yeah, I was going to say it sounds German or it sounds traumatic.
摆在那
lemon
边
tart.
干
Oh, that's
啥？
good.
就是
Okay,
要
I'm
拿
gonna
来
get that.
吃的啊，东西是拿来吃的啊。
Can we get confirmation?
You've heard of K-pop, but have you ever heard of cake pop?
That's a really good
It's in a
point.
jar.
I'm looking over towards Nilly to see if we can get these opened. We could do a live test taste. Now that'd be interesting. But
哇，东
if
西
you
拿来
guys
吃
are
的啊，
interested
不是
in
拿来
checking
看
it
的
out,
啊。
there's obviously a lot of great stuff that they've got. So obviously, the more you support them, the more it supports us, and then the more likely they are to say yes to the next event. So if you'd like to see N4C2, make sure you check them out.
N4C2? No, it would be N5C, bro. There was 3 NACs.
那如果他们
before
要一
this.
直
But then you
闲
get
聊的
N-
话，我要来
10C
去
and
看一下
11C
艾菲卡
Yeah,
其他
it
有没有
doesn't-
台
Yeah.
短一
It's
下
going to。start
That'd be great.
sounding like
Yeah.
chemical compounds at some point.
Yeah, and then Nilly's too old to host gaming.
Wow,靠,
events.
wow,
No,
靠.
actually, Nilly's never going to be too old. Let's not lie to ourselves. He's never going to be too old to host gaming events. He's going to be 80 years old. Hello, hippo lovers.
I'm hello.
最近韩国很流行这个
I'm
三荧幕
curious
跳
what
舞
you guys
哎，
think the matchup is going to be. Do you guys think it's
然后
probably
又
gonna be-
穿很短要
is
拉
it
一
gonna
下
be。Abbasid English?
哦，
Got
这
a
一台
couple
等
of
一
options
下
there. We'll-
可以
I'll
中场
look
休
over
息
Watch
可以看一
Production.
下
We'll。get some civilization matchups on the screen. Maybe we could even get a poll. I don't know if we've got any mods in the chat as to whether it's going to be that. But the next game will be coming in very shortly. Players just finishing up their meals now, and they'll be heading back on in to fight it out. As you guys do know, there is a
跳舞跳舞
mandatory
不错
break
哦。
for players of the
You
game.
don't get much of a break today either.
No,
You
I
have 2
don't.
sets in a row today.
I do, yes.
Yeah, and then tomorrow it's gonna be Saturday tomorrow.
哎，我不知道。
Omni, and plus you.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
you too.
But that is what I look forward to. It's waking
Uh,
up in the morning and watching some Age of Empires. People are definitely thinking it's going to be an
What,
English
Marine
mirror.
Lord? Is it Marine Lord? Chill, bro. I've been very nice to you here.
Why is Demuslim playing and casting at the same time?
No, you can't say that, bro. You can't. You've been calling him ugly the whole time he's been here. You can't. I'm Team Demuslim now. I'm not defending Marine Lord anymore. That was a mistake. That was a mistake.
Oh gosh, a lot of people in the chat.
他说
definitely
想开
seem
但
to
全
think
都
that it's
封
going to
了
be an English mirror though. So maybe they know something we do, or we don't rather. But I saw at least 5 people say English mirror, English mirror. But it looks like players now getting ready, waiting for the host at the moment.
He called us an execute. Me and him.
He called you a what?
Execute. Like
Like
a Pokemon.
Like
eggs.
it's so wild it might actually
He
work.
did.
I see it. All right, we've got our picks, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Rus versus Abbasid.
I said the only X we can count on is not picking Roos, but I guess Vortix
今天
is
是
not gonna go
BO7
for
BO7
Roos on Mongolian Heights if we ever get
现
there.
在
He's gonna
Vortex
go for
听
Roos
牌。
on Lipany.
I don't think anybody expected this. Both of these guys, prolific English players, English enjoyers, I guess we could say. But yeah, game 5 going to be Lipany Abbasid.
Demuslim 选了一个他的王牌阿
I
拔
think he
斯
picked this against his
先，
brother. One of the brothers picked it. One of
然
them
后
picked Roos
Vortex
on
没有用
High
英
View,
国
one
想要
of
去
them
打
picked
阿
on
拔
Lipany, I
斯，
believe,
选了
or like a
一
Raider
个
or
螺
something.
丝。
Oh, High View and Hillendale. Okay, never mind.
那我觉得
Yeah,
阿拔
you
斯会
should
比较
have
好一
never
点。
checked Wikipedia. I could have been super confident in that.
叔叔晚上好啊。
This guy's like, let's confirm. I'm like, no, don't confirm. That's my enemy. Stats, numbers, Wikipedia.
It
Goes
says
against everything I've ever said.
it says the page has just been updated, so maybe it was wrong. Maybe someone's gone to update it. So
No, let's just leave it.
oh gosh.
Let's just put it underground and leave it there.
So it's going to be Rus against the Abbasid dynasty here. Obviously, the Rus a little bit of an underdog in the current tournament. Not a very high pick rate. Normally just saved for maps like High View if you have to, or Mongolian Heights as another alternative. What are we going to see from them today?
他们
Is it
突
gonna
然
be a
中
an
场
arm
休息
timing? Is it going to be an age
不打
push?
怎样？
Honestly, I don't know what to expect.
快打，快
I think
开
there's a
始
couple
啊
options.！The
忍不
big
住
one is
了，
obviously
忍不住了。
that Archer Knight all in that we do see them do. The issue is going to be that the Abbasid dynasty very capable defenders as well. Obviously, only having to pay
忍
25
不
food
住
for their
了。
villagers means that that's an extra 25 food for military units.
Aha, here we go. This view means that they're into the game and they're rolling already, and we should be joining them shortly. Thank you for staying with us as the players, had their little breaks there, got a drink of water,
晚上好，晚上好。
and they're back at it once again. Vortix
好
leading
，Vortix
the
听
series
牌哦，关键局哦，
3-1.
没有玩英
He's
国。
shown up today.
那
What he displayed today has
Demuslim
been
关键局
extremely
拿这个
impressive,
阿拔斯先
and we'll see
压
if
压
Demuslim
惊。
can respond.
好，各位，今天的6进4强的第一场来到了第5盘。那今天的比赛节奏算是还特别快哦，没有一个大后期的局。那第5盘是利帕尼，双方文明是罗斯打阿拔斯。那我觉得啦 ，Vortix 如果他选罗斯的话，我想跟他的心思是有关的。因为他后面还有英国跟法国，假设他英国又打这个阿拔斯打输了，罗斯后面以现在目前的版本来看的话，没有算是特别的强。那 Demuslim 还有一个英国，那有可能会把这个战局打到最后的3-3。我个人感觉有一点点像是 Vortix 随便先用一个文明跟你换你最强的阿拔斯。那我后面我还有英国，我还有法国。那 Demuslim 没有了阿拔斯，也没有法国，剩英国。他最后场可能等一下高野市区，他还是什么文明嘛？好像是剩英国的吧。所以 Vortix 不是那一种跟你这样就是强碰强的那一种感觉。好，那现在因为有罗斯的局，抢赏金是非常重要的哦。基本上250是不困难，但是你真的不抢的话，还真的会吃不到250。现在 Vortix 听牌是听牌，但是对上这边有大量的鹿群。Vortix 在自己家里旁边没有人抢，很爽。OK， 那看起来赏金的部分是没有问题。Demuslim 这边是阿拔斯，所以也不会出到这么多的斥候，不知道他出几只哦。那双方前面都是偏营运，这边直接开一个金门。这边 Demuslim 如果是打罗斯的话，他可以多去偷一个轮轴，黄金多挖一些，然后偷轮轴。哇，这边赏金抢出了，这边 Demuslim 这个狼 ，OK， 在 TC 附近那抢不掉。OK， 现在 Demuslim 看起来是要走这个双 TC 路线，要开这个石头的地方。这边黄金还持续在挖，意味着他想要点轮轴加双 TC， 要弄好弄满。那 Vortix 前几天他打这个罗斯双 TC， 也是有可能的。Demuslim 出到双斥候，罗斯3斥候。那现在这个版本，罗斯不一定会捡专业不一定会走专业斥候路线，然后有可能会走更多的是双 TC， 像 Mista 也是玩双 TC，Vortix 也有一把对上他哥哥 Lucifer 的时候也是打罗斯双 TC。那如果是走双 TC， 双方走双 TC 路线的话，追根究底还是阿拔斯比较强哦。所以前中盘 ，OK，Vortix 要走一个专业斥候。OK， 那如果是走专业斥候的话，就城堡打封建咯，城堡打封建。Vortix 的话，直接到城堡。那等一下看一下 Demuslim 这边的配兵是要走长枪兵，还是要走骆驼弓骑 ？Demuslim 的话，他玩阿拔斯更多的是长枪兵。如果是 Marino 的话，他打骆驼弓骑加骑手的阵容会比较多一点。
Is nothing else being added in other than professional scouts here from Vortix? So just standard play.
He's going to add the stable though, so definitely looking to maybe even just get 1 or 2 knights out. We've seen players do this. Now you can also
边 Demuslim 他的村民被卡住
right there. You can see the villager just trying its best to get it. It's an Abbasid villager as well, so you hear that beautiful voice line. Well, not beautiful, painful voice line.
Yeah, one villager. Demuslim's not going to like losing her, and he's still got to go out to that stone with more with the non-weak villagers.
现在这个石头还没办法到300，被弄到一波。这边骑士加上小弓，等一下，这里不是 FC。Vortix 这里要打一个很 aggressive 的大封建，捡鹿肉出早期骑士加上小弓，要直接来压制这个阿拔斯。Vortix 突然要打凶。前几天秀了一把双 TC 罗斯，但是乖乖牌的 Vortix 现在这一盘还好有这个情报探索到骑士出来，现在直接转这个长兵出军营可以。石头的部分 Demuslim 有300了，那现在要夹一波，夹一波。那这个节奏看一下 Vortix 等一下还要不要强攻
？Like pressure, but it's not early enough to deny the stone from Demuslim already, and he's already got a barracks set.
OK， 这边骑士还是照样在出哈，赏金315。
Oh, you can't be responding a barracks to the scouts, but obviously he was aware that there'd be a stable coming up back at home, and manages to get out a spearman in time. Villager almost going down there. Got to be so careful with that villager. He's actually going to send it back out. Typically, one of the things that players do, especially
现在 Vortix 还是有机会转这个城堡，不要出兵了。哇 ，Vortix 这里决定要打一波，骑士一直在出，这边 TC 开了，就开始 boom 起来了。现在 Vortix 在找那个刚刚那只残血的村民 ，Demuslim 残血村民往后拉，这一盘。这 Demuslim 的招牌的文明了，而且是3比1，这一盘 Demuslim 没赢。再杀一只，你看看这个 Vortix， 你看看这个 Vortix， 村民狙击手啊 ，Vortix， 好细微啊，拉掉2只村民。哇 ，Vortix 真的是来抢钱的耶！以 Vortix 现在的状态打 Beastie， 如果明天他晋级打 Beastie， 我觉得 Beastie 也不是真的是有机会赢哦，55开哦，有可能55开哦。Vortix 状态慢慢拉回来了，他是不是心里在想哥哥的份，弟弟的哥哥没有拿到钱的份，我来拿这样。现在这边开始慢慢续。这压力很大哦。Demuslim 现在压力巨大啊。突然在这种关键局，你会更偏向于出更多的军事，先防守一波。你不太敢像 Viper 那种2比2的时候，你要夹一波。现在补了这个兵工厂加军营，意味着这里 Siege Push 要来了。罗斯现在北斗7星，他已经坐不住了，他要发飙起来了。这边要 all 了吗？然后 all in，Vortix 要 all in。哇，这里又掉2只刺哦。
Like against Abbasid, he's in a pretty good position. 32 vills, it's just about to even out.
哇，这边骑士在慢慢那边弄，点工程科技了。现在 Demuslim， 哇，又再吃一波，又死村，再死2村，哇，那骑士控的实在是太好了。
Yeah, he's just doing so much work here. This is the consequence of having those knights going up against those knights in the second age. They're so damn
现在 Demuslim 还没有情报，他还不知道有人点工程科技要发飙一波。Demuslim 现在想要夹，没有出骑手，没有出骑手，全军营在守。Demuslim 没有发现吗？没有看到那兵工厂，因为那2只斥候死掉了，没有情报，以为是要对农，小对农。以正常来说，现在阿巴斯需要有骑手啊。Demuslim 现在危险了，这边北斗七星发飙，等一下站着直接起来玩了。这边冲车来了。现在 Demuslim 发现啊嘞，怎么会有冲车？我现在只有长枪兵。现在小公站在这边，这个 TC 有点尴尬。这边没有其他兵种，只有长枪兵，完蛋。Every battering, typically in this situation, what you want to do, research textiles, which is exactly what Demuslim is doing. After that is researched, then you're going to be looking for an engage. So you want to be putting your 10 villagers in that town center, pop them out right on top of that battering ram, and that's when you want to be do that damage and pushing in at the same. 哇，现在这个很大一包，2台冲车在那边给压力了。Demuslim 上不来，只能修一坨长枪兵。现在冲车往后拉。
There for Demuslim, the villagers now pop out. They're starting to work on the rams here. The rams have to back away, but one of them goes down.
这边 Vortix 的反应慢了一些，冲车直接被点掉。哇，差一点。
All Demuslim wants to do is save that TC location and keep his eco rolling.
现在要再推冲车，现在强攻一波。现在村民在往上拉，村民在修，长枪兵往上拉。现在 Demuslim 他没有做骑手，骆驼攻击配长枪兵也是可以，但是这一波，2台冲车来了。这边只要 Vortix 小攻够多，压在这边一直来来回回。弄到阿巴斯很不舒服啊！这边直接拉上来打了，不要直接拉上来打了，因为长枪兵直接拉上来打。骆驼攻击，骆驼攻击有很多吗？没有。OK， 这边劝退一波。往后拉，夹一波，再夹。现在村民数41对上46。
Now, one of the things I mentioned earlier is that he needs to be trading out these rams for villagers. That's the whole trick to this. It's okay to lose the rams. It's okay for the town center to survive.
现在 Demuslim 村民数是领先的，但是他的村民现在变成是军事单位在用。现在 Demuslim 野外开吃 ，Vortix 只要有一只骑士在那边抓到，直接这一盘会崩盘。
Honestly, if you're in Vortix's point or position, you've only seen spearmen and a few camel archers from your opponent. You're trying to bait the villagers out. It feels like you can do all of this with the archers. Send the knights around to the other side because you know Demuslim needs to have another wood line, and he's running way out there to the right side.
现在在这边拉扯。现在 Vortix 这个骑士稳稳的也在旁边。其实，如果以上帝视角看的话，分一只骑士去卡着这个果实更好。现在有大量村民上来点这个冲车，已经追到哪里去了？不用回家是不是？回家的路很远呐！哇，真累 ，Demuslim。 要GG了！哇，这里他最强的阿拔斯被 Vortix 骗一波。你不是前几天都玩开农吗？你不是2TC 吗？你怎么会点冲车？我只有长兵。老婆，你不是出去了吗？我裤子才刚脱。本来想要自己看片的，结果你回来了。
Demuslim stretched out his eco to that wood line at the back, to the berries over at the side. If those knights had shown up there,
现在再推冲车，一直这样子，又是这样子拉拉扯扯，拉拉扯扯，拉拉扯扯。哇，这边真的，一支骑士去那12点钟方向乱砍一波 ，Demuslim 直接来了。胜利的味道闻到了 ，Vortix 北斗七星。
Demuslim is going to have to react on this left side, and there might be an opening.
Not looking good. Not looking good.
Can't engage against this massive army from Vortix in the middle. Vortix still creating archers. Looks like only archer spearmen, and a whole army is chasing down.
Demuslim 为什么会整支兵去追那一支兵？现在 TC 掉了，小攻很多，而且这里机体 Vortix 领先，要 snowball 起来了。刚刚 Demuslim 封建双 TC 过得太好，以为不会来打，他没有，他这场关键就是2只斥候被打掉，没有情报，没有情报的情况下。稳稳开农是一个我们刻板印象，想说啊，对啦，他对手是一个 FC， 结果 Vortix 抓到这一波心理。现在有大量村民在弄这个骑士。
As the villagers surround him, and how many villagers is that attacking that knight? Oh my goodness, we got so many there. We got 15, but on the other side, in the main part of his base, completely ignoring that.
现在 Vortix 大军慢慢推，把你的这个黄金时代全部推掉，把你的军事拔掉。这边又是一个情报的对决，没情报你敢农，你只有长兵直接惩罚一波。我认为现在要上去打了，这里要上去打了，这里再不上去打掉一阶直接 GG。哇，这边2台冲车，先解掉2台冲车，再夹一波，这边补房子，这里冲车解掉了，54村对52。但是这个小攻 snowball 很严重，现在这个小攻量 Demuslim 不够 GG 了 ，Vortix 什么机体都有，哇，爆炸，要哭了，哇，怎么办？哇，我的钱，奖金不要走飞了。完蛋，你看看这个 Demuslim 的食物。提手没出，哇！大失误！Vortix 真的太细微了，爆炸！Vortix 不给机会，我把你斥候干掉，然后直接开始转一个强军师，没有情报啊！这一局 Vortix 真的打太漂亮了，他今天的状态太好。除了那一场蒙古对到蒙古输以外，那一盘 Demuslim 打出完美比赛，其他这一盘全部压制住 Demuslim， 每一盘细微全部压制住 Demuslim。Demuslim 很惨啊。好啦，那等一下看 Leenock 对上 Mista 了，哇！
Asking that question, and Vortix has come up with an answer here. Maybe Demuslim could have done things a little bit differently in the TC placement. Maybe he could have defended a little bit better earlier, but Vortix with incredible military numbers, incredible production, 49 units on the field, 32 for Demuslim, and you have to favor the composition of Vortix's army.
Keep in mind, behind this, he's got a huge economy, much bigger than Demuslim's. He's managed to take out so many villages up towards that north position. Now, it's a very easy to wall position as well. That's one of the things to note, but obviously just really lacking wood because he was constantly healing up that town center. So it meant he couldn't wall that in. And now we continue to see him hunting after these military production buildings.
Wow,
I think Demuslim has to take a chance here. I don't think he can sit at home with his military.
You think he's going for a base trade?
Like, what else do you do in this situation? You can't defend against that with your military. And generally,
58村对37，阿拔斯村民比这个螺丝少那么多。这上面的军事建设全部都被拔掉。
I think that's the play. You cash in everything.
What, the Mista landmark snipe?
Mista landmark snipe. He's got plenty of villages. Keep in mind, he's got 38 villages here.
You get enough wood to make a ram along the way.
Go for it. Yeah, you're playing the Abbasid dynasty. You can do it. But I think that's definitely.
要不要打换家啊？
He can make, and it looks like villages now going to be moving out. He might be going for one.
如果是 Mista 的话，直接打那个 Vortix 的家。
Up towards that position, but now we see the Rams just doing so much work. He's cleaned up the entirety of this base.
Are they going out to food on the left side? Where is he going with those villagers? The horsemen trying to engage against the Rams. Maybe
骑手终于出了，谢谢。
I think he was dropping some more stables, and he's on the hunt now to the left-hand side. 400 wood in the bank. He's pulled all of his villagers off that onto that hunt. We've got 61 villagers for Vortix, 40 villagers for Demuslim.
Vortix just overwhelmingly everywhere. It's crazy how good he is. He's just on top of Demuslim everywhere he goes. We saw that those villagers moving out towards that position.
3台冲车，果实已经在中央开了。
It was still looking to.
And pretty soon he's not even going to have Golden Age. Watch. It's going to go down to 0 again.
Yeah, you're 100% right. This is so tough for Demuslim. It's make it or break it at this point. You can see that the villager lead still about 20 difference. He has built a fair amount of military. He's got lots of horsemen coming out. So if there's ever been a time,
最后一波，最后一波 ，Vortix 的机体全上，要上了，上了，冲了，冲了，这边一波。 Demuslim 可以赢吗 ？Demuslim 可以夹得住吗 ？Demuslim 的骑手贴上去，但是这边早期骑士在这边，阿拔斯的智慧弓掉了，村民全部上来打这个冲车，这边小弓上来，往后拉打，这边长枪兵全员出动，这边有没有办法收掉早期骑士呢？这边早期骑士还有4只、5只，这边 Vortix 很细腻的慢慢拉打，冲车不急。GG 了 ，It's over, it's over.
Really tough because now he's going to have to repair up that House of Wisdom even if he wants to age up, and you can see he's got plenty of resources in the bank but just not a lot of wood, and now holding against that he manages to take out a lot of military, but I don't know whether it's
Demuslim.
Rams once again just trying to bait units, and Demuslim is going to have problems replacing these. He's got no gold right now. He's limited.
哇，已经这样野外开吃，效率极低。 最后一个 TC， 2台冲车决战。
Vortix was looming with his knights, just coming around the edge and forcing Demuslim back. But now it looks like a little bit of an engagement towards the town center, and you can see the battering rams working towards that town center. If that town center goes down, it will be good game, and you won't even get a chance to type it because you will be knocked out completely. And you see these archers doing a great job of just sniping.
The patience here from Vortix. Even pull those rams away. Like, you feel like you're in such a winning position. You know what you've killed, right?
Yeah.
A lot of players would just keep those rams attacking the TC, but he baits the villagers out. Causes more idle time. Look, they're just sitting there.
Yeah, and it's such a difficult position. We see that Vortix right now 69 villagers.
爆炸，真的爆了。
Only 46. So
Demuslim 夹了很久，可是 Vortix 其实就不是真的 all in 型的在打，慢慢这样拉，很像在钓鱼，你知道吗 ？Vortix 他的局，他不会那种大招流直接灌的，慢慢这样拉，慢慢这样像钓鱼的感觉。
Vortix is playing incredible, like he's played all set. Demuslim is somehow still alive.
70对38，他这种选手的风格就是那种拿美工刀在割你的感觉，不会真的让你死啊，但是他会这样子让你流血，到处流血，很可怕，然后每天骚扰。哇，这个很惨啊。
Archers once again. How many of those archers have Vortix lost this game? Not many. He's done a great job keeping them alive and keeping the Knights in front too.
And remember early when the push came in, you made a remark about how he had a great spot next to
现在
that wood line
Vortix
as he
城
was
堡
pushing
了
on the TC. Those archers are the same archers that are here right now.
Yep.
He's kept them alive for so
痛苦
long.
指数
He's been
很高
immaculate with control. Even though we saw a
Demuslim
pretty
的痛
awesome
苦
map
指
that
数
was
很
pushing
高啊
in and looking to take that out, he just ran a perfect screen with the Knights.
装甲步兵来了
Demuslim's food. He had 1,000 in the bank. It's all gone into production.
Vortix
here.
真的是
Remember, his House of Wisdom is still
最
not up.
稳的那一种
So
慢慢
even
在
if he
割
wanted to
你
click
啊
up, he can't.
Yep.
He's going to go out and kill another ram. But a second ram being built currently, and all the time he spends attacking this is free hits from the archers on his units. Demuslim has 4 units queued right now, sorry, 5, and there's men-at-arms coming now from our Rus players. So these men-at-arms are going to be
这
incredibly
片
difficult.
Demuslim 全部杀出来了
Horsemen moving into the stealth
因为
forest.
装甲步兵要
Difficult
来了
visibility here.
但是
But,
这
looks like he does get repelled,
边
so Vortix looking incredibly strong, going to be able to stabilize and
装甲来了
once those men-at-arms come in.
硬邦邦的装甲来了 Demuslim 不能退
Men-at-arms have actually got the +1.
后面装甲步兵会更多这是最后一波会战了 这边上来直接先点的是小攻但是这边做拉打打不到输出打不到哇这里我们要恭喜 Vortix 前进到4强赛明天的赛事会对上的是 Beastie 现在村民数76对上45 GG
Oh my goodness, what a performance there from Vortix. 4-1.
Really well played. A lot of people coming into this series expected a 4-3, even Demuslim potentially winning, but Vortix looking very dominant there.
I think he, honestly, I think he
哇今天的 Vortix 他的状态真的是又拉到另外一个水平了
Yeah, it was beautiful outdrafting. I mean,
他又拉到
nice
另外一
fair
个水
matchup
平去
where
了
he outplayed him, and then at the same time,
他今天打的太
there
精彩
were definitely some times where it looked like Demuslim had a pretty decent draft, but unfortunately not going to be successful there. So getting knocked out, that's it from Demuslim. You won't be seeing any more from him with regard to games, but obviously Vortix, he'll be moving through to the semi-finals. So congratulations.
那这边我们稍微休息一下 然后晚一点是 Mista 对上 Leenock
I think he showed up with his A game, and he really proves it here. A lot of the players here thought.
我这边稍微暂停一下下，大概吃个宵夜，马上回来啊。
Definitely.
But Vortix proving that he's here to stay, and Demuslim will be eliminated. Vortix will go on to the semifinal. I believe he faces
Beastie.
Beastie.
So he's going up against Beastie Cutie in the semi-finals. That'll be tomorrow. I don't have a time for that just yet, but I suspect that it's going to be around the same
Check
time as now.
Wikipedia, my man.
Liquipedia knows everything. We will check. Oh, yeah, you can see it right here. It is going to be at 20 CET. How does Liquipedia know this stuff? They're so good. They just know. But that is going to be it with regard to Demuslim and Vortix. We've got an interview coming up, Dave.
I've got an interview.
You're going to go get comfy on the casting couch.
I'm going to go get comfy.
All right.
Congratulations, man. 4-1. Did you expect that?
Thank you. Well, I mean, I believed in my chances. Like, I was really confident going into the series. But of course, the Muslim is super good, and you always expect to drop some maps. So maybe 4-2 was what I had in mind,
Yeah.
or 4-3. But I felt really good today. It was 4-1, and I think it could have been 4-0 with just a little bit of better decision-making that game.
It feels like you kind of outdrafted him with the civilizations in most of the matchups. Did you ever like a really clear idea of what he was going to pick in every single map, and you were tailoring your civ picks towards that?
Yeah, so basically I think he only practices ladder, and it's very easy when someone only plays ladder and streams all the time to see what 2 or 3 civs are his best on every map. So I was quite confident on like what he would be picking. Like I had my ideas, but honestly I didn't feel like the draft was obviously good, but I didn't feel it was that good. Like I think I feel like I played really well today, and maybe he was a bit nervous because he was like losing too many builds all games. Yeah, I wouldn't say this was like a draft win. Like for example, I had against Leenock. I think I just played pretty well today.
Yeah. First game, Holy Roman Empire against Chinese. I believe you got walled out from a couple of those relics, and then you lost a prelate to the Barbican too. Were you confident at that moment, or were you just kind of looking for opportunities?
Yeah, so basically I was scouting him all the time, so
Yeah.
I know he's not making a second TC. So as long as I get 1 or 2 relics, I should be fine. That's what I thought.
Well played, mate.
Yeah, me too. So yeah, I wasn't too scared when I lost my prelate because I already secured like 2 relics very early. So in my head, I was super ahead because he wasn't adding second TC, which is kind of weird because he was picking stone, but then I also guessed, okay, he just wants to make like forward keep with it. So I was always like scouting his villagers, seeing if they go out. So I actually felt really in control of that game since I got the first relic.
Second game, you picked Chinese against Viper, and you went forward Barbican, and then you went into Outpost. Did you expect Viper to pick HRE in that matchup, and were you kind of like testing that strategy?
Honestly, I wasn't expecting him to pick Holy Roman like Viper. I just wanted to try the strat.
Yeah.
So I was like, no matter what he picks, I will just use this game to try it. Not that I was taking him lightly, of course. I mean, he's super good, but I thought that since I was already qualified, I should try some strategies that I might want to do later because it's also some mind games, right? Like you are already through, so why would you throw in some strategies that you want to play actually?
But then you used it again
But
today.
then I used it because I was like, okay, he won't be expecting it. And he actually wasn't because he wasn't scouting with his scout if I was pulling villagers out. But yeah, against Holy Roman, it's actually pretty good. Against Delhi as well, but I mean, everyone bans Delhi because it's super good in every map. So yeah, I think the strategy overall seems to be strong. Credit to B for it. Obviously, it's his trademark strat.
Third game, I think it was Abbasid against Mongols. What went wrong for you in that matchup? Because that's something that we've seen Abbasid really excel with here at this tournament. You kind of fell off to the Mongol pressure in Castle Age. What happened?
So basically, if I'm not mistaken, I lost 2 bills to the Khan, which of course I didn't realize because there's like so much signals going on when your opponent is tower rushing. There's like signals everywhere, so it's hard to notice. And I think I lost 2 bills to the Khan, and that's why I was a bit behind. I think my pressure was okay, but I actually needed like an earlier market to make Castle Age like 30 seconds sooner. And I think if I can keep the pressure and just get Castle Age timing decently, I think I can make crossbows and stop the all-in. Like I think my reaction to the tower rush was actually quite good. I first made the expansion and then the ram. Actually, I didn't even need a ram, but like I think sometimes you will get like too scared that you will try to make a ram before the expansion. I think my reaction was good, but I just needed to get castle earlier and make crossbows. So yeah, I was actually a bit pissed on that game because I think if I had just a little bit of better decision making, I should have won it also.
The next game was Mongols against French. Are you comfortable in that matchup?
Honestly, like coming into the tournament, I was comfortable, but I actually, the more I played lately, I feel like it's kind of 50-50 or maybe 60-40 for the Mongol. But I think he just didn't find any sheep in early game.
Well,
like he found 3.
You helped with that.
Yeah, and I killed 3 of them. And from then it's very awkward for the French because he has to go pro scouts no matter what.
Yeah.
So I get pikes, I delay it, he has to go on berries. And from there I think the game was like super one for me. And then he didn't react very well to the raids, so yeah, I was super in control of that game.
And then the last game, picking Rus on Lipany, was this a prepared strategy? Did you assume that he was going to go Abbasid there?
Yeah, I basically thought it was either Abbasid or English. But with the 2 maps left, I thought it would be awkward for him to pick English, so I was expecting it kinda. But I think even against English, Rus is okay, so I wasn't too scared. All I knew was that he wasn't gonna pick Rus because there was Mongolian still left, and I have no clue how to play Rus Mirror, but the other 2 matchups are good, so I thought Rus is safe pick for me there.
And what's the approach with Rus there? Like, what's your win condition early in the game against Abbasid?
Well, I mean, the moment you spot like his second TC forward, I think it's pretty obvious. You just go ram, push, and it should be really easy. And then he also lost like some builds early on, so I was like super confident this is gonna work. Actually, I made a mistake, which I started making pikes before seeing the stables, because I was kind of expecting pike horseman, because it's like the standard and what he does. But even then, I think I was so ahead. I delayed the expansion quite a lot with 3 scouts attacking the stone villagers. And then he makes TC4 where, and it's pretty much over, I think.
Are you playing, because that set was super impressive. It felt like you were playing better than you've played here in your previous sets today. Do you think you're playing the best that you've played in Age of Empires 4? Or do you think there's still like another level that you can reach?
I think today I managed to play my best. Like, I don't think I played better than what I do back at home, but I felt really well every game. I was taking right decisions in pretty much every game, and I was microing well. So, yeah, I think this is the best I can play. Let's see if it's enough to make it farther.
Are you confident against BC? Is it someone that you can match up well against?
I think his style is a bit harder for me than, for example, the Muslim style. But I think I can beat him. Yeah, for sure. I've done in the past.
Score prediction?
Let's say 4-2.
4-2. Okay, you heard it here first. Thank you so much, Vortix, and congratulations, man. You're through. You're going to be playing in the semifinals against Beastie, and then whichever one of you goes through plays against... Well, I guess we don't know yet. We're about to find out in our next best of 7, but get some hype in the chat here for Vortix. He came here with his brother. He made it through, and he's going to be playing in the semifinals tomorrow. So great job there. We're going to play some highlights now from that exciting set. Stay tuned for our next best of 7 after.
Demuslim come in for the snipe. You can see he's moving in. The Walla about to go off. There it goes. So
it's so weak, though.
Oh,
it's
no,
so
no.
Weak.
He's going to
It's low HP. Oh. The prelate was so low HP. I think it might have gotten hit by the Barbican.
Oh my gosh, I had a little bit of a heart attack right there. It could have been a good game in a second, but fortunately, Demuslim paying a bit more attention. Demuslim is playing this very well.
Yeah, but look at the villager count now. The raids have accomplished a lot for Vortix. Demuslim is constantly running around. He's retreating again with, what, 20 villagers over there or something? Yeah,
we saw a little bit of an esports head shake as well. Up towards that position, if we can just go up towards that berry patch, you'll see the wall never actually got completed. So the wall is sitting there empty, and he went, oh, you know, that never should have even happened.
Start picking away at it, and then send your prelate once the wall is down.
It seems so simple, but now we've got a pretty decent defense coming in. Got to be careful with those villagers. They are moving very far forward. He's going to be using them as a bit of a distraction. I'm curious as to whether he's actually got the upgrade, but back towards the wood line, we see knights coming down. Villagers going to be healing up that nest of bees. A lot of damage going to be coming through onto it, but keep in mind, it's just going to get all healed up by those villagers.
Yeah, but the men-at-arms for Vortix at the front are doing work and just shredding the army from Demuslim, and Demuslim is constantly being picked apart by these knights in his economy. So Vortix has done a fantastic job, and Vortix has 2 relics in the bank as HRE, more villagers than Demuslim. The only thing maybe he's lacking is map control, but look, he's sending another prelate out, and he might be gaining it right now because Demuslim can't counter this army. Yeah, with China, you have such confidence getting those keeps up, but with 5 weak villagers and your army is losing, it was just not to be, and he's going to have to place it more defensively or go for a complete YOLO strategy here. Demuslim has to be feeling like he's on the back foot, and he is.
Yeah, definitely not looking the best for him at this point in time. He's got a couple of options as to how he can play this, but at the moment, the big thing is surviving this push. You can see Vortix just continuing to rally in units at the moment. More men-at-arms coming through. He's spending all of his money, and it looks like Demuslim has tapped out. Good game. You see the esports hand clap right there coming out from Vortix. He's very happy with this one. Yeah, it's always going to be so hard because worst comes to worst. I mean, the enemy's just going to be repairing up the wall, but it looks like he's going to be going for it here, Dave. If he gets in, this could be very tough for Vortix.
Yeah, and it's only a singular spearman there. Villagers now coming over. Will they be in time for that gate? And no, they're not. The knights are going to get in through the crumbling wood of that gate, and he's just going to back up again. Okay.
Yeah, this isn't good. We saw this in game number 1 where Vortix came into the base of Demuslim with those knights. It was game ending, and now once again he looks to be doing it. Third relic going to be making it safely inside the Regnitz Cathedral. He'll be super happy with that. But these villagers, look at what are these villagers doing? They're just having a bit of a field day, and lots of villagers starting to go down. Now we see that villager lead beginning to build up. 96 villagers against 47. Look at the villagers just dying for Demuslim.
Yeah, and he has the 3 relics. Is he bringing in a 3rd one here, or does he have 3 in the Regnitz already?
I think he's got 3 in the Regnitz right now.
Okay, so he has the 3 relics, but still, 96 villagers to 42? That is a massive difference, and that's not made up by the fact that you have the first food upgrade in 3 relics last 2 minutes, and it's just got to be so demoralizing watching this army come in.
Yeah, because now this army comes in and he's going to have to turn his attention towards military. We see some lens connects coming out, Dave. I'm a big fan of these units and their beautiful yellow pants. Is it going to be enough, though?
Yeah, it's unfortunate Grubby isn't here, so I could fully learn how to say lens. Let's connect. Anyway, the land snakes are into the eco here, and there's spearmen underneath as well, and Demuslim just can't even engage, and you can see the confidence from Vortix in his economy. He's just got units under that town center. He's pushing in towards the back. Demuslim is trying to pick a good fight. He's waiting for him to engage against that building and taking the fight
各位回来了。
side with the knights, but the
好，现在是 highlight
loop
时间。
all the way around. They're going to catch up, and when he runs away, the villagers will die.
Yeah, there's just so many units in here. I don't think he's going to be able to stop it. We did see a battering ram for a split second, but unfortunately it belongs to Demuslim. He's going to need a little bit more than that type of siege to help him out in this position. Villagers heading back towards the town center. They do get mauled by spears. The knights run in. Demuslim not looking pretty right now. I suspect we might see a good game tapped out any second here, Dave.
Yeah, an esports villager garrison right there is 18 villagers in that town center, and that's about half his economy right now. 35 villagers. We haven't seen this since the old Tower Rush days. And oh no, even though he's walling, he's gonna wall out his own units. As Vortix keeps 2 knights back there as sacrifices and goes in with the rest of them, continues to pick off villagers. 26 villagers for Demuslim, 129 for Vortix. At the same time, they're just kind of like, why is this guy not resigning? Why is this guy not resigning? And they're getting more and more aggravated because you mentally, you know you've already lost.
Yeah.
So we might see a little bit of that at play right now.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Often, the way I used to think about it.
跟大家讲一下我们抽奖的这个方式啊。
I would be the one tilting.
今天的抽奖我会在今天收播之前做抽奖，然后我会公布给大家。然后有中的朋友们就要帮我私讯一下这个。艾菲卡 TV 的单位从 FB 上面就是密的部分。好，等一下我会再介绍哈，因为现在大家都去吃宵夜了。我等一下再介绍。
Beating out the Chinese or winning with the Chinese in that matchup, it is.
Horsemen come in and get some good raids on the step readout. How often do we see that against Mongols? The only place to raid, it feels like, is that step readout. And all the villagers are over here. Like I said, he had to make a food transition. The villagers are going to be over here on the deer, and that is an opportunity for Demuslim to pull himself back.
Yeah, now there were villagers down there dropping down an outpost, but he's got a Lancer in the berries, exactly as you called, Dave. It looks like he's trying to take control of this situation and put himself in the driver's seat. He's got a huge military mass, and keep in mind his military is armored, whereas that from Vortix is not so. But now we see more villagers dying towards that gold mine. Has that outpost come up yet on the deer? It looks like the villagers have actually moved on from that
the villagers chopped enough to get to that outpost that the Muslim put at the beginning of the game.
Wow, that's a great.
哇，好热哦！我要换一下衣服。
Outpost, look, you can actually see it doing work, taking out those villagers, and I think we've got good game being called. So Demuslim winning the game, huge mass starting to push in here, and keep in mind it's going to be right on Demuslim's gold mine that he pushes, and probably going to be looking to keep Demuslim in that second age.
That's a lot of knights, though. It's a lot of knights and a lot of archers. If Demuslim micros this properly, he does have a chance to kill this military. Villagers now running right through the military, still picking off the spearmen there. I think a couple archers go down, but I don't think any villagers did. And Vortix needs to leave. So this is stalling out the gold. Looks like Vortix took his cavalry and looped it all the way around to that left side. We've got lots of spearmen here at the step readout ready, and there is the cavalry coming into the woodline. Does Demuslim have anything here in defense? The answer is no. How many villagers is that running away? Too many, Demuslim says, and he taps out 3-1 for Vortix.
Demuslim still looking strong. If he holds this, he can definitely win this game.
Vortix has found the perfect place to sit with his archers there behind the wood line. So if Demuslim comes out with the villagers, he's going to get sniped down by that. But now the spearmen are coming in, and this is the production we were talking about with the Abbasid. Once they build up that eco enough, and the spearmen are just diving in against the archers. Villagers taking out that ram behind. We've got the camel archers shooting as well, but now Demuslim needs to go back. He's killed another ram, though.
Yeah, he's looking really good in this position. We can see he's starting to build up a decent villager lead, 7 villagers. Now, one of the things that I mentioned earlier is that he needs to be trading out these rams. Now, once again, we see a knight in a bit of a tough
Someone
spot.
call an ambulance, but not for me, as the villagers surround him. And that, how many villagers is that attacking that knight? Oh my goodness. We got so many there. We got 15, but on the other side, in the main part of his base, completely ignoring that starting town center, and is just going to loop around to that wood line. Got some fantastic scouting with the one knight earlier. Demuslim now running away from this area. Where is the army from Demuslim?
Yeah, I think it might have been chasing away that knight, but now we see it coming from underneath. Keep in mind, he's only got 25 military units, but it looks like he's got absolutely none out on the field at the moment. Campbell's going to be coming in, expensive units. Very, very careful to trade those ones, and now villagers getting pulled. You can see that Barracks probably going to be going down
This
here.
might be the series here. Honestly, this might be the series. Great play with the roost from Vortix. Let's see if Demuslim can take out this ram and clear out this army, and even if he does, he's going to lose a lot of villagers doing it.
Yeah, these villagers just continue going down. We can see Vortix actually takes the villager lead. He's up to 52 villagers at the moment. Demuslim still trying to hold on, but the population difference now is really starting to show. You can see that Demuslim, oh, he's having a tough time right now, as once again going to be running those villagers off the wood line. I think this might be a good game, Dave.
Yeah, he can't take the wood. He couldn't take the wood forward earlier. He can't take this one now. He's struggling. He's like, do I go to berries? Do I go to wood? What do I need? He needs wood. He's only got 14 in the bank currently, and another ram being built. And Vortix is going to use this to bait army in once again.
He is going to be making a play right now. We see the knights now beginning to screen for the archers on the back line. At the same time, the horsemen going to be looking to try and come through. A couple of spears getting thrown in the mix as well, but not a lot. Horsemen actually looping around, doing a pretty decent job. It looks like the House of Wisdom going to be falling down here, Dave.
House of Wisdom falling down, and just send the rams towards the town center. I mean, you got 5 rams there, although Demuslim with a big army. He's done a good job to build up this military, and maybe he has a chance to wipe this up. Maybe this is his opportunity to get back into the game. The camel archers are there, the archers are there, the spearmen are in front. The rams are being pulled back. The archer mass is still alive for Vortix, though, and he's still 20 villagers ahead. No House of Wisdom.
Yeah, this is really tough because now he's going to have to repair up that House of Wisdom, even if he wants to age up. And you can see he's got plenty of resources in the bank, but just not a lot of wood. And now holding against that, he manages to take out a lot of military, but I don't know whether it's been enough.
But a second ram being built currently, and all the time he spends attacking this is free hits from the archers on his units. Demuslim has 4 units queued right now, sorry, 5, and there's men-at-arms coming now from our Roost players. So these men-at-arms are going to be incredibly difficult to kill.
Yeah, but now we see those horsemen moving into the stealth forest. A little bit of difficulty with our visibility here, but looks like he does get repelled, so Vortix looking incredibly strong, going to be able to stabilize, and as you mentioned, once those men-at-arms come in, it's going to be so hard to stop them. The men-at-arms have actually got the +1 ranged upgrade, +2 now just coming in. These guys are going to be taking absolutely no damage from these archers. This is really bad for Demuslim. I suspect we might have a good game tapped out any second. He knows he can't stop those men-at-arms.
I'm going to take the fight. If I win, maybe I have a chance. I'm going to lose anyway if I just keep picking away like this, and all the archers are going to go down. Men-at-arms will rip everything else. He'll be on the berries. Good game gets called, Dave. Oh my goodness, what a performance there from Vortix. 4-1.
Really well played. A lot of people coming into this series expected a 4-3, even Demuslim potentially winning, but Vortix looking very dominant there.
G'day, fellas, and welcome to the casting couch. I'm here with Leenock. Leenock, how are you doing today?
A little bit nervous today.
A little bit nervous today. We'll talk more about that in a little bit.
压力上来
I'm
了
going to get behind the scenes with you, Leenock. Today I'm going to be asking some questions about you, who you are, where you're from. So we're going to start with before gaming. What did you do before gaming?
I did in StarCraft 2 before.
Before you were playing StarCraft 2?
Yeah.
When did you start playing StarCraft 2?
Oh, maybe 2010 start, maybe.
And how old were you in 2010?
Maybe 15.
15. Okay, so you.
老李说他15岁的时候开始玩星海2。
And maybe they are a farmer, maybe they are, working in the government. But for you, nothing.
Yeah, just I'm student.
Just a student. Okay. So you've been playing games for a long time. You said before you're from StarCraft 2.
Yeah.
Did you play any other games before as well?
Brood Wars. So I played until 14 maybe.
Okay, so you played Brood War before, and which race are you playing? Terran, Protoss, Zerg?
I'm Zerg player.
Okay, and that explains why you like the Chinese so much. I don't know about you, but I'm a Zerg player as well, and also a Chinese player. It's very similar because you can make a lot of villages with the China. Yeah.
But before, when I streaming in my channel, I told it about it many times. It's just like when that time, everyone haven't played China, so like hipster, so I play China.
So do you see yourself as a bit of a hipster when it comes to Age of Empires?
Yeah, but I think it's a little bit mistake, I think.
Well, I think in the tournament at the moment, you like to pick China quite a lot. How do you think the balance is? Do you think China, they're good, they're bad, so-so?
For China, is maybe it's important, I think. Like, if like some make easy for defense, good for China. But if not, no more maps, I think it's also not bad, not good.
Okay. So tell me about where you're from. Now, I know that you're from South Korea. Which part of South Korea are you from?
In South Korea, Seoul. Yeah, I'm from Seoul.
Okay, which part of Seoul? Because Seoul's a very big city.
I said, you guys know Doksan-dong?
I don't know.
Seoul.
Doksan-dong?
Doksan-dong.
Oh, of course. Yes,
Yeah.
chat. Yeah. Oh, we understand completely.
首尔的 Doksan-dong.
Okay, so you've been in Korea all your
What's
life.
your address, bro?
One of the things that people from the West, we don't really have, it's military service. So you have to go to the army. You had to go to the army when you were 18? How old were you when you went to the army?
3 years ago.
3 years ago.
Yes.
3年前他去
So
军队了。
what was that like for you? That must have been difficult because you don't get to play games anymore, right?
Yes, right. So just very hard for me. Really, just pain. Just tired also pain for me, but more important is can't play tournament.
Yeah, this is a really big thing.
Yes.
We see this a lot in the professional scene. Many people, they go away for the military, they come back, they can't play tournaments, not very good anymore.
Yes.
But for you, you still seem to be pretty good. You're doing well in the tournament. Today, it's going to be a big game for you, so good luck. But before we go, I want to ask you one final question, okay? You're playing a lot of games on ladder.
Yeah,
I think maybe 2,000 games on ladder. What is your secret? I know that you're Korean, but you're playing so many games. Do you have the Red Bull?
Just nothing. Just I started StarCraft 2 before. That time I started just for me, just play game and sleep is game. Play game, sleep is normal to me. Every almost Korean pro gamer almost the same maybe.
So how many hours in a day are you playing?
Maybe almost normally 12 hours maybe.
12 hours a day.
Yeah.
Easy.
Yes.
So before we go,
一天练12个小时，我的天呐！
Before we finish, did you want to say hi to anybody? Mum, dad, maybe a girlfriend?
Sure. For my family and my girlfriend. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, hello, Leenock's girlfriend. Hello, Leenock's family. Hopefully they're doing well. But thank you, Leenock, for joining me on the casting couch. Good luck today. Good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
And I'm sure you'll do really well.
I think so.
Over to you guys.
Thank you.
And we are back. Leenock, what a cuddle bear. And I love him so much. And I'm back again here in the Anker Crowd and Hello Fresh kitchen. And we have two delicious meals today. Could you maybe tell us what's
Here we have the Nasi Goreng.
不是吧？
Yeah.
现在开始吃德国蛋饼哦。
Pancakes with some spring onions and curry in it.
Ooh, okay.
And we had pork tenderloin with creamy curry sauce and potatoes and broccoli.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I already saw lots of people eating it. Lots of people especially saying how tender the pork was. Well, is there any special pork?
It's only
Just your good cooking. Okay.
the good spices.
The good spices. What spices did we put in there?
I had some chipotle chili a little bit, pepper, paprika, pepper.
The pepper symphony I see there.
Yeah, pepper symphony, and some smoke salt, hickory smoke.
Okay, really good. Obviously, Anker Kraut, if you try to use my code down below and order more than 10 euros, you will get a surprise spice as well there. And
Should I make one?
Yeah, I'm fine. Now he's preparing the Nasi Goreng for me with the pancake. And that's with broccoli, that's rice. I already ate mine and already preparing for the second plate now. And it was like, normally when I eat a Nasi Goreng, it feels like it's a bit dry. What did you do so special that it wasn't dry today?
I put in some soy sauce, ketchup,
mayonnaise.
Yeah, and that was it.
Okay. So apparently pretty easy to replicate if you just follow the orders that HelloFresh is giving you. And you also have something crazy for decoration.
We have a butterfly. The butterfly was out of a carrot.
So he actually carved a butterfly out of a carrot. I didn't even know butterfly are living in carrots. But I will learn that today. That's going to be our early session tomorrow. And our chef will explain me how to find those butterflies in those carrots. And obviously you want to support HelloFresh and Anker Kraut. If you want to support N4C, as you all know down below, all the ways to support the tournament directly and the sponsors. We will have the Mista against Leenock next. We just heard from Leenock. He was really cuddly there. I like him so much. Now we will hear from the Mista. And after that, the next set.
Mista, welcome. We have a short interview with you as this guy over here is not very busy playing AoE4 anymore.
Yes.
He's got nothing to play for, so he's
Viper
just simply
在那边给我
juggling
玩
the ball in the background now. Welcome. This is an introduction to you, not only in this interview, but this tournament. I think this is the fan base being introduced to you, a large portion of them for the very first time. I know you were present in past tournaments, but your personality isn't really on the forefront before this because you're not a streamer, right?
Yeah.
As much as some of the others are. You obviously have some content of your own, but primarily focused as a player. Can you give us a little brief history of your gaming career?
Well, I have been playing since really, really young. My father bought me a PC when I was like 9 years old, and we were playing Age of Empires 2 together.
Yeah.
I've been playing Age of Empires 2 for a few years after that, until I started beating my dad and all the people in my town.
Did he stop playing when you started beating him?
He stopped. I remember the game he stopped playing against me. It was a Black Forest game where I ate down all the trees. Like we had like this peace treaty, right? For like 1 hour, in-game hour. And then we would be like, we would fight in the middle. But then I had Aztecs, and I ate all the trees, all the way to the back. And as soon as he looks at me, he's like, okay, we can start fighting now. And I'm like, okay, just open the way from behind his base, go in with 200 Jaguar warriors, and he just resigns. He's like, I'm not playing you again.
And so you started on Age of Empires 2, and then you moved to a lot of other games, and you actually got really good at a variety of RTS games. I think there was AoE 2, you had a decent level.
Yeah.
Age of Mythology.
Yes.
Would you rank yourself as one of the best Age of
I
Mythology?
would say one of the top 3.
Okay.
I wouldn't say it first, second, or third, but I would say top 3.
Yeah.
Me, Magic, and Magyar.
Magic, of course, another Age of Empires 4 player who's quite good. And you were telling me a little bit about your friendship with him.
跟大家报告一下，等一下播完这个 BO7，大家不要离开哦，我会做抽奖的活动。那如果离开的话，抽到你也是会告诉你的，但是就是要等明天才会告诉你，因为不知道怎么告诉大家你有中奖哦。等一下播完会，今天有聊天在艾菲卡 TV 上面有聊天的观众朋友们哦，会抽1位。那如果等一下被抽到的朋友们，就帮我去 FB 上面密这个艾菲卡 TV 就可以了。哦，等一下会教大家，哦，教得奖者啦。我会在直播的时候教你们。现在目前看起来有留言的观众朋友们，大概几率就是1/20了，其实还蛮高的。还蛮高的。
I started playing Age of Mythology around 16. Actually, I played my first game of Age of Mythology 27 of July 2016. That was my first
You would
game.
remember the exact
And it was actually an Odin against Kronos on Alfheim, and I actually remember the game. It was so fun playing, because I didn't play any RTS games for like 3 years. And then I go to an internet cafe, see this guy play Age of Mythology, and I'm like, maybe I should give it a go and try it, because I was playing Age of Empires 2 like until I was like 12, 13. And I loved it. And I just kept going and kept playing more.
So you mentioned that you are a farmer.
Yes.
You have a family farm, and you work there with your grandfather as well. So that's very different experience than a lot of the other gamers who are just playing basically non-stop. You have these mandatory breaks in between, be it a year, be it 6 months, or even like a week where you can't play the game. How does that change how you approach?
I'm kind of used to it. The way I fight this non-playing period is by thinking a lot. Like, if I want to play when I'm back after my break, I think a lot. Right? Obviously, I'm gonna watch some streams. I might play a game here and there, but I cannot put effort, which means that I'm falling behind in meta and mechanically, right? Because I'm also like using my hands to do the work, so I become slower. Sometimes I get injured. But what I try to do is, like, if let's say there's a tournament in 2 months and I can't play now, but I can play in like a month from now. What I will try to do is, like, I will try to keep up with the meta, and I will try to replay games in my head. And every time I would see a streamer before I go to bed, I'll try to watch the stream as if I am playing. Like, in this situation, what I would do, how he reacted, and at the same time I'm taking notes about the player, which I will remember in case I need those notes at the point where I'm gonna play him.
Do you think that gives you an advantage in like a tournament setting like this? The fact that you
抽什么奖哦？要在艾菲卡 TV 上面留言才有办法，才有机
I think
会
it。gives me an advantage because I get to learn players by watching them play, and at the same time, a lot of players don't know how I play. I'm an open book when I play. I just do things that I think that work.
Yeah.
Right? But though many of those things, they're not in the meta. So people do not expect that. And because I don't play that many games, they don't have something to study about me.
I love speaking to other players about you. They're like, I don't know, like, I talked to BC. He said, I don't know what to do. Like, I'd almost rather play anyone else here because I don't know what's coming. Like, I
Mista 家里是有农场的，难怪他玩英国这么爱农啊。哦，这个名副其实。
It's funny that he says that because every time I see you speaking with someone else, you're legitimately telling them your strategy.
Yeah, because I love talking about the game.
Yeah.
I love talking about strategy. And like, for those who have watched my stream in Age of Mythology, every time I would play, I would just analyze everything that I do. Because I want people to improve the game, to improve the playstyle, to improve the meta. And obviously I want people to follow my meta. Because it makes me feel good.
Yeah. Do you, like, is there anything...
Mista 他会告诉对手他要打什么套路，然后让对手认同他，然后如果跟着他的 meta， 他觉得他 feeling good。
If I come up on you and you're talking to someone else, 90% of the time it's about some strategy or something, and you're just diving super deep into there. Is that like one of your favorite things to do in life?
For me, that's like it's close. Like discussing about strategies is close to actually winning games.
Yeah.
Just sharing my thoughts and seeing people like understanding my thoughts and agreeing with my thoughts, and then them using those things that I thought, that's also a win for me.
Yeah.
And I really enjoy it.
And you mentioned that a lot of that is because you come from a small town?
Yeah, actually I come from a small village of 45 people.
45 people. So we thought the Vipers village in Norway was small, you know, way up there in the north, but he comes from a village of 45 people, and you were mentioning like all your friends were just casual gamers. They were never in depth, they never enjoyed the process.
Yes, so most of my friends played RPG games or Dota. I was like the only one where we like when after school when we would go to internet cafes and play, I would just sit in the corner of the internet cafe in my own computer, because I was the only one sitting there all the time, because I'm like I really like the same setup all the time. And I would play RTS, and everybody else would play RPGs or MOBAs or Dota or something like that.
So you said coming here, I remember very clearly in the interview, when we asked about your expectations or what you wanted from this tournament, you said the main motivation was just to meet people and discuss the game. And I can totally feel that when you're here. Like, you get so much enjoyment, so much energy just from discussing strategies and being around people who enjoy the same thing that you do. Saying that, now that you've had a few good results here and a few really unique, I think you're the only person with a landmark victory, and you have 3 of them. And you almost had 4. Almost had 4, I think. If you were to do that one again, I think you would have had 4.
Yes.
Has it changed?
No, not really. I'm already a winner.
Okay.
Like, I am having the time of my life here.
Yeah. And also on Sunday, it's a big day for you.
It's my birthday.
And it's not just any birthday. It's a big birthday number right there. The big 3-0 for the Mista on Sunday. And you can tell how long he's been playing the game. Thank you, Mista, for joining us. And I think you've made a lot of new fans. I know the chat has been cheering for you. All the players are just kind of like, I don't want to play him. Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
Just keep playing the game. It's really enjoyable. And I think that it's going to get better and better.
Yeah. If this is any indication, I think the meta is going to keep evolving. And it's
the games here have nothing to do with ladder.
Yeah.
The games here are like really enjoyable.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you very much for speaking to me, and good luck.
Thank you.
G'day, fellas, and we are
Wow.
back. Well, I'm back. Nilly's also here as well. Nilly, how you doing?
Heyo.
我觉得 Mista 的这样子的状态
And asking him to stream. This was a
真的不错，很享受这个比赛的过程。
Thanks for being active in chat regardless.
Well, I saw that.
没账号可以去办一个
There
啊
was a lot of Nilly Mistas being thrown out.
很快啦，1分钟而已。
He is Craigasm. He is Craigasm.
He is. And a lot of big fans coming through now for Mista. So hopefully we see a little bit more action out of him after the tournament. Perhaps we see him streaming a little bit more. But speaking of the tournament, I hear we've got ourselves a game coming up.
真的做的，真的是他的状态
Mista probably considered to be top 3, top 4. Now with Demuslim falling, maybe even rising in those ranks.
Yep.
But lost to Leenock in the group stage 3-1, but that was early this week.
That was early, and I think Mista, obviously, he's the kind of guy who takes a little bit of time to get comfortable. You know, he's got a lot of different aspects going on. Number one, the fans. You've got to position those fans.
看样子要开始了
Height of the monitor
我厕所一下
adjustable, and you need
1分钟啊
keyboard boxes under it. Number 3, the keyboard. Don't even get me started on that keyboard.
It's so weird.
It is a little bit weird, but he's comfortable now, and he is looking in his prime. So I'm looking forward to that. Now, a lot of you guys might also be wondering, where's Grubby? Well, Grubby was scheduled for this cast, but he's heading on his way back home.
Actually, it wasn't. We had always planned to have only the Swiss stage with him, right? As you know.
Actually, that's true. Yeah, good point.
And
yes.
then he enjoyed it so much that he said, okay, I'm going to stay longer, but then changed his mind 12 hours later again because he just felt he had to stream a bit more. And therefore, that's actually what happened.
Yes, yes. So, yeah, it was definitely a little bit of a flip and flop, but we are back. And we're going to be heading into game 1 shortly. So we've got the map as well. Now, this map, it's a best of 7. It starts out with a random map that's been pulled out of a pool of the maps that we've got available, and it is High View.
Indeed. I just had random number generator activated, and in the first one we had Altai. Today, or this one, we have High View. And yeah, you already glimpsed a bit at the civilizations. And we will see a matchup that I think we have not seen before. Did we? Maybe on Mongolian Heights we saw it once.
I think we have seen it, yeah, once before. It's going to be a Rus mirror. So no fishing boats here, though. We are on a land map. So Rus mirror coming in for you guys. Leenock on the Rus. Probably a civilization that he doesn't really play that much. Mr. on the other hand, he's a big fan of the Rus. I know he played a lot off his main account. Well, I mean, when does he really ever play on his main account? But he played it a lot. When it was quite strong back in the days, the horse archers. Oh God, the horse archers. You remember those well, don't you, Nilly?
I do. I actually thought it was kind of interesting how this one progressed. It just felt so
第一场是高野市区罗斯内战。以罗斯这个文明来看的话，我可能会投给 Mista 一票。可能投给 Mista 一票。
Then they got the nerf, and now they're kind of unplayable, I feel. At least that strategy I have not really seen for at least a month now.
Yeah, it's been a long time since that strategy has been prevalent. We used to see, the scouts as well as the horse archers. Normally the professional scouts would come out as well, the relic pickup. So typically now we seem to be seeing a bit more Age 2 orientated Rus play. So whether we see a double town center out today, that is one of the things. There was a game that was played earlier in the tournament where a double town center came out and still a very strong feudal age defense was put on. So probably going to be a strategy that comes out. Keep in mind these two civilizations, or this one civilization, very strong in the late game.
好，谢谢大家，刚办上好，谢谢。那抽奖的话，如果真的到最后没有在的话，抽到你没关系，明天有记得来，我还是会持续公告，大家。
For someone or against someone.
Yeah, it really is difficult to pick a side over here, but you guys in chat, you guys are going to have an option.
好的，各位观众朋友们，今天的6进4的第2场终于开始了哈。那是2盘的第一盘，第2场的第2场的第一盘是由来自希腊选手 Mista 对上是韩国选手Leenock。那罗斯内战的话，赏金先抢双方应该都会出到3只斥候。
At least most of you know, if you kill some huntables, if you kill some
每天熬夜撑得住吗？这个比赛再播3天就休息了嘛？还行啊。这确实对身体负担是有，但是对比前几天来说，今天的赛程是比较轻松一点的。谢谢关心。
You're already calling it all 7 civilizations.
谢谢。
Well, there is an 8th civilization technically.
但是抽奖的话是随机抽的，不是，就是看运气。那之后如果假设黄金联赛也确定会在艾菲卡播的话，就会尽可能有抽奖活动，还是会告诉大家。好，谢谢大家也是熬夜看这个比赛，支持世纪帝国4。好，那回到游戏里面哦。我个人如果是讲比赛的这个风格的话，我比较喜欢 Mista 的风格。我喜欢他的风格。那 Leenock 的话，作为亚洲区最后选手，也想替他加油。所以这个不好说。
option, but the most important thing is that this map has so many wolves, and obviously that gives you another extra 25 gold.
那这张图高野市区罗斯出场率非常高的原因，第一个，它的狩猎小屋可以在这个牧区附近就可以自动去产黄金以外，这张图的这个野生动物狼啊什么的也比较多所以在这个高野市区里面，通常不会有这种中国或是神罗的出现绝大多数都是前中盘强的文明出来打比较多。那罗斯目前版本不是最强文明，但是他在比如说蒙古高原的表现也是不错的。那这一盘双方罗斯以文明理解的话，我可能会觉得 Mista 强一点点。那目前刚好 Leenock 的赏金是250。Leenock 的赏金250，刚好过。Mista 这边不知道多少。今天 Leenock 的心跳特别的平静觉得打到这边来就平常心了。Leenock 出到4只斥候去了，哇！这边350是 Mista。赏金多 Leenock 多100。OK, Mista.
Something weird happened. I think the wrong person hosted. So Mista is actually in red. The overlay read the civilizations correctly. It's simply the wrong person hosted. Typically, we told everyone, if you see the door in the background, if you see the small plug in the background, left-hand side, it should always be the blue player. They confused that, and that's why we were so confused, and overlay guy went crazy behind the scenes.
Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. So we'll just double check. We're going to click on the blue town center. It should be Leenock's town center.
蓝色是 Leenock， 但是他的镜头换错，弄错了。
It might be a bit confusing because not only do we have the blue on the left side, the red on the right side, but we've got them flipped on our screen. So hopefully there's not too many mistakes, but we already start to see a horseman coming out for Leenock, whereas
OK 这边 Mista 点专业斥候。那个官方是说他等一下这个萤幕他会对调萤幕会对调，他们弄错了。Mista 这边出了专业斥候之外，他还出了骑士。等一下啦，到底谁的赏金是280啊？是 Leenock 还是谁啊？哇，真的是会混乱哎。
You've done something good for yourself, but at the same time, you've done something bad for yourself. You've shot yourself in the foot.
How is cutting your nose off a good thing?
To spite your face, you know. You're maybe you're angry at your face, and so you cut your nose off. But then it's like, well, it's your face, and you've just gone and cut your nose off.
军营跟马厩
，keep your nose on your face.
Mista 他有没有可能走高等贸易所？等一下，小李这边是多偷了一个轮轴，偷一个轮轴。
Yeah, at this point in time, still not 100% the best, especially considering that Mista has got those professional scouts out. They're going to be doing so much work for him. And now we start to see some spears moving out across the field as well. Mista potentially...
小李这几天他点科技、点经济科技都点得很早。之前没有点的这么早，现在他把轮轴看得非常重要，每一个文明都早早点轮轴，走双 TC。Mista 是一个单 TC 减失流，他开创的。Leenock 叛逆不想跟，走的是一个双 TC 罗斯。然后没有点专业斥候，走这个轮轴路线。双方是罗斯内战，但是这边打出来的格局已经是完全不同了。 非常有意思哦。哇，这一盘
Is it possible to flip cameras and overlay for this match?
I thought you wrote something different. I thought you basically accused production to be wrong. Because this, like, the Leenock playstyle is so much Mista's playstyle, don't you think?
Yeah, it really is. It really is. At this point in time, Leenock is doing exactly what you'd expect Mista to do. He's playing that safe way, that methodical style, and now also dropping down an outpost or a wooden fortress in the wood line here. So really looking quite strong.
Okay, let's take a look. We have now lots of villagers on berries here.
Leenock 这个打法很二代啊 ，High TC 防守，农经济，村民反超。那让这个 Mista 现在要去犹豫说，我要捡完鹿肉之后，我要打一波大封建推你吗？还是我要上城堡？可是罗斯上城堡并没有特别强。他不是像阿拔斯上来城堡可以直接推冲车工程器在你脸上，打步兵也没有说特别有什么加成什么的。现在把球丢给 Mista， 这个把球丢回给 Mista， 我自己是蛮喜欢的，大家都走自己的 meta， 不要跟
Three
counted the strategy out, but we were wrong.
Wow, is he going horse archers?
I think so.
In 2022?
I think so.
That's absolutely wild.
In March 2022.
哇，这边小李没看到村民被杀。
But it looks like Leenock now also investing in a couple of upgrades. He's getting that double broad axe in. He lost 3 villagers on that gold mine.
Mista 这边出了3个射箭场。
Typically in this situation, you would want to avoid altogether gathering.
Mista 现在想要打什么呢？看起来 Mista 是想要打大封建哦。现在这边有侦查在走。那刚刚 Demuslim 关键局输掉的那一盘，他没有侦查到对手后方在干嘛。现在 Leenock 在做这件事情。我逛一下你后面，看一下你在干嘛。这边逛到了。哦，确定哈？3个靶场，3个靶场，然后 Leenock 这里是有一个情报，这边走的是3-1修道院，想要打马弓啊，是不是？想要打 Carbacher 啊？马弓已死，没有 ，Mista 说还在。这边弄到 Mista 一波，弄到节奏。Mista 这里想要打之前那个版本的罗斯，捡尸流再转马弓。我今天有吃宵夜吗？我刚中场休息有吃。哦，今天再提醒一下大家，今天转播完之后马上会做抽奖的活动，就1天1位观众朋友们。那现在有大概20几位观众有留言嘛？那最后抽到的观众如果不在的话，没关系，我明天再通知，然后我会在直播教你们怎么去找那个艾菲卡提米这样。这边马弓上来3只 ，Leenock 村民数45对上36。
Looking, the horse archer here is actually not a bad play. It's kind of a smart move, and you can see that the horsemen going to be running in underneath that town center. They've got to be careful, and now the horse archer is really coming out. Mista taking a play back to 2021 right here. It's a long time since we've seen this build order coming out, but he's got horse archers on the field at 11 minutes. That's pretty damn early.
Yeah, absolutely. After playing the feudal age, right? And the tricky thing is, maybe Men at Arms might have been better in the right here, right now, against the feudal age army. But then again, your opponent can go for
这边马弓控制力要很强啊。
horse archer numbers, and Leenock can't really go for horse archers himself because then he's going for the same strategy simply later.
现在先捡遗迹。单一修道院，僧侣战士半价，然后打这个马弓，这个不就是早期的罗斯吗？这不就是 Mista 最早在玩的吗？ Mista 把他的 meta 第一盘已经告诉你了，我就是这个世代开创 meta 的王者。你以为2022年不能再玩了？没关系，我玩给你看。Leenock 这边完蛋了，这边要被屌射。现在村民数52对上40，但是军事压不下来，这个马弓贴在脸上，直接开喷。Mista 除了这个马弓之走高等贸易所，没有看到，没有看到。一村，2村，3村上来了，哇，差一点。这个2个人完全打出不同的东西，一个是2代的那种开农，走经济，走高等贸易所。Mista 这边是比较组合，就是他自己开创的啦。单一修道院捡遗迹，马弓直程上来捡尸流，哇，这个套路我很怀念啊。虽然4代才过半年而已，但是这个是最初罗斯对抗蒙古的时候，罗斯很盛行的时候的那一个版本。Mista 在玩的。
He's got to talk to his wood investor. That's a terrible return.
Maybe you should research forestry.
We may see the 22-minute forestry come through. Players have been opting for it. We actually see a wooden fortress coming down on the gold mine, looking to avoid any further villager losses out here.
现在他那个高等贸易所产的黄金也是特别烂啊，有点惨哦，小李。小李这一盘这个节奏不太好了，现在因为刚刚被屌射一波，遗迹输，10代输，村民数没有被拉开太多。这边 Mista 是很有机会拿下第一盘，还有第二个是，现在 Mista 的马弓在后面弄，谁处理这马弓？Leenock 这里是出奇手哦，这边控兵哦，直接穿越这个树林。哇！但是 Mista 这一对马弓，现在 Leenock 要用什么解？工程器吗？骑士吗？如果先要打马弓的话，你要在短时间内以量取胜，不然你会被 Mista snowball 起来。现在 Leenock 是走骑士，那这样子就是看控兵。Mista 如果没有失误，拉打够猛，那 Leenock 就只能处于一个被动的姿态。投石车已经推出来了 ，Mista 是单 TC 给压力，可是投石车推出来了，4个遗迹。哇，这一盘 Leenock 真的危险，他现在没有任何遗迹啊。罗斯内战假设啦，打到一个大后期，遗迹就很重要了。双方都打弩炮阵、马弓阵的话 ，Leenock 打到后期没有黄金也是输啊。这张图黄金不多啊。哇，这个又是一个 meta 的压制啊。现在 Mista 开始在这个墓群盖一堆狩猎小屋，现在这个经济单 TC 可是充分利用到这地图的优势，地图的控制，后面马弓一大堆，好可怕欸 Mista。那这一盘是用 meta 理解在玩欸。哇喽喽！
The Wallalo goes off. Let's see if he manages to bait these in.
好
Looks like
坏
they're going to be staying on the edge. We can see a couple units. He's trying to bring it forward. He's actually doing the push very well. He manages to snag one spear.
，Mista 好可怕哎。
Oh, what a beautiful move. Obviously, the monk itself can't move, but if you have units behind it, move forward. You're pushing it there. Brilliant move by Mista, but Leenock was on his toes.
Yeah, very, very nice move there from Mista. Unfortunately, didn't see him get to steal away the entire army, but very well played.
哇，但是 Mista 这个，他的螺丝马弓不是猛虎突起啊，不会自动射箭啊，操作难度是非常高的啊。但是圣地现在卡了2个。
Yeah, well, it was definitely.
遗
I
迹
mean, you take
有
your
4个。
enemy's army in a move like that. Yeah. Not only is it a good game, but they're probably on tilt as well. I don't know about you.
痛苦指数越来越高啊，
Game one.
村民数也没有特别领先啊，小李。痛苦指数很高，
In a stealth
小李
forest
这一盘
nonetheless
很
as
痛
well.
苦
So
啊，
keep in mind
地图
that
控制没
Leenock
有。
wouldn't have been able to see it. He just hears it because he doesn't have vision on that warrior monk. So yeah.
The circle moves a bit forward.
Yeah, I don't even think you get to see the circle.
小李现在慢慢的把这个文明啊，很多局他都玩得很像中国，开 TC 在那边弄。
So we'll sort clarification from them. But in the meantime, Mista's going to be seeking.
这边直接 shut down 很多村民。现在 Mista 的马弓开始溜起来。
Macro on point, Spearman coming over. Nice split here as well. This is really good macro by Mista. Look at that. Barely loses something, but gets raided.
Oh, the raid back at home right now.
现在小李，小李在后面乱砍。Mista 会不会像那一天 BC 那一盘一样啊 ？Mista，
Oh, this is absolutely terrible right now for Mista. Those villager numbers continue to dwindle
Mista 没有发现他家里被剁哎。
Look at this, he's barely awake right now. What is going on, Nilly?
Wow, this is so weird. Goes for herbal medicine, try to heal
Mista.
up a bit more, but if you have no villagers, what do you want to heal up with?
He's on 36 villagers right now in the space of less than a minute, and finally he realizes, oh, this is terrible right now for Mista.
35 villagers. He still has 4 relics, but
哇，玩马弓真的很需要技术啊。
But he has so many losses as well. Gloves are off.
Gloves really getting off right now. These two are swinging at each other, exchanging punches. But unfortunately, it looks like Mista getting the few.
Mista 刚刚那个镜头的画面是有抖动哦，是有眼神飘了一下，想说 What the hell is this？ 我以为我压制你了，结果我家里被砍到一个不要了。他太 focus 在马弓的操作了。
It is very, very spicy because keep in mind we are sponsored proudly by Anchorkraut, so big shout out to them. Hashtag Anchorkraut in the chat. But yeah, at this point in time, Mista has to try and look to transition out of this. He's got his relics in control. He's got his villagers only 34, so he's down about 20 villagers, also down a second town center.
还好小李有这样乱杀到，不然这一盘他没有机会逆转，几乎。
I think, wow, he has a lot of military. In this case, my thought was more like, wow, he has very few wills.
哇，如果这一边这样子给小李夹住，马弓出不来了，被杀到太多。 哇的天呐 ！Mista 刚刚是90%会赢的，现在以这个节奏看的话，
Some farms could go down here. Obviously, 2 more shots and 3 at least down. First shot should get something. Oh no,
可能变6-4开哦，可能变6-4开哦。
But if both players are super low on economy, relics are actually worth more, right? You can't really raid them. Sacred site still
小李变6，
and therefore Mista.
但 Mista 必须挤出更多的军事，先防守一波。他在被乱杀到30村以下，他这个不会有军事出来了，剩一队马弓在6，然后小李会 snowball 起来哦。
Mista microing away, but I'm a little bit worried. We'll head down towards the south side of our map right now because these knights are posturing. They're looking for villagers nearly. They're smelling them out like vampires. Or is it
哇 ，Mista 会很生气啊
！What are those things?
Mista 会很生气啊，他大好的
Sharks like a shark.
Mista 有2 TC 了，但是他的军事现在没有办法压制 Leenock， 但是他还有遗迹4个。
Unfortunately for Mista, all of his villagers are dead, so there are no villagers left in that spot to kill. But he has added a second town center, loses some mangonel to villagers, but does trade out some of them with the mangonel, so not terrible. But keep in mind, he's added in that second town center now, so he's going to be able to at least stay on par with Leenock at this point. But it's still
小李心里很开心啊，他一定心里有这个读心术，你看不到，你看不到，你看不到，你看不到，一直在那边念。
He's just flying in, and as you can see, he is really able to put on military on the map.
Yeah, now keep in mind, this also goes over to his bounty at the moment.
现在 Mista 分数掉一半。
That's Mista. He is at tier 2. Leenock already above 500. I saw that earlier, so that will be more food income. Look at that, 535 already in a 1v1.
Yeah, that's absolutely massive. Now, obviously, we're playing on high view. There's always going to be a
Mista
little
会
bit
哭
more.
欸。
You know, Rus mirror makes all the difference. Going to be affecting his.
前面好几天不是有那个皇宫卫兵4只乱杀他，杀到他一个歪头嘛
We always thought Mista had 4 relics, right? But in the count or in our scoreboard at the top, it's how many relics.
现在的问题是一个人的食物起不来了。
All this time.
Leenock 我跟你讲，他现在就是直接狂出骑士，一直 red。就是现在小李不要再去弄了，小李现在就是骑士大量直接 red， 杀到那个 TC 附近都没有办法出来做事，那这一盘就是稳稳的。马弓现在在后面，喔喽喽。
He does get the move in, and you can see the horse archers pushing them forward. He's going to be taking a huge amount.
哇，没中。
Oh, it was so damn close, Nilly.
Completely dodged, but what another crazy threat, and you have to be so on your toes if you play against the Mista.
He's just constantly doing it. We hear a second Wololo coming in. Where is it? It's over towards the west side, which you know as the best side. It looks like he's going to seal up 3 villages there.
3村遭到了。
He gets back into the game. Is this the Cinderella story right now, Nilly?
41村对55。
Behind so much idle economy, as you can see, 41 villagers, 31 of them idle. He barely has income.
Yeah, it's not pretty. Never a good spot to be in when you got 38 villagers on 34 are idle, but we can see now that he's also got a little bit of pressure coming towards that
糟糕
second town
，Mista
center
这
as
里
well.
难打了。
Veteran spears doing their best to try and take
长
control,
枪
but
兵
now
现在出来了
they're looking to deal with this raid back towards his base.
大量哇，直接爆 TC 完蛋。
He's got plenty of wood to heal this up.
Mista 原本稳稳的变输的啊。
Man, obviously horse archers are a unit that you have to babysit quite a bit. You don't want to really let them fight on their own.
还会想要捶桌子哎。
Shoot, want to move away, shoot, and that's where the strength is coming from, the damage output and the mobility. But that also means you can't macro on other ends.
Yeah, it's really difficult. And you can see the difference in the horse archers. Obviously not as strong as they used to be. It's been rare that
正常来说其实是这样了。
pull out victories with them, and part of the reason why we rarely
刚刚真的是90%， Mista 91开，分明数没输，结果被杀到哇！真的，如果是我玩这一盘，我真的会气死哎！我真的会被自己气死。
Yeah, you're not wrong.
现在 Mista 的眼神一直在飘，你没有看到吗？你没有看到 Mista 的眼神在飘吗？我看到他心痛的感觉。
Because keep in mind, not only are you taking 15 villages from your
我
enemy,
心很
you're
痛
giving。them to yourself. So it's a real swing of 30 villages. It's absolutely massive. But now we see another raid coming in towards the base of Mista, and neither player walling.
而且这一盘是 Mista 的招牌的螺丝啊，双方的文明强的地方不一样。可是这个是 Mista， 我认为打罗斯那一战他必须赢啊！哇，我真的
zero for execution.
That bad. Okay, you're harsh.
啊，我觉得 Mista 有点会不会心态被影响啊？
Mista now drops below 30 villagers. Will save at least some of them.
还被杀到29村、28村。
population against more than double of that by Leenock.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, how does Mista pull this back? Is it just some sort of crazy raid that happens that he somehow manages to do? What can he possibly do to come back into this game?
It's only possible if Leenock underbuilds cavalry. I think if he goes full spearman and gets out microed fully and loses a lot of villagers, then horse archers are obviously shining.
Yep.
But the moment Mista just sees Leenock constantly going for army, constantly fighting, trading off armies, the better economy will pay off. And
oh, he's doing it. Is he doing it? He's going for the snipe. Look at those villagers moving forward. How much stone does he have in the bank? He's got 300 stone at the moment.
But what snipe is that going to be?
That's
哇，太多军事了 ，Mista
Not a lot of success there, unfortunately.
GG 了。
Good game does get typed. He knows he's not getting this one out. And we have our first game victor. Leenock successful in the Rus mirror.
G to the G and Leenock happy. And you know, you already know that Mista on the other side is now telling him why he should.
Mista 现在想说，兄弟，我这盘让你的啊。
Massively misplayed. If
前面我9-1开啊，
25 villager
不小心射落，没有看到那几只骑士。
You only got lucky.
You got lucky with that raid. That was a massive. That raid was huge, though. That was ridiculous. So he had 4 knights in there on the wood line. The raid kept going to the point that it got to the farms. And I think it was only then that it actually got shut down. Absolutely wild stuff there. I think looking back on that game, my highlights definitely had to be the warrior monk push. I love that, and I think that's going to be one of those strategies, well, not strategies, but tactics that we start to see more and more of.
Okay, and maybe chat can rate that move on a scale of 1 dry corn till a scale to 10 chili jalapeno.
Chili jalapeno.
Well, how spicy was that move with the Warrior Wong push?
It's definitely on the jalapeno end. At least that's the way I'm feeling about it. It was very spicy. Could have used a little bit more seasoning though.
Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't really garnished to perfection. Didn't really. We can actually see that.
A 10 gifted subs.
Yeah, I see a 10 gifted subs. That's pretty spicy. Pretty spicy. So, yeah, not too bad.
Oh, we see it again.
Oh,
Look
here
at
we
that.
go.
Trying to push in, and as you see, now he will put some units behind it and then move the units forward to push the monk with the conversion.
Look right there, yeah, just so good. There was another one that he did on the villagers. That was the one that really could have been super spicy. I think this one probably more towards the corn, maybe about like a 4, so a bit of paprika maybe.
Yeah, maybe some green paprika.
Yeah, but definitely that other one. I'm looking over to production. Hopefully we can get that second one up because I don't know. After watching it, I tell you what. Yeah, that really could have been a game breaker, a game maker.
And easily, as you said, like 30 villagers swinging there would have been a big question. Like, does he actually maneuver out with those villagers? How can he save those?
Yeah.
But just taking away so much from the opponent. And
这个会不会就是一个转捩点呢？
Huge moral victory there. Typically what you'd see
我自己的招牌文明
wooden fortresses and they'd just be
被逆转，
dropping them down like crazy with those 50.
而且这个重点也不是说真的是对手真的很强啊，是自己真的没有注意啊。
Obviously, Mista's going to be looking towards his home map.
It will be Arabia.
It's going to be Arabia. Okay, so not a bad map.
心态会不会就此掉线呢？
So not a bad map. It looks like we are going to have some civilizations.
这个极度痛苦啊！
Shortly, we'll have a look and see what are your suspicions before.
On Dry Arabia, I will say Mista plays Mongols, Leenock plays Abbasid.
I reckon it's Abbasid Mirror. Damn, you got Mista French, Leenock Mongols.
Okay.
A little bit of mind games going on here.
Yeah, apparently. And this is an interesting matchup. French and
这边是出蒙古打法国啊，阿拔斯留在后面。
Win rates more on the bottom end.
Mista 蒙古也还没先出。
Against French, simply because we felt Tower Rush were so good, Spearmen were so good early. French didn't really find the answers, but Mongols not really successful with that strat.
Yeah, Mista especially being one of the pioneers of this new way of playing into the Mongol Tower Rush. So typically what we see him do, and I expect that we'll see him do here, look to get up around that 5-6 scout mark and really start to apply pressure on that tower. Here we go, here we go.
Push.
Oh, it was so close. Look at the push coming up right there. He's really trying to get it in there nice and deep like. Yeah, that was very spicy. That was definitely a chili flacken at least. It's up that end.
And that was a nice move. Oh, I think it deserved at least some conversion. He got the 3 villager conversion.
Yep.
Another game we go wild there. This one didn't scratch the highlight potential that he already gave us.
Yeah, definitely. When it comes to the Mista, you expect big things, and he definitely. I mean, it was up there, faded away. So let's look towards game 2. Maybe we see some more potential. I mean, what are the big plays likely to happen for Mista? Well, I already see it. mangonels. I see like 3 mangonels in a stealth forest, a whole bunch of crossbows walking up from Leenock. Bam, dead. I'm calling
Dry
it now.
Arabia, no stealth forest.
法国打蒙古，蒙古还是强一点啦。但是 Mista 曾经说他不怕对到蒙古，因为他太会玩蒙古，他知道这个文明的弱点。那等一下一样观战的要点，要先看一下蒙古要不要来插他。
Yeah, I think it's actually heavily undervalued. Right? Lots of people wouldn't even know what it is. Basically, it gives you more upgrades for your stable units that are also cheaper.
Yes, and not available to you in the Castle Age normally. Typically, you'd have to wait till the Imperial Age, but we do see players now looking like they're tapping away on their keyboards. You can see Mista's fan just blowing away right now. At the same time, I think I can see messages from Leenock's girlfriend on his screen, but we'll have to learn a little bit more about that later because we are heading into game number 2. It is going to be the Mista versus Leenock, French versus Mongols. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second game in this series.
好，各位，今天的6进4赛事来到第2场。那刚刚是非常遗憾 ，Mista 本来能赢的，但是没有赢哦，1比0来到了阿拉伯。那双方文明是法兰西对上蒙古。
There's nothing worse than butchering a punchline.
It's Leenock.
It is Leenock. Look at that. Did you see that? This is something I'm a big fan of. So if you can capture a sheep, it will run all the way around to you like that at full speed. And he's gone all the way around.
Mista 这里是双斥候开。Leenock， 我觉得 Leenock 可能会打偏农诶。最近他把很多文明都玩得很浓啊，偏防守。
Mista should get lots of sheep here compared to our Mongol player.
Yeah, and that's a really good point. The way that he did that, so many other people would have looked at that position and said, okay, I need to fall back. I've spotted out the town center. I can safely move back. Instead, he says, no, I'm sticking to my line. If you kill my sheep, that's fine. You have to wait for it. And he goes around, loops around and collects some more sheep. And now we already see a barracks coming out. This is exactly what Mista wants.
还是要插箭塔吗？
because
小李想要搞，
it doesn't do any damage to him.
小李想搞是不是？
I wouldn't be surprised if he's maybe up to.
小李想搞是不是？
Look at that.
Wow.
It's really scary. And he will walk into an area that Mista already scouted in the center as well.
Yep.
I honestly think he will be kept to maximum of 7 sheep in this game.
Yeah, and we can see that Mista's on 2 scouts here as well. So he's going to be covering all those new positions as well. And leaving absolutely nothing there for Leenock. So keep in mind, Leenock also going for a
小李还是要插箭塔，
looking to go for that pasture, which means
但是他后面没羊了，等一下要开牧场先，
the villager is moving out. Going to be a
只一只羊而已。哦，好可怜哦。
French, we still said it, might struggle against that. Not super easy, but luckily for the Mista, defensive gold, defensive wood line, and
现在 Mista 大概有10只羊跟着。牧区，哎呦 ，Mista 牧区有点危险。Mista 的牧只有1块在后面。金的话那还好，没有弄到，因为法国很吃金啊。牧区就那1块，都。
As we can see, Mista, he's not too far away from getting to 100 wood. Maybe he can even build a counter tower, and obviously will be faster than his opponent. Another sheep for the Mista.
Yeah, so now he does.
这个箭塔现在 TC 吃得到。现在羊要送回来，这边村民直接上去 A， 但是这边有可汗加2只长枪兵，不行。
The town center's got a pretty decent range on it. Did you see that?
Yeah, the spearman, he overstepped a bit. Now as you can see, hold position for those. The tower will go up.
哇 ，Mista 很 lucky 啊，他这个牧区只有1块，但是 TC 射到那个箭塔。运气要回到 Mista 这里了。这一场真的没搞到，没搞到。哇，这个箭塔舒舒服服在那边被 TC 弄掉。现在这个射箭场开了，小弓开了。 箭塔就吃不进来了。这个。
think the spearmen can contest villagers that are repairing there, but second tower not really scouted by Mista. That feels a bit sloppy.
Yeah, it's a difficult position. I think a wall behind this would have definitely helped him
哦，看到喽，箭
out.
塔
Down by Leenock pushes
这
him
边
further
Leenock
behind.
的长枪兵在哪里？弄一下，弄一下，小弓要出来了。这个箭塔应该是
Careful here, his scouts getting a bit close to comfort.
I think he needs to commit there. He can't allow this tower
小
to
弓
run.
来喽。
And one archer alone won't do too much, maybe committing there. Oh, this will hurt. I think that second tower is so good for Leenock.
哇，这边 Mista 想要走专业斥候了。
Now turning his attention to defending this outpost, going to be putting his spears inside it, and you can see the scouts now beginning to siege down that first.
现在这个箭塔会掉吗？来得及吗？
Dangerous for him. He's actually come in and secured himself up a position over.
没弄成功。
And Leenock gives the one up. So clever. Scouts are killing the tower. Two archers actually intercepting the potential spearmen.
解掉了蒙古这一盘。
And I thought Mista was in a world of pain. He's totally fine.
It's such a smart move, and the best part about this is he's making more scouts. He's going to go into professional scouts. So you might be looking
蒙
at
古
this
这一
thinking,
盘
okay, he's throwing all of these
掉线
this food into scouts. It's
弄
completely
不到
useless. No, he's
，Mista
gonna
反应太
reinvest
快
those scouts.
斥候已经出来几只了，5、6只、7只，小弓也出来了。 现在要抓那个村民。哇，这一盘 GG 了，哇 GG。
Also, we have seen him fight with scouts quite a bit.
Yeah, he's a big fan of them. We do see that mill going down. So
几乎没弄到 Mista， 几乎没有弄到，完全没弄到。应该不要说几乎啊，没弄到。这场应该搞不到法国赢了。凉掉了。这一盘凉掉了。 现在很多蒙古都不插塔，除了 Beast 以外。Mista 有说，他说现在的蒙古插塔很烂哦。可是 Beast 说，蒙古插塔还是很强。所以你们觉得谁讲的是对的呢？两个都高手，一个说箭塔很强，一个说箭塔很烂。
Yeah, I'm impressed. And now the Khan overstepping a bit as well. Obviously, still finding.
我自己觉得，像 Viper 跟 Demuslim， 他们都是不走箭塔的，就蒙古啊。Mista 也不走箭塔，可是他有可能放话说，哎，我觉得蒙古不要插塔比较好哦。等下他自己玩蒙古的时候，插爆你，有没有可能？有没有可能 ？Mista 跟大家采访的时候说，哎，没有啊，蒙古现在插塔很烂啊，什么不会啊？哦，那插塔 CP 值没什么屁用啊。然后等下自己玩蒙古的时候就直接插塔。
On the field, another 2 in the queue. Now we see professional scouts from Mista will get quite some control. But Leenock, what is he doing with all this gold? He doesn't even have enough food.
Yeah, at the moment you can see he's sitting on about 200 gold. And now the scout's going to come out and be really annoying. He's got to be careful here not to overcommit these scouts. Already we can see the scouts falling back, but Khan going to be out there buffed up by the Yam network. These horsemen.
Mista 现在等专业斥候的过程，过来弄一下，也看到了这个情报，骑手出来了。 那这边其实 Mista 出一只皇家骑士就解决了，不用转长枪兵。对，他现在在出皇家骑士。OK。哎呦，还转了一个军营，这么稳，这么稳。
Finally, the wall that you wanted to see earlier. He is walling at the top from the wood line, and that makes it so much trickier for the horsemen to find different attack angles. And look at that, now the scouts are coming over, easily picking up 7 carcasses, and then safe economy next to your town center.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. Mister's going to be really happy with this. I think this is such a great position for him. Obviously,
现在开始吃路了，而且这个斥候一次全部搬回去。蒙古即使上来了，法国可能也都上来。哇，这个 这一盘Mista 真的没有在吹诶，他说他遇到蒙古不会输啊，因为他太了解蒙古啊，他说的啊。上次不知道他打谁 ，Demuslim 还打谁啊？他不是采访的时候他就说这句了吗？我不管是蒙古打法国，我玩蒙古我会赢法国，我玩法国我会赢蒙古，这是他讲的哦，这是他讲的。采访的时候他讲的。然后他说蒙古插塔很烂啊，不用插啊，有可能是宇智波骗你啊，因为他 Mista。看要不要听啊？要不要听他的建议？我也说真的，我也不知道。但是他真的每一次打这个法国、打蒙古，他打得很顺诶。那这个对局他没有在输啊。但说这个 TC 的位置，这确实这一排还不错。但他的牧区也确实就只有1块，但他守的真的是好。哦，第一只塔小失误啦，那个塔也不能插进来嘛。然后说他 TC 好了，位置这一盘算 Mista 图不错，虽然牧区只有1块。哦，这边瑞的一波。
It's only horsemen though, Nilly. You don't have to worry that too much.
Well, 2 villagers died. 3 villagers are going to die. Why shouldn't I worry?
Could have been.
Mista 这边又开始村民乱死。
Okay, I can see
Mista 这个防守好像不太 OK。村民的不值钱啊 ，Mista 村民不值钱啊。只要是 Mista 在玩的局，他会把村民拉到前面打地标啊，自己小心，他很疯狂。如果是 Vortix 的话，它是完全成强烈对比。
Oh, it's wheelbarrow. It's wheelbarrow. I do apologize.
Okay, so Mista wants to increase his economy. Sees that he is having quite some gold. Still the big question, what army compositions we are going to see. Leenock, everything screams men-at-arms, maybe spearmen. On the other side, Mista, he has lots of options, right? Has the archer range, has the barracks, has the stable.
Yeah, he's got a lot of options open to him. I'd love to see how he's going to play this. I suspect it's probably going to be a guild hall from him. You can see he's about to drop down that landmark as well. Both players very close to getting up now, and indeed it is going to be that landmark getting dropped down a little bit above the town center. So guild hall going to be the way he goes today. No Royal Institute for him, and another raid coming in now.
Also so sad that there was no Royal Institute being put down, and Mista just trying to find some more control, forces the opponent to build some spearmen. Maybe do we see mass spearmen and some improved siege engineering?
Yeah, I think that's definitely an option. Mass spearmen plus men-at-arms plus the improved siege engineering. Very difficult to deal with.
法国到城堡时代打蒙古，蒙古除了出兵快以外，没有什么优势。法国有弓弩兵啊，法国弓弩兵啊。但 Mista 是要转步兵加弓弩兵，还是就弓弩兵？
So I think that might be a switch away from that. Mista now reaches castle age, as we can see, 20% on the other side for Leenock. Chivalry only now coming in, and look at that interesting mix.
Mista 要什么都出诶。
Royal Knights.
老练骑士、装甲步兵、小弓 ，Mista 现在什么都出。哇，总会三明治。
But we'll see how he looks to play it though. A lot of armored units makes a lot of sense.
什么都有，什么都 counter 不到。
Might go men-at-arms, maybe Abelatier are an option here for our French player, and we see veteran archer upgrade now. Scout.
那如果是这样打的话，没有弓弩兵，因为他拿去升老练骑士了，不会有弓弩兵了。他要用老练骑士来打这个装甲。啊 ，Leenock 这里打装甲嘛 ，OK 吗？ OK， 那这边看起来是要正面硬刚哦。Leenock 装甲步兵 OK。Mista 他没有要守在家里打一个2TC， 因为通常你法国后面要追进去，你要开一个2TC 城堡。这边看起来是要对刚一波。哎呦！
More villagers as well for Mista. We also see quite some map control, so we know how good the situation is for him.
Yeah, it's a really good situation at the moment for Mystery. We definitely feel like he is up at this point in time. We can see those men at arms beginning to come across the map as well.
现在机体2级房在点的是 Mista， 机体赢啊，机体赢啊。Mista 或是 Leenock 谁赢，将会遇到法国王者 Marinlo。
What's happening? Two ovals spawning that close next to each other?
Yeah, very fortunate there. And he actually didn't even wait for the second one.
现在 Leenock 推冲车，点工程科技，可能是要走这个投石车。但是这一盘 Mista 走一个老练骑士，这边机体小李是输的哦，小李是输的哦。这一波我觉得不好说啊。小李在点1级木。他点经济，哦哟，这边残血的往后拉，这边的控兵 Mista 赢了 ，Mista 赢了，机体太后。GG， 这边 GG 了。这蒙古没有防守啊，不是没有防守啊，现在他已经杀到家里了。那边小李还在点经济科技啊，小李也点经济科技。哎 ，Mista 直接皇家骑士洗脸啊。2级攻2级防，1级攻没有防，没穿内衣。蒙古现在有点机体跟不上。哇，要这么夹哦！小李现在又一个2TC， 他每一把都2TC。
Sending thoughts and prayers. If Facebook taught me anything, thoughts and prayers are helping.
Leenock 又一个2TC 蒙古，走一个经济流，想要假。Viper 看太多吗 ？VIP 看太多吗？可是 VIP 的 meta 在4代目前不强。
Right now. Yeah, you know what song?
哇 ，Leenock 第2把又用蒙古玩这个 VIP meta， 蒙古就强军事文明玩一个 VIP meta， 打得很不蒙古。现在那个军事科技完全没点。现在不演了，直接插在脸上。给我出来，出来玩 ！Mista 说出来玩，别再弄了。哦，这边投石车走位坡，这个脸上宝插下去，再插一个宝，再挖一个，再插一个，插2个在脸上。我现在看不到小李这一盘怎么赢，除非他刚刚乱杀到 Mista 那样子40-50村啊。赶快搬家，蒙古包搬一搬，搬一搬。但是大家可以看到的是什么 ？Mista 已经算到你会下来这个第2块牧区了。我就在这里等，我就看你搬家，我看你搬在哪。现在他要 block 这个位置吗？没有。现在 Mista 知道你要来下面，因为你的资源 transition 在下面，你只要出来伐木，我就把你打爆。现在小李有一个巨头，这个巨头很关键。现在裸露的没人在猜。64村对上53。
But now it looks like the forces of Mista definitely starting.
Mista 是有几个 TC 啊？他2个 TC。Mista 有 TC， 他有双 TC 哦。那 Mista 怎么输？Mista 怎么输？这一盘目前的优势比上一盘还要大。
He just wants to get rid of these because then once I don't know why either. So random relic standing idly by those idle villagers as well. But he's got to be
应该不会翻船吧
overextended himself here, Nilly. You know what
Mista
they
应
say
该不会
about
翻船吧
overextension. It's never a good thing.
这一盘已经没有骑士了哈，没有皇宫卫兵了，不会有东西阻止到 Mista 了。
I mean, have you ever overextended a muscle?
69村对53。Mista 这个城堡是有要修吗？
But it looks like a second town center now getting added for Mista, and this is such a smart move. Obviously, the 2 TC play coming out from Leenock here. He needs to be
现在 Mista 真的没有想要上去打，这边小李挣扎，哦呦，偷掉，偷掉一波。
2 of them, I think he got. Yep, I think 2-1 when it or something. I'm a bit surprised. Probably just 2 knights, and I really like the defense of Leenock though.
小李这边经济全部都点起来，哇，他经济流，YP 流哇，小李一个 YP 流真的全点起来了，连一级金都点，连一级金都给他点起来。
If you're going to rank these civilizations in order of their strength in the late game, French would probably be last. Mongols. Probably, mid of the pack. They've got pretty good siege. They've got pretty good upgrades that are in there.
Oh, now with the new improved stone, actually they got crazy. You're so easily getting all those upgrades. I think their late game actually really improved.
现在小李杀出来了。
Very difficult to deal with. But we see that Leenock goes for a little bit of a raid up towards that northern position as well. The town center now going to be idle there.
又是这4只骑士很熟悉啊。
No wall challenge too much longer. You can see a little bit of a hole opened up in that wood line, and I'd like to see a couple more walls coming out from him.
Okay, Manigham's trying to chase this one away. Okay, is active, but will lose the knight. Archers around to scare the spearmen away, though.
I feel like that's probably enough spearmen that your enemy's made that you could be making mangonels. So I'd be looking out for a siege workshop. I suspect we're probably going to see one through shortly from.
刚刚已经有学到教训了，这一盘 Mista 的反应非常的快，分命数慢慢拉开。
What is the guild hall on and how much do we have? Okay, 1,000 food to be grabbed. Mista actually struggling for food.
He could be looking to go for an imp here. This is what we've seen players do. Donati, a big fan of that as well. Using your guild hall on food, you gather up the gold from the gold mine, and then you just bank out that food in a single click, and you go up to the Imperial Age.
Obviously.
Mista 已经打到他忘记工会大厅里面的食物了，是不是 ？Mista 他打到忘记他里面有东西可以拿。不要吧 ，Mista！ 打着打着，怎么感觉又中盘怪怪的？
Game stabilizes a bit. Maybe this is the moment where we go a bit for POV, try to see what they're focusing on, trying to understand their mind, and trying to see what the next steps are going to be. Because right now,
OK，Mista 终于把这个货领出来了。哦，领出来了。突然想起来，我还好像有存什么东西。
regard to that, but we go into the perspective right now of Mista. You can see just a little the top of his head.
现在 Mista 前线盖2个堡，压着2个堡。他现在领钱出来玩了。那他要走帝王吗？还是要拿来出兵？
Definitely does. But I mean, we got this.
现在有2台巨头，有1台巨头在砸他的城堡。Mista 这边想要走帝王 ，OK， 走一个什么红宫？
He's got too many keeps. He doesn't know where to put his next keep.
现在 Mista 把红宫盖在前线哦。现在小李打比赛，嘴巴都习惯性开开的，很习惯开开的在玩。现在这一波皇家骑士，等一下变身成精锐。这盘目前节奏还是在 Mista 的手上。现在小李压力感觉到喽，投得到吗？投石车。各喊死了。但是这一个红宫又被牵制到了。Mista 的眼神有一点飘啊，怎么会这样？他刚刚有点飘啊，怎么办？这个红宫处理不掉哎，城堡要被拆掉，要被逆转了吗？
Holy moly, where did Leenock pull that one out? Yeah, great economy. Yeah, great.
Wow,
Mista.
Mista.
Like the stranglehold was so on for the French.
And now Mr. cancels the Red Palace. He doesn't have enough resources to drop down another one, so he's not going to be able to go up to the Imperial Age. He keeps himself stuck in
被小李打回来。前线的2个宝再见了，红宫低调了，重新回到这一盘游戏。重新回到这个游戏。
But oh boy, Mista, I thought he was in full control, but Leenock fighting back.
Mista 他真的是很 crazy 的人，他现在在前线，现在修这个宝，现在 Mista 这个食物掉下来被，哇！这一盘输的话 ，Leenock 2-0，他会爽到不行哦，爽到不行哦。
How many traps does he have? I think it's only 4, right? Overlay looked a bit weird. I think it might be 4 packed and unpacked there at the same time in the overlay. And
105村对上74，没有木材了。你没有看到 Mista 的眼神在溃散吗？哇 ，Mista 前面都打得很好，中盘一直在绕赛，哎，怎么办啊？哦 ，Mista 要回家种田了哦，不要吧？ 哇 ，Leenock 夹一波起来了。 他夹起来了，每一天练习时间12个小时，他的账号已经打了2700场了。Leenock 是打世纪帝国4最多的顶尖玩家，不是 Marino， 是 Leenock。苦练会造就他的成功吗？有机会哦。程咬金哎，哇！但是 Mista 中盘真的有点落赛啊，说真的。
Let's see exactly how he's going to play this because at this point in time, military count quite even, villager count a little bit.
天哪 ，Miss！
But I'm really starting to get concerned with.
我赌哪一波了，真的。我刚刚说9-1开，然后就 Mista 输。刚刚那个优势脸上宝，2个在脸上。 然后巨头在那边拆 ，Mista 很晚才偷掉，然后那个红宫盖在前线，但是这一盘游戏算是回到原点而已啦，只是回到原点而已啦。Mista， 哦，这次有看到，这次有看到。现在 Leenock 2级木2级金，他把它当成是世纪帝国2代在玩，这不是 VIP， 这谁？小李，你是怎样 ？Viper 有教你什么吗？ Viper 有教你什么吗？你怎么玩的这一把那么像 Viper 啊？经济点的超级快的，不用军事哎。一个防守反击流哎，故意不点军事机体拿来让你打我啊，然后结果还真打不进去。现在 Mista 要吐了。
Pretty damn crazy. He lost 2 keeps at the front, the red palace, and I think he still has 3 keeps on the map. 1 in the center, 1 at the bottom, 1 at the top. Pretty big investment.
That's a huge amount of stone that he's had. Can we
现在小李上来帝王。现在小李上来帝王，完蛋！你们看一下小李的经济。
Yeah, so that's a pretty decent amount of food. From here.
不是 ，Mista 他有军事，有村民数，但是他的经济已经落后很多。也就是说 ，Leenock 现在他还有70P 的空间可以去发展，他还有70P 的空间可以发展。
Wow, interesting choice. Because he's still floating 1500 wood.
这完蛋，完蛋了！我们先哀悼一下 Mista。
Yeah, that's a really good point. But yeah, forces now for Mista starting to build up. But keep in mind, he's only got these archers, whereas we've got the trebuchets out here. Now you will notice it's a bit of a bug up towards the top side. You can see the trebuchets are listed there twice. I assure you, he's only got 4 trebuchets. Leenock, not those 8. But on the other side, it looks like 4.
刚刚有人原本可以上帝王了，然后结果爷宝啊。
And elite lances, not really your typical unit you see against French, right? Because if you go up against French with kind of the same unit,
小李能打到4强，我跟你讲，他会飞起来。
Better biology, for example.
应该会有报道哦，会有报道哦。
Yeah, it's definitely not pretty. The main thing is that he is up though. He's ahead of his enemy here, and Lancers. I mean, that is a great victory condition.
Mista 现在 Red 全军 Red 一波，城堡打帝王。
Now we can see that villager count starting to fall down. He's managed to maul a couple of villagers out the front here. Going to be walking towards the wood line. Now Leenock does see that. We saw the units moving back to handle it.
小李的兵在哪？请问？
On around the map, raids going everywhere. A wolf getting in on the action. It's not pretty right now for Leenock as that villager count continues.
小李的兵在哪里啊？
Oh, down to 70, and that number is still dropping. Some spearmen are coming over, but
哦，这边被杀到一波。
And it's yes, it is Castle Age against Imperial Age, but I don't really see the numbers. And we had elite lances, but only 4 on.
小李现在是巨头一大堆，加上长枪兵，这一波被 Red 到一波。Mista 上不到帝王，现在只能城堡打帝王，持续进攻。这边网路突然断线是什么意思？
Placement now coming through. Looks like a couple of knights also going to be coming out.
我被中华电信 Red 一波。哦，我的电脑也被中华电信 Red 一波。
The main issue is that the arbalète are going to be able to do a lot of damage, so probably needs to mix horsemen in with them. But he can really just focus on that composition right now.
Okay, what are the next steps here? It just feels like Leenock kind of wants to buy time. And Mista, I don't really see the push. Look at that! Look at that Q! If he just cancels the Q, he could be in.
That's very, very true. But now we see those spears finally moving out. A little bit of a fight. There's been a lot of skirmishes this game, but now it looks like a fight. Springold's beginning to unpack. First one going to be going down. Spears doing a great job as they get on the front line. We can see the second and the third Springold's going down to Spears as well. Now keep in mind the archers behind here are going to be doing a lot of damage, but those mangonels do look to stay alive at the moment. 2 mangonels as well as 2 trebuchets on the back line. Look at the men-at-arms coming out right now for Mista. He's looking very strong, but at the same time, you've got to be careful. He's up against elite lancers here nearly, so you've got to be careful not to overextend.
Arbiters against the lances, their spearmen against or dying against the archers. It just feels like there's too much blue on the map. Military down to 30 for Leenock, but still has so much better units that.
我刚刚被中华电信 Red 一波。现在回到游戏里面，凌晨3点20分，我的电脑被中华电信 Red 一波。 现在 Mista 也在 Red 小李一波，现在小李掉到92 P，Mista 城堡打帝王181 P。哇 ，Leenock 一个在我被中华电信 Red 的过程中，我什么都没看到，我干你老师！哇，我操你老师！网路一个很会选时间。
I'm not sure exactly where it is, but those villages are just going down. He's about 50 villages ahead.
我要吐了啦
Placements finally through. Elite army tactics still on the way, but right now, Mr. looking very strong.
And his pulse gets lower. As you can see, he was in the 80s before the fight.
天哪，中华
And now he
电
knows, okay, this is my game. I
信
just killed everything from you. I will find some more village
负
kills.
面工伤一
Vortix running
波，
forward.
台
Long
湾
Q
网路非
is
常
still
OK。
there. Even goes for textiles. Knows, okay, how can I lose? Maybe with some weird counterattacks. Leenock goes for more HP on his
我
infantry.
真的会
But
吐
look at
哎、
that, 50 military.
刚刚
More
Mista 是
HP
怎么
on
一波把 Leenock 打掉的？我都没看到啊。
We can see that he's got units in queue, but it's nowhere
1
near
比
enough. He's
1
got so many resources that he could be spending, but
189
unfortunately,
P
he's
打
just not working out.
83 P，
2,000 stones stacked up right now.
小李
That
的
could be
小李的
that's
经
like
济
8
2
lances.
级
I think
木
it's cost 240,
2级农
to have one
2
lance
级金
from stones.
轮轴全部都有，军事都不用顾。小李现在还夹得住吗？
Sprinkled range here even for a Mongol player, something we don't see too often. And does he have any sprinkles on the map? Like what is this? Why are we going for this upgrade? We have 1 Khan, 12 Lancers, 12 Spearmen.
Oh, look,
I'm not even sure if we have a siege workshop.
roller shutter triggers. It's not bad. It's not bad. But yeah, definitely a curious decision to be going for that. And at the same time, we can see that Mista has got a lot of resources starting to stack up. He might be thinking about Imperial here, but he's looking very committed to this.
现在一个大城堡打帝王，那里面有一些弓弩兵。现在3级防上来喽，小李的3级防上来了，但是这可能是最后一波。弓弩兵还残留非常多，哇，这里GG啊！哦，还有兵。
Incredibly like he might be in dire straits. This is very tough for him. Trying his best to hold on down to 13 military population. You
这
can see
边3级攻加3级防的这个长矛骑兵，
in so many troops we can hear all of that production.
夹一波。
Damn. Imp army is good, Drongo. It felt like Mr. had 3 times the army, but that one was reasonably close, I have to think.
Yeah, and this is part of the reason why elite lancers are so dangerous to play around with, because if one gets into the wood line, it's a village dead in 2 hits, and at the same time, so strong up against these units.
蒙古再夹一波，可是这个资源调配已经有点很畸形了。
That he seeks somewhat in no man's land. More villages there, not enough pastures either. Spearmen are coming in and more losses. Now villagers dying next to it. And look at that, Mista, he already had 2 aggressive keep, now tries to go for another one.
Yeah, he's definitely coming.
小李夹不住了啦，没有黄金了啦，这个。
It's going to be very difficult for his opponent to.
现在 Mista 脸上要插宝，又再插一次，现在全员出动。
And I think this keep should be pretty much uncontested, as we can see in the overlay. 6, oh no, now he goes for Feudal Age Horsemen here. Leenock completely out of wood for such a long time. Needs to go for trash units that aren't costing gold, and knows he can't really fight.
Good game gets called. Mr. Victorious manages to even up the score. 1-1. Take the series to now a best of 5. Keep in mind we are in a best of 7. So essentially just get rid of those first 2 games.
小李想说啊，我想要当 Viper， 没当成功啊。2级木、2级金、2级石、轮轴什么都给我点了，机体都不用点。
Stronger fan now.
Stronger fan.
Yeah, and maybe upgrading there quite a bit. And yeah, looks pretty damn sweet for Mr. Quite some solid play in so many regards, especially with the early tower rush. We felt the defense there with the scouts and the archers worked out quite nicely. It felt though that the spearmen were a bit split off all at the right hand side, and that's why we saw the easy clear of
真的是这样
the second tower. Maybe
因为 Mista 他那边
initial production cycle of more spearmen could have saved the second tower.
已经有资源可以上帝王了，不想要落后太多，结果变成这个结局。
If there had been 2 more that had just come in from the base to reinforce, the tower stays alive, he can't siege it down with the scouts, or if he does, he's going to be losing those scouts. He manages to force a bit more attention coming out from his opponent there. So, yeah, unfortunate play, but definitely something that Mista expected, predicted, reacted to appropriately, and almost lost that game. So very well played to Leenock, but unfortunately not well enough.
Unfortunately, because it felt like he was on the verge of holding there. He had the upgrades. He still went for better upgrades, had the extra town center, something we don't see too often from Mongols, as we said. But French just got so much on the map, so much map control. And in the end, the big problem also was no gold control for the Mongols, right? Got pushed away from the front, obviously with Step Redoubt, got the 2 gold spots in the back pretty quickly, and then he was dry.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So heading into game number 3, there's obviously quite a few maps available. Leenock still yet to use the Chinese as well. Do we see the Chinese coming out here, Nilly?
I honestly think we might go to game 7.
I wouldn't be surprised.
So at some point we have to see Chinese from either player.
That's a great point. Obviously Delhi banned out by both players. At this point it's more of a formality. I mean, we've just seen Delhi banned, I think, every single day now, except for the first day. So I expect that we'll be seeing that one shortly. But yeah, with regard to you guys in chat, I'm curious to know what you guys want to see, because I don't know about you, Nilly, but I'd like to see some more of this right here. Now, I say that because I'm a big fan of Anchorcraft. They've done amazing work. Tonight we had, I know that you talked about it earlier, but there's been a whole bunch of guys that have jumped in since we've been casting that missed it. We had the most delicious pork tonight. Those little, I guess you don't eat meat. Okay, I'll talk about it. We had the most delicious little pork tonight. It was absolutely amazing. So make sure you check out Anchorcraft. Absolutely awesome.
Okay.
There you go. Game number 3, map is Lipany.
Nice. Another really aggressive one, right? We had High View, then we had Dry Arabia, then we had Lipany. So the 3 wildest maps already basically taken. Then it gets a bit slower, it gets a bit more tricky. So it feels like, okay, both of them want to play the full aggression, which is surprising. Typically, players are picking in different directions, right? You have one player likes more walled maps, one player likes more water maps. Rarely do you think, okay, I want to play an aggressive game after I just lost in an aggressive game.
Yeah, that's a really good point. So I'm curious to know what Leenock's got in his mind. Now, he's a pretty strong shooter. At the same time, we've seen him pick Chinese on Dry Arabia before. Do we see him pick it on Lipany? He probably wants to avoid an Abbasid mirror. I'm sure that that's something that Mista would revel in. So I suspect, Mista might even look to save it. But it is going to be Mista going with the Abbasid and Leenock going with the French.
Ooh, and we feel that French might be suffering on this one quite a bit. We feel like Abbasid, especially if they go for Camel Archers, have a good answer to the Spearmen. They can go for Horsemen. They can go for the Spearmen as well. Extra Town Center. And French, we have seen them trying to approach with the second Town Center even.
Yeah, I think it's a really difficult position for French. There's the Abbasid dynasty in the driver's seat. So if the French go for a second town center, that's fine. Then the Abbasid dynasty can just go 2TC fast castle and then run over the French player. I think the best play in this situation for Leenock is going to be some sort of early aggression. Either if he chooses 1TC into fast castle himself, or whether he looks to go for 2TC but play it a little bit more defensively with a keep. I think that up against the Abbasid dynasty and the Mongols, we're probably going to be seeing a lot more keeps coming out. We saw that in a China versus Abbasid game, which was very smart, stopped the Abbasid player directly in their tracks. So it could be something that we see today.
Interesting.
真的啊，重要的时刻被中华电信弄一波，我傻眼了，我傻眼了。当我画面切回来的时候，我看到满地都是小李的军队被打爆了。我没看到最精彩的，哇，那中华电信真的没败哦。
But then they've got to deal with the mangonels. So, yeah, it can be really difficult to know which way to go. I'm suspecting we'll probably be seeing men-at-arms spears, maybe some siege coming out from France.
Is that really great for French? Yeah, maybe they have the slightly better economy. If they are on even town centers, but still, even faster production, they need to invest so much more food in there because they have to pay the full price and have to pay it more often.
Yeah, that's a really good point. So typically they're going to have that window closed for them right after early castle. So about 10, 11 minutes. So we'll see if Mr. looks to...
Look at that fan.
Yeah, it's just going. It's on full speed. But speaking of full speed,
好，各位观众朋友们，
welcome
今天
to
的
our
第
game
二
because
场
we are
第
gonna
三
get
盘
into
目
it
前1
very
比1，
quickly.
意图
It's
力
the
帕尼
Mista
阿巴斯
playing
打
the
法
Abbasid, the
国。
fan favorite. He is looking incredibly.
阿巴斯打法国的话，阿巴
a
斯
little bit
占优
slowly.
啊
As you know, Nili played up against Leenock in I think
阿
it
巴
was
斯
his
占
first
优啊。
round.
Absolutely.
Got absolutely wrecked.
3-1
法
for
国
Leenock
打
there,
阿
and some
巴
people
斯
felt,
很难打的。
Okay, Leenock looking really hot, and in the end, he made it in top 6. But Mista against so many fans had some massive W's after that.
Yeah, we saw a lot of great play from
法
him. He
国打阿
definitely
巴斯很
took a
难
while to
打
get。to that comfort zone, but once he got there, he was incredibly strong. But
骆
Leenock
驼
gonna be
国
spawning
打
in on
马
the
国
right side.
占
We
优
are gonna
啊
take a look how close have these
长
players
枪
scored
兵
to
又
each
打
other.
马国。
Looks to be pretty close
要是
here.
真的是骑士加小攻，阿巴斯就可以
And the
骑
narrow
手加
valley
长枪
also
兵。
has the full stealth forest.
脚
This
里
is
的
good.
Meta 又
It's
喜
fully
欢玩
clipped
这
off.
种
Oh, this feels weird.
开
It
农
feels
流。
like whoever gets
最近啊
tower up there
Yep.
法
will have a
国
huge advantage.
打开
I
农
agree.
打
I just
阿
look at
巴
that
斯
big
也
cliff
会输。
overlooking the stealth forest, and I'm like, I just want to park.
不能说他
3
输，
mills
但
up
是
there.
没有什么
Oh
优势。
god, that is so juicy. They'll be able to hit everything from up there.
Yeah, it feels a bit like a campaign mission, right?
Yeah,
you're,
yeah.
you're standing
这
there,
张图
and
怎么
the
有一
enemy
点点
caravan is going through, and you just wreck them.
Wait, which campaign are you playing?
那
This
个
sounds like a genocide
中间
mode.
一个大
We
山
don't
谷，
touch people's caravans, we touch their
两边
villages.
高地，
Okay.
中间一个
It looks like the House of
好
Wisdom
像要
coming up
那
right
个
now
三
from
国
Mista.
志进巴
On
蜀
the
的那
other
种
side,
感觉
Leenock
啊。
still yet to drop anything down, but we can see double scout from Leenock on the opening. Only a single scout.
很像什么益州争夺战啊。
Abbasid, they obviously are pretty happy with just going for berries. They don't need that many sheep, although we see quite some aggressive scouting towards the north by the Mista. Leenock on the other side would love to get to some scouts, simply because
现在智慧公盖了。
professional scouts is
Yeah.
such a big option.
Yeah, really big option. Now, one thing to note, Mista has put his House of Wisdom in the front of his base.
看一下小李，等一下是要怎么打？
And we've seen it before where Abbasid players have been punished.
走专业斥候吗？还是哎呦，盖磨坊了。
So, unless he's playing against himself, I think he should be okay. But Leenock definitely not going to be one of those guys that forget about that kind of thing.
小李这一盘文明没优势，可是他法国在这张图表现还不错。
Okay, still some dark area at the very end, and Leenock, look at that. He doesn't really scout what Mista is up to. This is normally the spot where you try to see, okay, are you opening barracks? Are you moving to stone? How much do you have on go? Do you want to play with wheelbarrow? Leenock not that interested. He wants to play his own game.
Yeah, and I think that's a pretty smart move up against the Abbasid. I mean, very typically you're going to know what they're up to. They're going to be looking for that second town center. So I think coming into this game, Leenock is going to be thinking, all right, well, I know what he's doing. I know what he's going to be up to. I don't even need to scout him. And we now start to see Mista going to be scouting out Leenock in this position here. Spots the delayed landmark coming through here. So typically you'd expect to see this landmark coming up a little bit sooner. But Leenock taking his time with it. I'd love to take a look from Leenock's perspective and just see how many villages we've actually got on that landmark. It looks like only 3 maybe? So definitely taking his time. Mista going to be up very shortly though. Yeah, only 3 on that. But we do have that mill coming up. Looks like it might be an early wheelbarrow coming through here for Mista. Or for Leenock, I do apologize. And indeed it is. So early wheelbarrow coming through.
小李这一把到底要打什么？他现在3个人盖地标而已。他看样子又要打开农哎。小李他想打开农哎。他要走专业斥候，又点了轮轴，还想要手推车，还想要专业斥候。小李是怎样继承了 VIP 是不是？小李继承 VIP 了，那个形状越来越像 Viper。
Bringing out a single spearman towards the enemy base through the stealth forest.
除了第一把罗斯也是这样玩，然后后来 Mista 送温暖以外，现在小李不管是玩哪个文明，对到哪个文明，他都不打强军事了。
Spearman rush. He knows that the goal is very open, but still, just think about like French can still go for an archer range.
Yeah, we'll take a look at Leenock's base. I'd be curious to see what he's
现
got
在
back there. I expect
Mista
it's going to be an archery
战
range
术
dig
大
in.
师
So archery range
没
getting
有
built
去
down
挖
here behind
石
the town center.
头，
Pretty smart.
单
Leaves a lot of space
TC
for farms to come through, and we can see this
单
scout just being very
TC
pesky, being very
长
annoying.
枪兵给压力，
Now a stable
单
response
TC 马
by
就
Mista. So
开。
pretty smart move here. He's going to be looking for a melee composition.
Ooh, and Delhi. Spearman rush.
出招喽！
Some horse.
战术大
Still
师
dark Spearman.
第3把
This is really, really curious. So
出招了。
yeah, he is getting the upgrade now.
Okay.
And typically with the Abbas hit, it's one of those things that you'd always want to be going for one or opening with one.
出来见上帝，大家起床了。
Here we just see
Mista 他阿拔斯不打双 TC 了。
very off meta. This is almost cheese at this point.
But maybe he tried to counter strategy to the counter, right? If Leenock went for the second town center himself, and Mr. just goes for Spearman with the option to instantly build some ramps, he could just punish French so easily.
Yep, that's exactly it. We actually see 1-1-1 now coming through here for Leenock as well, so he knows that the counter, the melee.
战术大师现在点了这个长枪兵升级啊，
So now from Mista, the question is
应该不会给我 siege push 吧？
archery range himself will check.
阿拔斯不用点科技，可以直接推冲车啊。
Spotting out, but yeah, it doesn't look like too much else on the other side of this tree line.
Archers now easily defending obviously against the
你要这么可怕？
gets the upgrade for feudal
你都要
Spearman
背
as
着，
well.
就是人家在玩的，你
Both
不想要玩，
expecting a lot
你
of
都用你自己
forces
在
from
玩
the opponent.
理解。
This is pretty smart by Mista because typically in this matchup, you'd be dealing with the French knights.
还是抓到小李的心态了。这个韩国 boy 每一把都玩开农，我是阿拔斯，我可以疯快啊。
So what does Mista
是
do?
可以的
He
啊，
just
是
says,
可
"Look,
以的啊。
I'm just going to cut the dragon off at the neck. I'm not even going to let it fly. And he comes out
现
forces
在
this
逼
girl
到
to
小
go
李
idle.
出小弓
And
仙
now we're going to take a look at his perspective and see exactly what he gets up to.
Okay, pulls back his army, tries to combine them again. More horsemen, archers now queued up as well.
哇，密斯塔真的没有要挖石头
quite
哎。
nicely. And oh, even goes now for some camel archers with that.
Camels coming through. This is very curious the way that he's adding in here. So has gone for that third.
边骑手上了3只，还想再躲在里面归一下。
Typically would be looking to go for a two town center style, but Mr. showing us today that it's not
Mista
needed,
真
it's
的
not
是
required. You can take control. You can, look to be the aggressor here, and he's definitely doing that to great success.
Now we can see the
Mista
stuff
真的
being
是
scored
很
by Leenock. He wants to get an update. Didn't see the army though.
Now
Okay, now he does. Now he
now
does.
it's going to be spotted. Look at that force as well. That's huge.
Oh yeah, now we have some knights being added in as well, horsemen, and that's still the.
现在皇家骑士出了哦 ，Leenock 感到压力哦，感受到压力了哦。
It's like he knows about what's coming up though.
法国的金是不能被断的哦，法国的金在前置位。
You can see there's one in queue at the moment. That is
Second barracks.
wow. So going for mass spears. This is quite interesting. Gosh, I love the way watching this Age 2 play develop for these two players. Very curious. And now we've got this. This is quite big. So Leenock is going for the ranged defense, but at the same time, it's up against camels. And that basically means absolutely nothing because camels do such high damage, especially against spears. If we take a look at the camel, you'll actually see how much damage comes through on those bad boys. So we've got 10 base damage and 20 light melee infantry damage. So that's a 30 in total. So realistically, he's doing 29 damage a pop because of that +1.
General rule of thumb: the weaker the unit, the more efficiency an upgrade has.
Mista 现在还是没有
Such beasts, especially with that extra
出
bonus. And yeah,
没有去
that's why we
挖
see
石
like
头啊。
from 30 down to 29 doesn't really make a big difference at a 70 HP unit.
100%.
现在这个金可
Now
能
we
会
see
被
these
断啊。
camels beginning to move forward. Going to be able to pick off
现在
one.
小李很痛苦哦。
Falls back. Doesn't overextend.
现在先点到一个轮走，然后又先点一级木。
From Abbasid should work really well here.
现在小李是每一把不管怎么样，他都要点经济科技
Let's
了
take a
啦。
look, big engagement.
Yeah, spears now getting a pretty good trade in on those horsemen. Keep in mind those
这
horsemen
边
don't
直
have a
接
lot of
上
health,
去
but they
打
do
一
a lot of
波
damage。against those ranged units. Manages
长
to
枪
take
兵
out a
还有
couple
几
of those
只？
spears. You can see
4
the
只，
camels
小李还
firing
有
off
4
down there, having
只，
plenty of luck.
3
Knights managing to
只。
break even, and I think it's looking pretty decent for Leenock at this stage, but I might have called it a bit too early as those horsemen begin to work towards those archers.
现
And
在
really, this
骑
is
手
looking
还
pretty
有
right now
4
for
只
Leenock.，
Down to only one spearman here at the front is Mista. Maybe if we
好，
see
直接往
another
后拉
line。pop that could actually be pushed back, and Leenock somehow holds.
How does it happen? A little bit of a switcheroo happening twice in a row right there. Very, very curious, but at the same time, if there's anything to talk about, it'd be Leenock sitting at double the heart rate of Mista right now. Are you surprised by that?
He is so crazy, right?
现在小李这一把有经济优势、经济科技优势、军事科技优势，村民也比这个法国多。Mista 这一把不打双 TC 是对的吗？我不知道，我不知道。奇袭有打到啊，有打到啊。要吐了欸。
Interesting that Mista went for a bit of a gamble here, didn't pay off. That's the way I feel about it. Normally you would expect that a two-town center play would be happening from our Abbasid player by at least the 9th minute. We're now sitting at minute number 11. He is equal on villages, but when it comes to military, he's down, and he is nowhere near.
我测试一下，我想说画面上没有聊天，我以为我有断线了，测试一下也没事。
Still not too bad. Leenock though, look at the resources. He has no knights in the queue. He's actually thinking about castling, and on the other side, I think Mista, he wants to make something happen. Fuel Ledge.
Yeah, this is quite curious to go for a castle here. I think this is actually a pretty decent play. He's got the aggression right now, and that buys him a lot of time because he's going to be able to fall back towards his base, and that's at least 30 seconds. Now also spots the stone being gathered. He knows Mista wants to grab that second town center, so he has a window.
3 villagers down already. Oh, that was pretty big. 21 military against 24. Leenock with the slide.
Mista 打一打，突然又挖起石头，想要挖 TC， 想要挖 TC， 小李要上城堡了。阿拔斯这一把不妙了。
Not going to be able to gather any stone, and I got to be honest with you, it definitely feels like Leenock pulling ahead in this game.
其他人这样打，一定说是有点怪怪，但是他 Mista 没办法。
Really strong.
Crazy how much he's focusing on economy upgrades. We already saw it in the game before, which maybe allowed him into the comeback. But this game, it felt a bit weird. He didn't build an army for quite some time. Now he squeezed in an archer, a spearman, and chivalry. Now again, a small cycle of more units while trying to.
哦，这边来瑞的一波，但附近有很多长枪兵2只，往后拉，没杀到村民。这边中央抓到一波，小李想要上城堡不能。包夹一波。
Oh man, all the archers are dying here. This is horrible for Leenock. And what was he doing? He was trying to advance to Castle Age while with an aggressive tower. That's not a thing.
That is not a thing at all. So very, very curious play from Leenock. He's got plenty of resources in the bank, but he's got absolutely no army. He's down to 13. Mista is
小李被迫
more than double at this point.
现在
There's no way Leenock can age with this.
需要
It just won't work.
出军事
Now
了。
he's putting it into on the map again. Look at that. 2 more knights, 2 more spearmen. Cancels those again. What's happening here? He's so indecisive.
Yeah, really, really tough play there from Leenock. I think if he'd fallen back, he would have been 100% okay. Instead, decides to play aggressive and gets punished for it.
闻到了。
Towards the north, a bit of a raid going to potentially be coming in if he spots it out. There was a mining camp that was getting thrown down, but out on the edge, and somehow, someway, Leenock knows not to go for it.
Stealth forest bad for both though, and now the army is moving in. Some more spearmen pushing that
差一点点被看到。
and somehow Leenock
现在黄金被断了。
Jeez, he's so lucky to keep those alive. You can see just how difficult it was for him. Look at all the units he's got in queue as well.
小李本来要上城堡，现在被迫出军事，双方又回到了原点。
Is Mista on 2 TCs? I think he added a second one, right? Was on stone, now adding. Not really. Not really.
I don't think he is.
How much stone did he mine? Maybe you can get an update there.
Let's check his stone mine. We're going to click on it. Let's have a look.
And it's yeah.
现在小李断金，
Okay, so really just sticking out to
他
one
那个
TC
金很
against
前
French
置
is
啊。
That's dangerous. Now,
But he did some damage.
哇，
and that's the big thing.
一来一
If you can do
往的，
damage,
真的
I
要
think you can
吐
be
哎。
okay in this position. The main part is that you know, you got to do damage. You managed to take out a couple villages up towards that north. Obviously, could have been very terrible, but you could see Mista was so close to making that a bad engagement for Leenock.
但是同样的哦，小李他的经济科技都有点。目前看起来，弓箭还是得先出兵啊。小李这一波刚刚被打掉之后。
For Mista, he's looking like he might be in control here and forces out this position. Those villagers going to be heading back towards the town center. Not a lot of gold being collected.
现在小李的金找不到啊，在12点钟方向偷偷挖，但是真的很危险。
This is one, and the other one at the bottom there. Oh, this is a horrible spawn for Leenock.
The issue is that he's not putting down outposts on these. He needs to get these outposts down really, you know, early in the piece. But unfortunately, towards the north, he got cut off. It looks like there might be a
小李 YP 流夹一波，夹着夹着被打回来。
Look at that micro. How can you be this good?
You're Korean.
Okay.
That's the answer.
They are Korean.
North or South Korea?
说小李控兵很猛啦。
North Korea is the good one.
I think we're going to need to talk about that after the games.
Okay.
现在救命金在后面挖，现在角落偷偷撒田。
What is that mill all about? I guess if there's a sieve to go double mill, it's the French. You do pay half the price. So
等一下，为什么 Mista 知道3点钟方向有人？
Let's take a look. He still tries to find something. At the top, he also has something to scout the gold. He knows that, okay, I control 2 of your gold spots. You somewhere have to be expanding.
And that's exactly what he finds. And this is the consequence of being lazy with your farm. So these farms could have been safely underneath the town center. Instead, now they sit.
找到了 Leenock 野外度假村，找到了。
Oh, why is he not chasing this one down? This could have been easy 2-3 more villager kills.
It really could have. But Mista looking incredibly good. He's finding a lot of good timings out here. Now, keep in mind, his enemy has been on that position for a long time. Okay, and it's only once the farms go down that he actually found that position. So those farms could have gone down in the base, and Mista wouldn't have found anything. But he
现在小李又重整旗鼓，弓箭刚刚要上去的，现在绕了一大圈。
Leenock making an old school mistake right there, nearly. I tell you what, if there's Age of Empires 4 101, I think that's got to be like tip number 6.
Okay, tip number 7, don't throw away your whole army if the opponent is already waiting for you.
Yeah, this is really tough. Mista also stacking up plenty of wood at this point in time. You can see his macro starting to get a bit off. Could be thinking about rams or even a siege tower. You know, they love to throw those out, but got to be careful here. He's getting cleaned up by knights. Might have to throw away a couple of these spears just to be safe. But now, once again, on the farms, you can see
度假村又被骚扰，度假村又被骚扰。
Your APM is going out the window.
小李村民数有领先，但是村民一直在跑啊，经济上不来啊。
He's super far out on the second gold. Now spearman range. Mista goes to the castle edge though.
Mista castling and going for phalanx. This is so smart. I love to see this from players. Typically, you see the phalanx upgrade as players are heading towards castle. It's going to increase the range of the spears. He's going to get the spearman upgrade. He's going to be A-OK, but now we see Mista reaching that third age.
Mista 他升级点军事线诶，这个人他真的颠覆了阿拔斯，他又玩到新的格局去了。我现在已经不知道怎么讲这人了。
He actually thinks he will get the spearman upgrade pretty soon. It will take some time. Now it started.
Okay. It's yeah.
Did the observer just cancel
I know, it looked like it.
He just clicked. The observer just cancelled spearman upgrade.
Can we double check that? Can we just get a double check right now?
Did the observer? He cancelled. Observer, what did he do?
I think we've all done that once or twice. It is maybe he's just decided he's not going to stick with the spears too much because now it looks like the horsemen going to be coming out doing a bit of damage.
小李没有4级吗？哎呦，杀到一波。
Just hitting multiple spots. The APM going through the roof right now for our Korean.
现在互相伤害。
Absolutely all over this.
900 wood floating for Mista.
Wow.
It's not really there. Spearman raid is now coming in, but so many villagers have to run. The economy can't be great. The income can't be great.
小李能上吗？
To build for Mista, he's looking quite strong. The same time, all these spears going to be getting dealt with by the archers on the back line. There is attacks all over this map. It looks like veteran spears did finally come through. So Vodka may have cancelled.
哇，不行，小李这边打不上去。 他家里有这个城堡的长枪兵，夹住一波吗？弱攻成型，小李上得了城堡吗？其实资源有，但是现在被打到资源乱七八糟。现在工会大厅你盖在哪里？小李，你的金很前置。小李盖在后面，夹一波，但是这边阿拔斯长枪兵，
Mangonel shot does so much damage, taking out about 6 archers there, but now we see those spears looking to make a bit of an escape.
狠狠的被砸下去了。小李这一盘原本在一个很优秀的位置 ，Mista 打一个单 TC， 然后要上城堡的那一刻被打回来，一个一来一往。度假村3点钟方向一直被乱。Mista 现在装甲步兵出来了，小李也上来了，小李经济科技全部都点，除了1级金。Mista 什么都没有。哇，这一盘真的，这2个人实力旗鼓相当。希腊天马行空男子 Mista 对上南韩苦练男子小李，谁会获胜？终究，他们这个对局对比第一场的那个对局，每一场都打得很久啊。现在小李用村民在打这个弱攻。攻一波，砰！
Yeah, that's a really good point. We see the knights picking up the camel archers, trying their best just there, not having a lot of luck. Unfortunately, those villagers going to get chased away. Once again, we see the spears coming in this time. I think initially it was horsemen, then it was archers. Now it's a couple spears getting up there, chasing away those villagers for the 14th time this game.
我觉得那个果树哦，3点钟方向不要再去了，重新撒田了啦，真的。但是也没有那个足够的木材。现在这边的农田要全掉了，田要爆炸了，这边装甲步兵上去 A， 等一下，小李有2级攻哦。小李这里有2级攻、2级防，2级防现在在跑。现在小李3只骑士往后拉，但是投石车。2级防什么时候要上来？
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Wow,
arms completely getting overrun right now. So many spears. Look at this. The failing spears really demonstrating why they're so strong. A good game gets called. Mr. Victorious in the 3rd game and goes up to 2-1 against
Mista 又要讲话了。
Ooh, look at that sigh of relief and yeah, really happy with that one. Leenock obviously
哇，小李这边
tricky matchup for him and probably tries to find more revenge in a more fortunate matchup for him.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty decent result for Mista. He's going to be very happy with that. You'd hopefully win with Abbasid going into the French. So, you know, another close game though. Interesting strategy from him. 1 TC.
1 TC is something we don't see too often, right? And it's so special because villagers half the cost of what we do fresh food stuff. So it pays off so well to go for the second town center. But he simply with all the aggression through the center and the indecisiveness by Leenock. Late feudal age, I think cost him the game.
100%. He could have gone castle very easily. He could have gone very safely as well. All he needed to do was move his military back to his town center, chill out for a bit, go castle.
Maybe in a defensive tower, his gold could have helped him out. A defensive tower into that stealth forest to really know what the opponent is going for.
Yep.
Or just continue playing a longer feudal age, right? You know, if it's 1 TC versus 1 TC, you have the better economy.
Yeah.
Especially because he had all the upgrades.
Exactly. He had every single... I remember talking about it. We saw horticulture, lumber preservation, wheelbarrow. So all of the upgrades that were relevant. I think that's the first time I've ever seen Abbasid win a game with 1 town center.
Okay.
Other than like disconnections.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm going to put that out there. So in my 2022 bingo list, I did not have, you know, Abbasid 1 TC victory condition.
Okay. Crazy.
There you go. We'll be heading shortly into game number 4. The map is going to be King of the Hill. Players yet to pick up their civilizations just yet, but we're going to be finding out exactly how that goes. That was the last match by the look of it. I got excited for a second.
I thought, oh, what? Abbasid against French? Yeah, Drongo, that was game number 3.
Now, this is interesting because Mista has saved King of the Hill to after
Meta 经济 Meta 输很多，没错。
Say gone for King of the Hill despite using the French in the last game. Now, Mista doesn't have that available to him, but he does have the Mongols, which are typically quite strong on this map, just because
像 Marino 什么的，他们都是军事优先经济啊。
The enemy's poor wood lines.
在4代里面。
How does Leenock go here? Does he go for an Abbasid play potentially?
Let's think about it. I think in the opening match, wasn't that the win for Leenock as well against HRE? I think we had HRE by Mista on this map, and after that, a lot of discussion about the map, and actually loaded up into the wrong map sheet, and we will pick on that.
表里胜的文明很痛苦。Mista 蒙古要出来了。
Series between these two guys, and that was
an option again.
A Leenock victory there. So he could look to play English here again. But yeah, it's interesting. It could go either way here. You'd expect Mista to go Mongols here, which would make me think that Leenock would very clearly or very easily pick Abbasid. But then by the same token, Mista would know that Abbasid is available, and it's very obvious that he would pick Mongols here. So maybe he goes for HRE or English himself.
Does Mista want to play in English mirror? We know that he is crazy with mind games, right? In the qualifier tournament, he played a crazy strategy, opened double stable in an English mirror. Thing is, though, on King of the Hill, that's easier punished, right? Because you always have those small woodlines. So if the opponent's just going the clear cutthroat longbowman with some spearmen, longbowman, horsemen, you might struggle a bit before that.
Yeah, I think in those English mirrors, it definitely makes a lot of sense, but it can be quite cutthroat. At the end of the day, if your enemy does some sort of push with outposts together with just mass longbows, it gets to a point where there's nothing you can really do. We saw Viper losing in his first series against Demuslim to something very similar. So who knows what we will see. But it looks like players now are going to be heading into the draft. Obviously, only a few civilizations left at this point in time. So players have now assembled. They are ready. We're about to spot those 2 civilizations for you guys. I'm curious to know what you guys think. So leave it in the chat. Let us know what you think. Personally, I'm going for Mongols versus Abbasid. I don't think they're going to go any higher than sort of tier 1 brain.
I think it's Mongols against English.
All right, let's see what it will be. Mista's picked his civ. Leenock, on the other hand, the drum roll comes out. It's going to be... He's still picking. Is he at his computer? He's at... Oh, the finger. Look at him. He's really thinking. He's like, okay, 99% he's picked the Mongols. Do I pick the Abbasid? He's locked it in. It's the English.
Damn, I'm smart.
You are so smart. How do you fit a brain that big inside a head that small?
I'm surprised.
Yeah, me too. That is impressive. You are so smart. English. Okay, so interesting. I would say this is a pretty decent matchup here for Leenock. He'll be happy with this.
English against Mongols, yeah, you can't really tower rush, right, if that is an option for you as the Mongols. Also, there are only those 2 tiny woodlines, right? So normally you build your town center next to one of the bigger woodlines. That's something you have to move again if you're Mongols.
Leenock 还有机会。
Not really what a Mongol player wants, but we still think Mongols one of the best.
Leenock 还有机会。
Yeah, definitely, especially on a map like this. It all really comes down to the woodlines. I think it could be game breaking for them, depending on the kind of spawn that they get. Sometimes you do see those nice little woodlines towards one entrance where you get like one woodline here, one woodline here, and a nice big cliff face, and then you just wall there.
What we actually did this morning was that the observer, Vodka, right? He's roughly, I don't want to be unfair, but let's say roughly like number 40 in the world. He's normally pre-selecting those maps. Not bad. And he's pre-selecting those maps. Today, we had the Viper joining him, and they actually looked over all the seats again.
Viper's rank?
Number 8.
Not bad.
At least in the last recent tournament he played. And so the 8th best player and the 30th best player basically put their heads together and looked through seats. So today, arguably, at least we cannot only blame one player, we can also play the Viper, because he actually looked at every single map that's going to be played today.
He's ticked it off. He's given it the approval. The Viper seal of approval.
Bam.
That could be his new merch, like a nice little stamp. Like,
Could be a great YouTube series.
Alright.
Nice. Oh, I saw that smile.
write that down. Write that down. I need a pen, please. That's good. The Viper seal of approval.
Nice.
I think we're going to have to incorporate Viper somehow, so we'll have to adjust Viper Watch. But we're going to be heading shortly into game number 4. Predictions going to be going up. I'd like to know who you think is going to win. Is it going to be the English for Leenock? Is it going to be the Mongols coming out for the Mista? I know who I'm cheering for, but I can't say that because I'm a caster.
I'm cheering for Leenock. I don't care.
I'm cheering for Mista. I don't care. Oh, I'm
You
cheering
just
for
said
Leenock
that
as
you
well.
cared.
I'm cheering for them both. I mean, for me, when this tournament started, I said I'm putting my money on Leenock. But I think throughout the tournament, Mista has definitely proven himself to be not just a capable player, but a very creative one as well. And I think that definitely, it sits well with a lot of people.
Okay, so if you are together with Drongo and want to support Mista here, taking the 3-1 lead, maybe give us some nearly Mista in the chat. Let him Craigasm.
Let's see the Nilly Mista. If you guys are fans of Mista, let's see the Nilly Mista. I've seen. It doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of.
Okay, one fan.
Yeah, one fan at the moment. All right.
Okay.
They're coming through slowly. But speaking of slowly, we're going to be taking it slowly because Leenock playing the English on the color red. He's going to be on the left side of your screen. So once again, might be a bit confusing because we've got him up on the right.
好，各位，今天的第2场第4盘，占山为王，双方蒙古打英国。那这个文明选起来的话 ，Leenock 还算是有对到。哦，因为 Mista 他这张图都只玩蒙古，可是因为他是 Mista， 谁知道他要玩什么？那英国是相对来说有 counter 蒙古啦，因为蒙古可以插塔嘛，不然 Mista 不会去插塔。那万一真的插塔的话，英国这边前期非常的强啊，包含英国也可以去反插塔。然后打强军事、长弓兵等等的，都还蛮优秀的。那如果是要打经济流，前面种田起来，也不会落后蒙古太多。那一切都是要看双方怎么打。
Typically, as an English player, you would avoid going for a second scout, but he's playing up against the Mongols, and I just want to point out there was a game, Leenock versus Striker, game number 5. Leenock's up 3-1. Mongol mirror.
Oh God.
Leenock opened with a second scout, managed to clean up all of the sheep from his enemy, and subsequently won the game in like 4 minutes and 20 seconds.
Absolutely that. But I think, yeah, Leenock won it, but it felt
Leenock 是开局他出双字火，想要确保羊的数量可以啊。打的还是较为稳健一点。
I'd love to see how many sheep he's already captured so far. We'll take a look and see. Looks like he's up to 11 sheep. Not a bad little haul.
羊勾到蛮多的。那个斥候投资 OK。
He's got 7 sheep.
看起来这一把蒙古 Mista 确实不插塔。好。这边我觉得是 OK。哦 ，Mista 就是贯彻始终，自己说蒙古不插塔就不插，打英国也不插。哦，我觉得他打其他文明也不会去插塔了，就他都已经说蒙古不插塔。
Ooh, counter, huh?
I've never seen. Oh yeah, I have. It's the only landmark we see.
Okay.
We did see Abbey of the. Have we seen Abbey of the Kings yet in N4C?
No, not in N4C. What was it? There was like one winter championship or something.
I think the winner stays on against Hera.
And they still lost.
Yeah.
So great strategy.
Yeah. Nice try.
Was it B? No.
I think so. I think it was B. But it's getting buffed up in the next patch. Did you see that?
No.
So yeah, it's getting buffed. It goes. I mean, it's still useless, but it's getting buffed. It's getting buffed.
Okay, what's the change?
I think it goes from 4 health.
现在这个黑暗时代，双方都太 peace 到他们都在聊
It's still got
天。
all these parameters. Like you have to be immediately next to it. You have to be out of combat for the last 15 seconds. So it's very, very like it's great. It'll heal your units up very quickly, but your units will be dead.
可以啊，聊起来啊。
Because they'll be in combat and then they die.
等一下封建上来才知道怎么打。哟，
Waiter offering me like complimentary
哎呦
extra food.
这是谁？
and says I had to pay for it.
这是谁？
It's more like that.
这是小李。
No thanks.
小李要插他。
You know, I often find myself asking.
小李要插
I'll
他。
be sitting down and the waiter comes over with the coffee. They fill up the cup and there's
小李要插他，还要插哪里？不对，他来一个均匀在脸上附近，这边要打一个先手。
Okay, it's exactly the same thing.
哦，小李这里想要给很大的压力哦。
No wonder. No wonder you've not had a nice coffee before.
But I thought coffee is warm.
It is typically, but it doesn't have to be.
But in Australia, you do everything upside down.
现在出斥候，出棋手。Mista 这边是预测要来拦截这些长弓兵。
Correct. Well, typically
他出棋手。
So we have what? There, you can Google it. It's called cold brew. It's a real thing. But
so it's just like iced tea but coffee.
但是会看到军营在这个地方。
There you go. There you go.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, it took a while, but we got there. But speaking of getting there, it looks like we've got ourselves
Mista 马上看到。
coming out. So down towards the south here, whilst we were
现在南方要撤离了。
I thought it wasn't heated.
No, but we were talking about the heat as well.
Yeah, but
coffee typically is a heated beverage, wouldn't you say?
No, I'm confused.
That's all right. We'll get there eventually. But
现在要用这个箭塔直接控制敖包。这边有一个防守箭塔是 Mista。
Maybe we can even get a little bit of a look inside the POV of Leenock right now, because this is a very pivotal moment in this game. He's got the 3 spears out, looking to hold his position quite well. Now, keep in mind, he's going to be forcing out his enemy on this Uvu. If this outpost goes down like that villager, I don't know how he's going to be able to hold this, because once that outpost goes down, that's it.
这一盘会结束很快哦。目前这个先手被小李打到，这一盘 Leenock 不会再点经济科技吧？顶多就轮走吧。顶多就轮走而已哈。
I like that one.
现在打一个双射箭场，但是不在敖包旁边，铲兵比较慢。那小李目前，哦呦，换到这里来。
That's what she said. And now we take a look over at the base of Mista. We can see that the Uvu
把
does
敖
go
包
down.
换到那边
So
去。
a good position.
Yeah, he replaced the over here. Archer rangers are coming
然后这个箭塔在那边，难道 Mista 已经预测到了吗？
Yeah, this should be really good for him. So typically in this situation, there's a couple different responses you can do. But what he's got going for the double archery range makes a lot of sense. He's going to try and outmass his opponent, outgun his opponent. What I would expect is we also see a blacksmith come through shortly. But look at Leenock falling back. Immediately when I saw Leenock falling back, my thought is, okay.
Oh, villager at the front! Oh, trying to lead the group, but that was a mistake.
It's painful to see that go down. So we see that Leenock moves back in this position. And so my immediate thought is, okay, is Leenock going for a second town center here? It doesn't look like it at this stage. Just going to be sticking with the one base play, but adding in a lot of farms.
Oh, and now the army a bit split off. I'm a bit surprised Archers could maybe come in. It's only 3 longbowmen. I think Mista can take this fight.
This is pretty strong. We did see the YAM network was on those archers. It has fallen off now. One of those recent changes that affects it. Instead of it staying for 20 seconds, it stays for 10.
GG 了。
The maneuver arrow, but you can see that it didn't.
英国这里要挂。
We're going to be following along with the Khan here. You can see those spears. Got to be
这
careful.
边 Mista 很巧妙的，又是像第二盘法国的那一个开局一样，小李过来箭塔 ，Mista 总是能瓦解，而且是很快的瓦解，死一村而已，然后敖包搞到一个山坡上，现在小攻量比这长弓兵还要多。现在小李压力很大啊。
Mista is currently researching his +1 range defense.
哇，路石要搬到前线。
trying to muscle up some more army, tries to micro from distance, horseman count, not really high, only at 1, so it's basically only Archer against Longbowman, and he's outnumbering him quite nicely. 15 on the field versus 9.
Yeah, this is a really good position here for Mista. He's going to be
这
able
边
to push
snowball
it
起来
up. We
了
would，also see a siege engineer
而
coming out very
且
shortly
这
from this.
边
He's in a great position.
snowball
He
以
can
外，
actually
后
just
面
make
等
full
下加
archers at
入
this point,
时，
and he should be okay. It's very
英
rare to
国
see
很
English player
惨
make
啊，
a
这
switch
边
into a stable. Obviously a possibility, but we do ride
出
on board
兵
now with Leenock, and we see exactly what he's going on.
这边有可能会变成说 Mista 打一个大封建推冲车也是有机会，直接把英国这一盘结束掉。那英国这一盘如果要逆转的话，要补旗手，农田起来补旗手，要么到城堡，开双 TC。这已经有兵工厂了 ，Mista 已经有兵工厂了。Mista 看起来要 all in，Mista 封建要 all
in。Despite being in a different time zone, but I guess each to their own, hey?
10 minutes into the game is at least the information that Mista is getting, and therefore he has the good idea what's up, and he's trying to maneuver around. Archer ball looks pretty solid, but won't really find much because Leenock obviously far away with his woodline.
Yeah, you can see there was a sneaky little scout in between the line of sight of the woodline and the line of sight of the town center.
Mista 现在在找脚里的牧区，但是他没猜到。
That the English player needs to be on wood somewhere, but we now see down towards the south here that he's walling up on the wrong side. Because take a look at this. Oh,
I think he's fine.
I think he's fine as well.
Archers won't get in there. Army should be able to defend.
My fear was that those archers from the top will come.
这个幕墙盖得很及
Okay,
时。
I can see that. Villagers now moving over to
现
the
在
barriers. And Leenock looks like
小李在下方伐木，夹一波，转旗手。
This was an actually a really good play from Mista to just give up on that Uvu position, move it up to that newer spot with the archery rangers. It enabled him to just get ahead with regard to his military. Now bringing the deer stones forward, he could be coming for the kill here. Are we able to check quickly on Mista's engineering bay, his blacksmith? It should just be back towards base, and no siege engineering just yet. He does have the resources for it, but yet to commit to it. And now we can see the archer mass not really that big at this point in time, so maybe not thinking about doing too much damage.
但 Mista 有机体上的优势啊。 Mista 有经济上军事上的优势，机体。但是小李把这个可汗给点掉。 这边连村民都来射箭了。 28村对40村。
Oh, it tries to wall off here, Leenock. That's something Mista should not be allowing.
Yeah, if he gets this walls up this wall, if he gets this wall up, he's going to be in a good spot. It's going to buy him a lot of time. In the event a ram does come out, he should be okay. But now, speaking of decent spots, it looks like these horsemen are going to be looping around the top. There's no spears left at this stage either. If they come down to the town center, he'll be absolutely fine. But keep in mind, this is the English is playing against. Now, looking down towards this position, villagers under attack. Mista looking like he's in an incredible position. You can see the villager count begins to dwindle. 4 villagers down now for Leenock. He's got just a handful of military units. He's got to be so careful in this spot.
Army pretty close though. I don't really think that we could see Mista dive at the bottom if the villagers are fighting plus the longbowman. That could be pretty bad. Longbowman a bit out position, the horseman coming from the top.
骑手来了。
Now looking to loop up. No palings coming out.
村民帮忙射。
A little bit of a mistake. Maybe a smart move. Falling back towards that.
村民帮忙射。
Mista going to be able to click up right now as well. Horseman just doing so much work here, getting a lot of great shots, and now heading back towards that town center. Got to be careful. The Gatling gun about to come out, and there it goes, taking down that horseman.
Oh, Leenock is holding for now, but Castle Age timing obviously so delayed here. Tricky situation. Double stable. Is that really the best choice here? I think he needs to get to Castle.
Yeah, ideally in this situation, he wants to get to Castle and then just go really heavily on Knights. Focus on getting that villager production out from the King's Palace.
小李怕爆掉，所以他补了这个2个马厩。上不去啊，上不去啊，小李。
He needs to survive until Imperial Age.
Longbowman out of position again. The villager dies over there. Only 4 passes, not the biggest amount ever. Khan now back on the field, and we saw the double barracks being added. That's going to be an interesting mix. Look at that. Something we've never seen before. 2-2-2. And I don't I'm not ruling out that he produced out of all of them.
Yeah, I wouldn't be either. I would suspect that we'd probably just have a really nice mix, double armored units together with archers. He's already got a huge mass of archers out.
小李现在越来越笑不出来了。
Goes into it is men at arms, so tick the first one off your list. Lancers, tick the second one off your list. No archers just yet, though.
Give me some archers.
Come on, do it. Do it,
Doesn't
mister.
have gold. Archers are a good choice.
Yeah, they're a great choice. He's got just enough for 2 archers as well.
Okay, more men at arms. Also makes lots of sense, especially against feudal age army. So I can absolutely see that. Maybe
那 Mista 上城堡了，他不想打。现在英国说你给我过来，完蛋了，3比1了。
He's going to be looking to try and take out the units on the back line. You can see he's dealing in here with a little bit of trouble, but at the same time, we've got those lancers coming out. This is going to be very hard for Leenock. I suspect we might see good game getting tapped out soon because he's going to be losing this entire army in the middle of the map, pushing out. Ideally, in this situation, he should have just walled up, stayed behind his walls, gone for that third age, and really looked to play it safe. But now just losing his army here, it really isn't a good position for him to be in.
I'm shocked that Leenock took that fight. That he was just so out of position. He knew that the opponent was castle age. Some lances and men arms are so good against what he had. Indeed, just one could have been an option. And Leenock sees this is not my game to take.
金牌的 Mista
definitely looked like with that last fight, it was a bit of a last-ditch effort. You can see right there the stretch from the man. He is very happy taking this series up to 3-1 now, nearly. That's match point.
And now it's again teaching Leenock, this is what I did so well. Look at that. Damn, I'm so good.
Is Mr. just talking to himself in there? There's no one in that room.
Leenock just walked past us.
Hi, Leenock. Tough game from Leenock. He's going for a bit of a stretch. Might be a bit of a smoke break, I think.
Leenock 想说，我输了，你还要那边吵。
When he comes back, that's going to be tough.
没有那个心情在那边跟你唧唧歪歪的，你还在那边。明天 Mista 会对上 Marino， 我觉得要打败 Marino 需要这个怪咖来。
Archer range, mass archer production really pushed the longbow player away.
3比1，如果等一下4比1，马上进行抽奖，然后我会告诉谁获奖。
Yep, I agree. I think wall up.
厕所一下。
Longbowman. Even think about dropping down outposts if you need to, but we now see Mista heading in towards the practice room there.
Guys, did you see my game?
Did you see my game, guys?
Yeah, he tower rushed
me.
My
map was terrible, but I still won.
Yeah, and Viper even walking out doesn't.
There he is. Oh gosh.
Demuslim just training for Golden League in the back already.
Yeah. he's you know, respect to the guy. Gets knocked out and he's still, you know, straight back at it. So
Viper 想说 Mista 也生病。
Marine Lord.
You think?
Yeah. I think Marine Lord at least practiced. They practiced yesterday evening as well.
Yep.
Not unlikely.
Not unlikely at all. Now, heading into the 5th game, there's not many maps left. In the first series, we obviously saw...
We have still Hill and Dale, Mongolian Heights.
How are you remembering all this?
Well, we didn't see them. I only need to remember the 4 games that we already had.
Okay, all right. Yeah, we've had High View, Dry Rebia, Lipany, King of the Hill, so that leaves us with Mongolian Heights, as you were saying.
Hill and Dale, as I was saying. And the 7 map that you are going to say.
I'm going to go with... Altai. Boom. Altai. How can we forget Altai? You know, the one... That's probably going to be this map here. No, he can't go... actually...
China. China number 1. China number 1.
China number 1. What does Mr. respond to that? He can't go Mongols. He can go his own English. No, but then that's good. That's good for Leenock. So he goes for China himself. Oh, HRE, of course. Holy Roman Empire.
Against China?
Yep.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Yeah.
Okay, so he can't do that because HRE is still in the pool. So King of the Hill was just played. Highview, Hill and Dale. Hill and Dale.
What can we play on Hill and Dale?
He's gonna try. So
Abbasid.
Yeah, he'll go Abbasid because
I think he rather goes Abbasid at Altai, especially how successful it was. Didn't he play against Demuslim? And it worked.
This is like next level kind of. Yeah, here we go. Thank you very much, Overlay guys, sorting us out right there. So I reckon game number 5, you have to go Hill and Dale because you have to force the Holy Roman Empire out from your enemy because you want to get your Chinese out, right? Like a Chinese game is a victory, and you know it's not going to be working otherwise.
Shouldn't you just Like, the order shouldn't matter, Drongo. If the opponent has a plan, the map order is unimportant.
Yes, that is true. But you would rather win, or you'd rather lose 4-3 than 4-1, right?
No.
No,
no.
No, you don't care about giving your enemy a good fight, hey Nilly?
No. The most important thing is right now not to get as many W's under your resume. The most you have to think, how do I win 3 games in a row? And it's not like I will win 2 and I'm guaranteed to lose the 3rd one. It's not how it works. You want to win the set, not 2 games.
So he goes Abbasid. He picks his map Hill and Dale. He goes Abbasid. Hopefully.
No. Now Leenock picks, right?
Yeah, Leenock goes Hill and Dale. Picks Abbasid here.
Didn't he play Abbasid?
Leenock?
Didn't we have Abbasid?
No, Leenock. Mister's played Abbasid.
Yeah.
So Leenock now would then pick Abbasid. Hopefully he thinks that Mister should pick HRE here.
Yeah.
Goes for an age 2 play. Spears and Horseman. Walls him in. Keeps him in age 2. Kills him.
Okay.
All right. Wins that game.
Easy.
Next game, he's got Mongolian Heights to choose from. Or
English. Mongolian Heights.
What's the other map? Mongolian Heights and
but that's Mr.
Altai.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, Altai, he gets his matchup.
Yeah, I get flashbacks to your guaranteed Chinese mirror from yesterday.
Hey, we saw a Chinese mirror eventually.
I thought it was just easily going to be Altai. Honestly.
It's Altai.
Yeah. I always saw Altai coming.
But the thing I don't understand, why would you pick Altai here?
Because Leenock likes to play the map.
But he's going to pick Chinese.
Why does he have to pick Chinese?
Well, Leenock always picks Chinese on Altai.
Okay. Well, then what's the problem?
Well, Mister's going to pick HRE.
Yeah. And? Then you still get an civ advantage on Hill and Dale.
No, but Mister's going to beat him here if that's the case.
Yeah, but if he doesn't, then you have 2 civ advantages.
Yeah, okay, all right, I like it.
Yeah, obviously a lot of...
Here I am thinking about the French fries, and you're out there thinking about the whole meal.
Sweet French fries.
Sponsored by Ankerkraut. Seasoned with only the best chili flocking.
So what I think, either it's 4-1 Mister, or it's 4-3 Leenock.
Okay, all right, I like it. We'll see how it goes. Players now both returning to their seats. You can see Leenock has come in with a more serious tone. He knows that it's business time.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I did see earlier he had his business socks on.
His business socks? What are business socks?
The socks that you wear for business.
Ah, okay. I never do business.
Yeah, well...
every time I do business, socks come off.
The socks are off. That's why they're called business socks.
Okay.
Yeah. We now see players looking to get that draft going. What's it going to be? Altai. I didn't expect that. What's the Civ matchup? Could it possibly be
English Abbasid? As I said.
Mister with big brain thinking, though.
Why? English on Abbasid is the easiest thing.
No.
Why?
Okay, Leenock wants to play...
And then HRE as a counter.
Exactly.
But it was obvious that he played Abbasid, so it was obvious that it's English.
Exactly.
And it's going to be... Chinese mirror on Hill and Dale. Right? And then we have Mongolian Heights.
Why would it be a Chinese mirror? Why wouldn't you just pick HRE on that map? It's a Civ win.
Ah, HRE. Okay, so it's HRE. But then we have to play China on Mongolian Heights.
Which is fine.
Okay.
Even up against HRE, it's okay, because you wall off the crossings.
And we have... What's Leenock's other Civ? China?
And HRE. Both players have China and HRE left.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's boring.
No, that's exciting.
But that's actually...
We actually saw that come out.
That's something that I can compute in my head.
In the first series, we saw China HRE on the first game, and then they flipped it.
Yeah.
China HRE. So...
Better player 1, apparently.
This is such a level... For everybody wondering what's going on here, Leenock wanted to pick China on this map, but he knew that Mister could very easily pick the Holy Roman Empire, so he had to pick the Abbasid to be safe.
But didn't we have Hill and Dale where you said that he should pick HRE?
No, but he should always pick HRE against China.
Okay.
So if you know your enemy is going China, then you just pick HRE.
But he didn't know that he was going China.
No, but he knew that he wouldn't go.
我先跟大家讲一下哈，如果等一下有抽到的观众朋友们，来这个这边这一个 FB 密这个相关单位，然后我会告诉他们 被抽到的观众，然后他们会寄点数给你们。下一场，如果这一场 Mista 赢的话。
And he's going to say to you, Nilly, that not only are you wrong, but you're also good looking as well.
Fair enough. I think I will take it. I will take like one insult and one compliment in that ratio. It's better than I normally get from Twitch chat.
Speaking of Twitch chat, I mean, they're giving us some love right now.
You?
Yeah. Oh, they're always.
Okay, it's only like Nilly things coming in there.
Yep. Nilly think. I mean, it's a common theme, I suspect.
No, I really think.
As evidenced by your poker history.
Yeah, just all in and see what happens.
Just see what happens.
Yeah.
Pocket Kings, who would have thought it? But
Kings.
We'll be heading into the fifth game of this evening, or rather the fifth game of the set.
Chinese Mirror.
Not going to happen. Not today. It's
Why not today? I thought the next game is Chinese Mirror.
No, because
Mr.
wins this. He's got the great matchup here.
Okay, I mean, what do you think about my prediction that it's either 4-1 or 3-4?
Yeah, I like it. I think it's good.
Okay.
Yeah, very safe.
I don't anymore.
I'll take it then. We will permit it.
I think Leenock is actually not that good in HRE Mirror. That's why I actually think Mista has a really good chance, even if he loses that one. And then we go in HRE Mirror on Hill and Dale, most likely, right? Chinese Mirror on Mongolian Heights. But I think Mista can easily take Hill and Dale. I think he might even be like 55-60%.
Leenock, in all circumstances, wants to avoid a mirror, I think. Because, as you mentioned, it's the HRE mirror that will kill him.
Okay, but do you want to play China against HRE on Hill and Dale? Me no like you.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got to play it as well as Vortix played it up against Demuslim, me no like you as well. Because that, you are going to be very... It's so hard to repeat that. Like, Vortix absolutely played that perfectly. At every single point, he made no mistakes. So, if you can try and emulate that, sure. But short of that...
Another question. We only had best of 5 so far. How experienced is Mista with China?
Not very well at all.
Actually, I made like statistics for today that
He's played 6 China
make
games.
it on the stream for tomorrow.
Yep.
I think it's like 10 picks of China overall, and Leenock had 4 out of them.
Wow, okay.
In the whole 5 days that we had prior.
Yeah. So I mean, if there's anybody to do China versus HRE, you'd probably look to Leenock, wouldn't you? So, yeah, and he'd have a lot of experience with that coming on the ladder as well. That's another big thing. So he's going to know how to play the matchup. But we do see players now turning on their fans, getting their Pepsi Max Cherry out.
The good one.
Oh,
the good one.
The best one.
The watch is off. Leenock.
Oh, Leenock takes the watch off. You can just assume right now.
Organizer, contacting Leenock, please put your watch on.
Leenock's heart rate, I can guarantee you, it's sitting at a cool 145. Mista, on the other hand, probably sitting about 45. Ladies and gentlemen.
Leenock 没有戴手表了。
Welcome to the 5th game in the series between the Mista.
好啊，如果这场 Mista 赢的话，我马上就会抽一位观众，今天有留言的。拿点数哦。
Left side of the map, playing as the Abbasid dynasty, spawning in as the red. What is going on with this spawn? Can we just take a quick look at this map? Very interesting spawn coming out here. Both players with front woodlines.
Especially look at that deer above Mista's base. It's kind of on the hill there. Kind of mixed in.
Deer on the hill?
Those are mountain goats.
Those are mountain goats. Look at that, 2, 4, 6, 7. Other deer spawns, yeah. I mean, everything else looking pretty fancy, pretty good. How are relics?
好，各位观众朋友们，今天的第2场的第5盘 ，Mista 听牌。那阿尔泰是出阿拔斯队打英国。
I mean, even the blue spawn's pretty decent. But speaking of decent, take a look at the sheep that are coming around here. Both players with just 1 scout at this point in time.
Bit surprised.
Mista 的英国预测不了，因为他打法很多。那留言的部分要在艾菲卡 TV 有留言，才有机会有几率被抽到。
is that tower push. It's very simple to do. You just go straight down the middle, you drop those outposts, and you get the upgrade, the arrow slits upgrade. You're just pushed with heaps and heaps of longbows, and you can already tell by his positioning there on the council hall. Looking to play a bit aggressive this game.
Ooh, and really? Because he keeps 3 villagers on gold.
That's a very aggressive opening, I can tell you. He was thinking about keeping it up a little bit towards that town center, and he was like, I'm going to kill him in feudal at 11 minutes. All right, I'll move it forward 2 tiles.
But he still has 3 villagers on gold.
Yeah, you wait and you watch what he does with that.
He still has 1 villager on gold.
Yeah, that's the trick. That's how he gets you. So Leenock's going to scout the villager on gold, think that he's not aggressive, and he's no, I've got no idea what I'm saying. I'm throwing spaghetti at the wall, but Leenock actually playing right now with tooltips on. Look at that. He's getting a little bit of help from the AI. So the AI is telling him, hey, you can age up with this this landmark. How is Leenock still playing with dynamic training turned on? This guy's like rank 6 in the world.
The player with 9th most games in the world.
Could you imagine if he's played 2,000 games with the dynamic training on?
Obviously he did. And just like to remember, oh, if I kill landmarks, I actually win the game. Okay.
Oh, gosh, Leenock, how do you do this to us? But speaking of Leenock, he's aging up, so it's got to be a standard economic opening for him, economic win coming up. Looks to be now connecting up that that network of gold.
小李有点可爱啊。
Network. What's it called? You know what it's called? The Golden
Age?
Golden Age. There we go. Golden Age. Thank you, Vodka. Thank you, Vodka.
For misremembering stuff.
Yes.
And thank you, Vodka, the Observer, for showing us.
Correct. Yes. Big shout out to all the Ukrainian vodka. But now Mista going to be doing his best. He reaches that that feudal age. I'd be curious to see where he goes from here. Actually, that was Leenock reaching the feudal age.
Leenock 是出
coming up and dropping down a stable.
出骑手，
Okay, resource absolutely at the limit there for Mista, except
要来解这个 Mista 的长弓兵。Mista 这一把有出长弓兵，他过来要牵制的。那现在 Leenock 这个配兵是对的。
The fact that he's got the single stable now, keep in mind he can be kept very safe just with an outpost because he can always jump inside that outpost as well. So I'd expect that we see Mista look to bring out a villager relatively shortly. I'd love to take a look from his line of sight and see whether he's spotted this out yet. So having a look now at Leenock, you can see he's dropping down that archery range, but on the other side of the map, we do see the scout is spotting out the scout from Mista.
Yeah, now should find the 6 longbow that are pretty defensive though. And look at that, Mista didn't properly scout the map of his opponent. I don't think he saw the stable.
Yeah, this is a little bit concerning right here. Now, he should know that this is coming. Playing into the Abbasid dynasty, it's something that you would expect that they are going to be throwing at you. We can see that Leenock is now starting to gather up stone as well, so is thinking about getting that second town center. So a bit of a window here for the Mista opening.
Okay.
小李要追3盘才有办法逆转啊！
Still, I believe, doesn't have a mill.
压力巨大啊！
That we will have to delay a bit. Food and wooden come looks pretty solid. I think if we can
不要放弃啊，加油啊
pretty good for Mista, but obviously he doesn't really know the horseman count.
Yeah, we can see there that he's got a pretty good idea of the layout of his enemy's base. When it comes to the second TC, I'm curious as to where it's going to be going down. I suspect it'd probably be on that second wood line, but you can see might be a bit of trouble here once these outposts eventually start coming in. That's obviously on the condition that that's how Mista plays, but look at this, Mista's still gathering gold behind this.
Well, I'm a bit surprised. Maybe he just wants to keep 1. Normally, he's a guy who is like so precise that he exactly pulls at 150, still keeps 1 villager there. Now my question to you, where would you like to see the extra town center for Leenock?
Yeah, we'll take a look at Leenock's base and get a bit of an idea. I'd love to see a wall down on this flank, probably a wall across that center. It's going to be hard for him to do it, but there's no real good spot, is there? I mean, yeah, probably just right next to his main town center on that wood line. It's going to be the best spot right there. That's probably the best you could do.
小李还是偷了一个轮轴先了，他还是先偷了轮轴。现在打到这个尾声，他不想再改变他的 meta， 反正有经济他就偷。那这个轮轴我是觉得还好啦，对阿巴斯来说，要点。
And now we do see that second
现在
town center.
Mista 还
Looks like
很
it's gonna
快
come
在
down
里
on
面
the
放
stone
巨
mine
马
as well.
等你
On the
进来
Leenock,
中陷
looking to
阱
be a little bit more aggressive now. Keep in mind, Mista's
Mista
the
这
guy
边
who's
有
very
陷
happy to
阱
push an angle from over here. So if he spots that, don't be surprised if there's a battering ram in there before 11 minutes.
But it takes so much time to actually get towers to the front, right? The first one feels so defensive.
那骑手来了，骑手来了，吃一波。
Bit of a misplay right there from Mista. I'm not sure if you saw that, but he did a misclick. His archers moved forward. Outpost now comes out. He's going to be looking to try and keep these alive. Gets the scout onto the front line. Try and absorbs a bit of damage there. He's got to keep falling back towards his position. Get himself into that stealth forest. Really try and use it. You can see him falling back towards that outpost. He's getting absolutely shredded though, nearly.
Where are the spearmen? This is pure longbow, this is so one-dimensional. This is so easy to counter. That's exactly what Leenock is doing.
Yeah, this is a really, really tough spot here. And you've got to start wondering, did he overextend himself there? Mista now, manages to keep a few of his units alive, and obviously those
Mista 这边虽然有夹住，但是这一波交换对 Leenock 来说很爽。操盘起来了吗？
The more towers we will see, trickier also. If we see the attack upgrade, as we saw earlier, Mista still kept that one villager on gold, so can easily afford some blacksmith upgrades.
Yeah, that's a really smart move from him to do that. We've brought it up many times, but now we actually see that it's going to be able to really come to fruition. Obviously, the blacksmith upgrades are going to be taking a fair bit of time to come through, but at the same time, having one villager on gold means that you're able to get those in. So looks like he's going to be opening, Leenock actually going to be opening with +1 defense.
Goes for a wild counter-attack. I'm not sure if he can afford that there, Leenock. Left-hand side completely out of position. That's not only for scouting. He tries to make something happen. I think this is such a risky move.
Yeah, a lot of units going up in this position as well. 4 horsemen, ideally you want those back at your base right now. You've got 2 town centers. You don't need to make things happen out on the field right now. You just need to defend, because your win condition is surviving. And sending your units up towards your enemy's base, that's not surviving.
And English don't typically have lots of villagers on gold here. The English don't typically have lots
现在
of
小李
villagers
把
on
骑手拉到后面去 counter。
around their town center. This feels like such a move that I rarely see pull real damage.
Yeah, we see that outpost now coming down outside the wood line here as well. Look how safe this wood line is as well. Mista's going to be able to get so many picks here if these horsemen do come in. Those villagers heading inside the town center are going to give him real Gatling potential.
Even like if you run into woodline and there are 20 villagers from English, they will just shoot you if you have 5 low HP horsemen without armor.
We now see them coming in. Looks like a couple of villagers back here on stone. Now keep in mind that stone's not going to be for the
这
town
边要偷偷杀
center,
Mista
rather going to be for the upgrades for
Mista
the
有发现
outposts. One villager does go down. He's going to be turning his attention onto the next villagers, which unfortunately isn't going to work out too well for him.
Well, let's see. Maybe he finds another one. Quite weird that he pulled all but one. Meanwhile, defense at home looks pretty solid. Added a second.
Mista 要推前线了啦，这个骑手来后面 raid 是对的吗？不知道哎。
Now keep in mind, Mista going for that siege engineering. So as I mentioned, highly likely that you'll see a ram coming out.
这一盘很快要结束了啦。
Siege engineering going to be coming through.
昨天 Demuslim 怎么打赢？是昨天吗？前天怎么打赢这个 siege 阿拔斯的 Beastie 那一盘？
Now it's kind of 9, but I thought it was closer as well because the second town center wasn't added that quickly, right?
Yeah.
这民宿的话，小李45村，但是这边 Mista 是纯长弓兵。
No walls really coming in, but a pretty decent mass. I say that, that's just villagers moving by. I got excited by all those units sitting back there. But expansion coming through now for Leenock. I don't know.
现在 Mista 如果前线一直插箭塔推冲车，哇，这里
pretty damn crazy. Oh, look at all that prepared to stop the horsemen. Archer count looks pretty solid, and the big question is, where does Mista want to attack, and how many rams is he going for?
Yeah, it's 11 minutes 30 right now. We should see that those rams being dropped down any second. You can still see he's got that siege engineering in queue, so definitely taking some time to come through.
Wait. Are we seeing a counterattack here?
Surely not.
Leenock is just crazy. He has so much army in his face. How does he think he can afford that? How does he think he won't die at home?
I think he's counting on the fact that he's got these horsemen together with the scout and the sheep. Can't forget that little bad boy. And he's
小李全部走出去。
There's absolutely no spears coming out. This is something that we've seen more and more. Players are finding that the composition that they need to go.
小李全部走出去。
And longbows. It's
他要 siege push 吗？
and he's now looking to get out onto the map, do a bit more of aggression. Picked off one villager already, going to be coming in for the second villager, probably going to be picking it off as well. Manages to get it, now falls back.
Long movement at the wood line here though, and that's what I said.
小李走出去，他连小攻都走出去了，他要打。
Push Mista away from gold and stone.
可是他没有木啊。
But that's the same story that we had before, right? He takes a fight shortly before he could click to him, to Castle Edge.
Yeah, really curious decision making here. Leenock going to be trying to get up to Castle Edge. Now keep in mind, Leenock playing the Abbasid dynasty. If he does get up to Castle Edge, he can get that Mangonel out. But the difficult thing is, he has built this town center very... What?
Diving. We're diving. That's going to be lots of dead villagers, Drongo.
Oh my gosh, at first I was a little bit worried just because of the fact that there are so many units underneath this town center, but picking up a huge amount of villagers at the same time down towards the south, it looks like we might have another dive that's going on. We'll tune in with that quickly because we've got villagers here, but the base of Leenock, he's losing villagers as well. He manages to click up to the next age by the looks of things, but obviously not a lot of resources being gathered at the moment. So many idle villagers out here, and speaking of villagers, there's a massacre in the middle of the map.
现在 Mista 紧急推冲车，小李要上城堡。
Obviously, this army looks still pretty good. Leenock has lots of resources. I would love to see him go for more horsemen, though. It just feels like who wins the next fight wins the game. Look at that villager count, Drongo.
Leenock has got his enemy down to 27 villagers at this point in time. Keep in mind, he's on 52 villagers, so he is losing villagers as well. But you can see that he is definitely struggling to keep his head above water.
Mista 被杀到24村。
It's not too long until that happens. He's going to be able to make his way back around, and if he gets one Mangonel up, it's going to be a good game.
Working on landmarks, though, Drongo. If that House of Wisdom falls, I don't think it will against one Ram, though.
我的脸已经歪掉了，我不敢看了。Leenock 这里心脏超级大颗，超级大颗。
Get a little bit of wood in his hand, and he is going to be able to drop that.
我以为他过去换家打 siege， 打冲车流，没有，他直接扛着 TC 直接沿路射。
He's thinking about a siege all in right now.
But with what wood? He doesn't have anything. I think he's just trying to pull. I think he's trying to make something happen against Landmark. Remember, if the House of Wisdom in the town center falls, the game is over. Mista goes into the semi-final.
Mista 现在用村民来打 TC 了。
On game number 5 now, as you mentioned, this is match point. If Mista wins this game, then he wins the entire series. Leenock now reaches the castle age, and ladies and gentlemen, it is time because Leenock has got to make some moves right now. He's got units outside the outposts of his enemy, but at the same time, he is sieging down the main town center, sieging down that House of Wisdom.
Mista, 你疯了啊你！
Oh, Mista just crawled into the screen there. Was a bit confused, like what's happening? Look at that now. Pulls his hand away. He knows he can't really micro anything. House of Wisdom, half HP. Town Center, 70% HP.
Yeah, in this position, honestly, all Leenock needs to do is get out that single Mangonel, drop down a market, trade out that food. You got 1,000. Their market has gone down. Let's see if he does the trades. We'll watch on that market. That's really where the key comes in here. If he can just trade that out. Look, oh, he's got so much food. Just hit the button, Leenock. Hit the button.
Oh, he is not doing it. Waits for some armies clearing up the towers, but is he losing? Is he forgetting about the win condition? Is he forgetting who he's playing against?
I think so. He doesn't realize that he's down 3-1 in this set. If he loses his game, he's out. He's got landmarks. Can we take a look from the perspective of Leenock? I want to see what's going through his head right now.
Is he forgetting what's happening? No, he's now pushing in, pulls all the army, and we see still half the HP on the landmark.
He's slowly but steadily getting there. Mista with a bit of a smirk on his face. I think he might realize that the jig might be up. Village is going to be coming down as well, looking to get in on the action. A little bit of the backstabberoo happening here, and Mista throwing away his army. At the same time, I suspect he knows that it is over, and good game gets called. Leenock manages to keep his head above water and goes through to the 6th game in the series.
Holy moly, what a nice all-in there in the end, but Leenock simply had too much.
Leenock
now has to take his headphones off because Mista
他已经奔放了，打一个超级霹雳 aggressive 的换家。Mista 再次上演 all in 村民流，今天最精彩的这一盘。
I think the scariest thing for me, like, there was a very clear way to deal with that. He could have so easily just a single Mangonel, and that's all she wrote. He had absolutely no form of siege there to deal with a Mangonel. So it would have been a very easy way, but at the same time, he did manage to clean it up, did manage to come out with a victory.
Thing is, though, in those scenarios, you're super careful with your wood, because you want to have wood in the bank to repair your landmarks.
Insufficient wood is one of the worst ways to go.
That's what your girlfriend said.
She still says it. But heading into game number 6, they're going to have 2 different maps as our options. Number 1, Mongolian Heights. Number 2, Hill and Dale. 2 maps that are considered quite defensive. So obviously China, very strong here. Holy Roman Empire, another strong civ here. It's really going to come down to the line. Now, you mentioned earlier that it is possible we could see a 4-1 to the Mista or a 4-3 to Leenock. Well,
Hill and Dale, likely HRE mirror, and then Mongolian Heights, likely Chinese mirror.
But how does Leenock like his chances as the Holy Roman Empire against Mista, who loves it? I can't help but feel Leenock goes for a China here. He's got to.
But do you want
早安，早
to
安，
play China? Like, what's your strategy?
疯
Is it
掉
the
了，
tower rush then?
疯掉了，刚刚那一盘疯掉了。
You got to believe. You got to have faith.
Feudal age aggression?
Prayer. I think that's realistically.
That's just for Facebook.
I know. This is so much bigger than Facebook now.
Twitch?
Yeah, Twitch.
Okay.
All right, let's jump in and we'll check and see whether we've got ourselves some drafts. It doesn't look like just
小李他还有机会啊，因为 Mista 的中国跟神罗不强。
I'm going to go with China for Leenock, Holy Roman Empire here for Mista. But obviously he knows how bad that matchup is. He knows he's going to need to pull a spanner out of the works. He'll be pretty much signing his death certificate if that is the case. But, I mean, it's almost like he's just been outdrafted at this point. He's just...
Or maybe, like the ultimate boss move by Leenock is, he just picks China, wins Hill and Dale, picks HRE, wins Mongolian Heights, and said, you had a lot of fans, takes those 2 fans and says, your fans are now mine.
I can't stand you, Dilly. I can't stand you. But I can stand the fact that we do have a draft now for our players. They are waiting to get ready. I see Leenock. Leenock, good luck. He's got it.
He was like,
whenever I see Leenock, he always does this little thing to me, so I'm always giving it back to him.
Okay.
Yeah, it's.
He also says like, good luck.
Yeah. It's. I
So
need a lot of luck.
Try to survive a cast with Nilly.
Yeah.
Good luck.
He went and picked up some Red Bull. I don't know about you, but I think that's a great idea. I'm sitting here with my Red Bull. If you guys are sitting at home, you got Red Bull in the fridge. Make sure that you pick up some, and make sure you pick up some Pepsi as well, because Nilly, you're a big fan of Pepsi, I hear.
Pepsi makes cherry, like 1.5 liters per day. Not a lot of people
Are you serious?
telling me that
1.5 liters a day of Pepsi?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I got to Google this. What happens if
Dude,
I
we have
drink?
3 chain smokers as players, and you're.
Okay.
I'm just
worried about
enjoying
the
a bit.
Pepsi. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. The guy who drinks 2 liters of Red Bull a day is worried about the guy who drinks 1.5 liters of Pepsi Max with no sugar.
Get excited over the draft, please. HI Mirror.
There it is. Get excited. Get your pogs out. Get your Nilly Misters out. I'm getting my pogs out.
Okay, this is really nice. Also lining up fully that Mongolian Heights will be game number 7.
高山深谷，神罗对神罗，蒙古高原，中国对中国。如果 Leenock 这一盘能过，那最后有机会逆转。
Viper this is your time to shine. Who would have thought in a $100,000 tournament, Viper's time to shine would have been
That's what map select. Oh, that's like the worst down roll spiral, right? That's not where I am yet, right?
We'll get you there eventually.
My spiral was professional player. Then I went to professional caster. Now I'm professional tournament organizer. And the next step is like professional map selector.
What's the next step, Nilly? Where do you go after that?
I don't know.
I'm trying to think of
Fortnite player.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of something good. There's nothing coming to me.
That's a good spot to insult someone.
Yeah, it really was.
What should I have said?
I could have really hit you hard there, but I decided to leave it. So,
Dave, you're at the end of the chain. Bald.
That was the end. Bald. I think that was it. Yeah. Dave like comes over for the one time this entire cast, immediately gets insulted and just goes back.
I don't know what did he want to say.
Yeah. Poor Dave. I think he had a brownie as well. He looked quite happy with it until we brought up the hair.
What hair?
Oh gosh, the lack thereof, it seems. But speaking of lack thereof, Holy Roman Empire mirror. This has got to be. I'm hoping this has gone and been checked. I hope Vodka's jumped in beforehand and been like, all right, I got to make sure this is perfect.
He's getting nervous. He's getting nervous. I can see him. We had a technical pause earlier, and he actually looked at the map script again.
进去要看一下遗迹在哪里。有时候高山深谷它的图很靠背，会有偏袒哪一方。各位观众朋友，今天的第二场来到了3-2，高山深谷神罗内战。刚刚 Leenock 蓝趴捏了，直接打一个 Red。
I see Aussie Drongo scratching his head. Where do you see the relics?
They look absolutely perfect at this point. We are going to jump in with Mista right now. Just get a bit of an idea as to what he sees. Excuse me, I did a little bit of a Red Bull burp there. This burp sponsored by Red Bull.
Esport burp.
Esport burp coming out, but already you can see.
现在有看到2个遗迹在左边啊。
Aachen Chapel there.
哇哟，这个兵杖要很大颗啊。
We'll have gold, we'll have wood.
Yeah,
that's a good spawn for him.
That's a 9 out of 10. Almost a 10 out of 10. But speaking of 10 out of 10s, Leenock.
Mista 这一盘输了，他下一盘压力很大。中国王在他对面 ，Mista 会止步于6强吗？
Yeah, but at the same time, not the worst little. I mean, yeah, it doesn't have a good opening here.
You're simply forcing a prelate a bit earlier, right? In the sense that we want to go for multiple prelates before castle age anyways. You just have to switch it a bit more, and then you're totally fine. Might even give you a slight advantage because your transition is a bit smoother.
Yeah, 100%. We'll take a look now at the relics because we've got that opportunity. Nearly, you can see the scout moving across the map. So both players with one safe relic. So down towards the south, we've got this one that sits right outside the base of Mista. Towards the north, we've got this one outside the base of Leenock. And then we've got 3 on the map that are pretty evenly contested. Obviously, you could draw favorites for either. Obviously, this one towards the west is a little bit closer to Leenock's base down towards the south. And at the same time,
遗迹的部分看起来比较靠 Mista 这里哦，3-2哦。等一下的问题是，有没有人要先在封建出长枪兵做遗迹争夺先卡位，还是要直城上来？
We've got the Aachen Chapel coming down, and take a look at my Aachen. That is absolutely on point. Isn't that just one of the best Aachens you've ever seen?
Well, we had the Dream Aachen, right?
That's
the other day, with including Deer in this one as well. Wasn't Demuslim against
Leenock 这里的流程多出一只斥候，上的比较晚。
Leenock, a little bit of a curious Aachen, not actually getting his gold despite being able to get his gold. So I'm going to have a chat to him about that after the game.
Yeah, could have maybe put it 2 tiles further to the top. How does it work? Does it have to be at the mining camp, or do the villagers have to be in that circle?
The villagers have to enter that circle. Yeah, makes it a little bit difficult. Though it could, maybe it's a little bit like the sacred sites, you know, 1 foot on, 1 foot off, acceptable. So,
okay.
Yeah, we'll
Does
see.
it make sense in a weird world where you build the mining camp 1 tile further away, that the villagers drop off into the circle and then go back?
现在这个心跳跳很快啊，我连看的我都觉得心跳很快了。
Aachen Chapel almost finished now for Mista, who, by the way, spawns on the south side of the map. We're playing left to right, right to left, switching it around a bit. Not
这边还要考验双方神罗的基本功配置。
Interesting. That is interesting. So he's gone for that second. See, my thinking is he probably could have gone for an Aachen on the south side of his town center because he avoided that. He avoided going for the gold mine. If we remove the fog of war, you'll see that he's also got deer. Oh god, that's so never mind. Drongo just imagining things.
Further to the left-hand side. And as I said, right, double prelate is not that bad. It is tricky to do damage super early on. Your economy will be smooth, and now being forced into berries. Also, even under the influence of Aachen Chapel, berries not super crazy.
Not super crazy, yeah, especially for this.
Mista 先开了一个马厩，想要先出骑手压制。
Drop it down for the Mista, so going to be opening with the 1 stable. Leenock going to probably scout that out. He's got double scout, so be hard for him to miss it. We'll see how he plays it though. Typically, in this situation, you'd probably look to go your own stable as well. Try and keep up with your enemy. Ideally, once the castle age breaks out, you probably want to be getting out.
Leenock 没有任何军事建设，他要直接冲城堡。
On the way to Castle Age, just to get some more control, contest those relics a bit better, and the big question will be: Is Leenock adding that?
Leenock 脑袋放空，现在要进入一个 zone， 他要直城上去。
Double stable from Mista. This is not looking good. It does get spotted out. Okay, he sees it at the front and he's like, oh no, oh no.
双马厩，双马厩，有疯子双马厩。
By doing double stable yourself, and even pulls the exposed villager off that.
这边如果是双马厩，这里如果 Leenock 是军营加马厩的话会好一点，因为等一下会有一个 transition 的问题。Mista 现在脸部表情抽动了一下，不知道在念什么。
Obviously, there's going to be this nice little transition period for Mista, where he's going to have the control over his enemy. He's going to be able to take the relics, take control of the relics.
Let's see. Leenock will be up to Castle Age faster potentially, but won't have a lot of map control. So I think it's a big question mark who will get more control, especially double barracks.
双军营啊
You won't be able to punish enemy prelates that well.
这边那等一下不会打骑士啦。
By going for these barracks, you actually do get outrun by prelates as well if you've got.
小李这边夹一波。
Outrun the spear, it will outrun the men at arms. So.
现在这个节奏，我比较喜欢小李这里。
Lack of experience that Leenock does have in this matchup. Obviously, still trying his best, still playing his best, but realistically, he knows that he's definitely behind against Mista in this situation.
But how is that? How did he not like mass play HRE on this one? While we see a beautiful wall by Mista get so much control, especially because we know that 3 relics are at the bottom.
Yeah, we actually see that villager that was going for the wall getting picked up straight away by Leenock. So nice little play there. That's going to buy him quite a bit of time. Nice attempt, I'll be honest. But yeah, at this point in time, I think Leenock's got a very clear route to relics, and that wall in particular is very impactful. So he manages to avoid that wall going up.
哇，这边被弄到，那一只刺猴弄到 Mista 有点不开心。现在 Mista 起手要小心，他会比地啊后期大后期。校长小心啊！
Very nice. He manages to keep it alive. That prelate going to be slowly but steadily healing up that spear. But both players now aging up. And keep in mind, in this situation, despite the huge amount of units that Mista's gotten out, he's actually getting up to the castle age at the same time as his enemy. They're clicking up together at the same time.
3 prelates out.
双方都在冲大教堂了，遗迹争夺战。校长可以赶快先去跑路了。
Now need to focus completely at the bottom.
Yeah, so this is going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. Typically in this situation, the player with the most relics is going to be your victor in this matchup. It is very cutthroat, very similar to water map.
Leenock 的枪兵呢
Village is going to be going down here, so a little bit of a mistake coming out from Leenock, not paying attention. Focused with that wolf, you can see now the prelates moving out onto the map. Looks like he's got 2 in position right now.
But that's so weird. Yeah, he picked up 2 villagers, but he's not getting control over the relics. The horsemen are there to protect the relics.
Both players up to the next age. Looks like the prelate is going yoinked indeed. He picks up 2, and he's still got that 3rd one up to the north of his base. Leenock looking in very strong position despite being.
Leenock 拿掉3个遗迹了。Leenock 拿掉3个遗迹了。现在 Leenock 拿掉3个遗迹了。
But that's totally fine.
不对，2个。
See, Mista actually picking off one at the top, or where is he? No, he picked the one at the bottom.
Yeah, so both players
现在剩下12点钟方向的遗迹，应该是属于 Leenock。Leenock 会把战局拖到这个3比3吗？然后中国内战玩他最强的中国，剧本已经写好了。
Leenock has to be happy with that.
我现在这个胃开始痛起来了，你知道吗？
Oh, definitely, because it denies it out from your enemy as well. So it's a swing. It's that classic swing that we're talking about. Walls coming in at the front now. Very nice for Leenock. Also going to be moving up towards that third relic. And Mista definitely going to be upset at the map here for sure.
My God.
Certainly, no matter how it looked. So that's an easy call by you. And Walter going down at the top as well, at the bottom. So we see Leenock potentially being fully walled. That's
3比2遗迹，神罗内战会差很多。
I think Leenock needs to send more. That prelate, I don't think will make it home.
Yeah, he's going to be
现在
trying to.
起手过来了。
Stealth forest. It looks like Mista does catch it for a second.
Maybe?
He spots it. The spear's going to be running over. There's a few over there. It looks like he's going to be able to take it.
有机会乌鲁鲁哦，
Down towards the center of the map.
有机会乌鲁鲁哦。
But also, it looks like a prelate was moving.
如果你过来，我乌鲁鲁。
Coming back now. Very sad prelate. I've seen many sad prelates. That one, very sad.
Leenock goes for the Castle Age Spearman upgrade. I think he already did Man at Arms, while we see Mista now adding some Landsknecht. We need to see those villagers move away. One already low HP from the earlier raid dies.
Now, one thing that you can also do in this match.
Mista 现在倍感压力哦，遗迹3对2。
Let's connect a great unit up against those men at arms, as well as knights, which are typically the units that players are going for here. So whether we see
打到关卷局，中国内战，中国王 Leenock 剧本写好了，对呀，会这样吗？
This is the moment where I wanted to pause the game and do a quick interview with both of them. I would love to know, like,
wouldn't
their
that be
thought
amazing?
process. Yeah, absolutely. Like, how
are you going to win this game considering you're down a relic?
Yeah, and how do you want to defend knowing that your opponent is probably trying to make something wild happen?
And look, Leenock immaculately playing this right now. He knows his weak spot is the immediate future. So what does he do? He walls up his entire base. He says, I'm going to play it safe. I'm going to make sure that I don't get any villager losses. I'm going to make sure that my enemy doesn't wall me in. Because we actually saw a Holy Roman Empire player who was denied 5 relics. It was Marine Lord. He went and he killed a Delhi player who had all 5 of those relics. And he won that game. So there is definitely a window here for Mista to go and punish Leenock by having that extra relic. And it is production. So he's got to be really careful here, but he buys himself time.
Still didn't wall the top though. Spearman trying to get some better control.
很紧张啊，我现在讲不出话来，很紧张啊。这一盘双方现在小李其实是有一点点的优势，但是现在 Mista 以他个性应该会来刷 Leenock。Leenock 现在把墙都围死，但是打 Mista 他不只要围墙。 他还要围10墙，等一下后期他有可能过来逼地。
Imperative that he gets these back home, but at the same time, he needs to be scouting out Mista. He needs to see what he's up against. He can go Imperial, but if he does go Imperial in this situation, this is not good. He spots out the Landsknecht. This should hopefully give him the insight that he probably can't be thinking about Imperial right now. Maybe think about selling some of that gold or buying some wood, drop down those barracks immediately, or those archery ranges immediately, because you're going to need a response to these units.
小李，你想要夹 Mista， 他现在就是发狂似的，现在要刷你了。
Now drops more barracks. Leenock knows what's up. I think he's still imping though. Look at his resources. He's not putting the resources on the map, Drongo. I'm scared for Leenock.
I'm kind of scared for Leenock right now as well. This could be bad. I'm actually kind of scared for Leenock right now. This is the perfect timing window for Mista. I think he realizes that. And look how many units he's pumping out right now. You can see he's got less than 1,000 resources in the bank, constantly spending it down.
小李，你赶快出兵啊！ 你不要这样夹，你好可怕哎！
Now goes with some villagers there. I don't like that at all. Just some defense here. You know that the all-in is coming. You saw how much army was out there. You saw the Landsknecht. This is so surprising to me. Production, yeah, he goes for some more. Still not all the upgrades. Look at how many resources he's floating. But now he goes for more production, more barracks. He's making the right call.
He is making the right call 100%. He needs to invest in these production buildings right now. He actually just cancelled a barrack, so hopefully he corrects that incorrect call of the right call.
Because he needed more wood for farms.
Oh, okay. Right. Well, then that's perfectly fine. But what is not perfectly fine is that force beginning to.
来喽，Leenock， 你守不守得住？现在你3遗迹打2遗迹，现在 Mista 发飙起来了 ，Mista 发飙起来了。机体有没有点机体？机体现在点2级攻 ，Mista 没有机体，你有一个遗迹的优势。哎呦，快看不下去了，很紧张啊。
Advantage still for Mista, pretty close, and Leenock he did not underproduce army. Absolutely happy maybe for him is willing to take this one to a Game 7 Landsknecht with a beautiful fight animation, and that should be pretty good. Also pulls to
这边集体 Leenock 占优 ，Leenock 占优，可能会打到3比3。Leenock 赶快后面再上墙。
So he's definitely going to have to be splitting his attention here, but we can see that Leenock does take the lead with regard to military population. Still not looking like he's going to be imping at this point, and probably the right decision.
Oh, I don't like that he's moving out here. I don't like that he's chasing. He needs army at home.
He needs the army at home.
Oh, he actually goes for 10 spearmen at home. I think if those pop, he is actually fine.
Yeah, I think you might be right, because it's largely Lancers or Knights that are down here. He's also neutralizing Sacred Sites in the middle, so obviously a trickle of gold going over to his
现在这个压力在 Mista 这边 ，Leenock 你慢慢守就好了，不用急，不用急。现在这个2级攻也要点。
melee units here himself. He's going to be forced back quickly. Hopefully he manages to go and repair up that wall down towards the south. Sacred Site neutralized in the middle. Nilly. It's looking very, very hot for Leenock right now.
Crazy macro by Leenock, and Mista is fighting for basically avoiding a Chinese mirror in Game 7, where everyone feels Leenock should have the massive advantage. Tries to make something happen here, but the Spearman defense absolutely on point. Both players with lots of food. Gold count though, crazy for Leenock.
Look at the trap coming in right now from Leenock.
40村对上50村，这边包夹一波骑士。
Pro comes in and manages to escape right by the skin of his teeth. Mista, how does he do it?
Oh, that was like Greek wrestling, where they oil themselves up, the full body, and he slips through with those.
现在 Leenock 为了追这些骑士，
Now going to get a great connection here. Manages to get a couple swings off, taking out at least a lot of health on those bad boys. Going to get a nice
现在 Leenock 的正面。
in the middle of the base. Look what's going on, Nilly.
Uh-oh, big raid here. Villagers are seeing that, though. I think some more wards could have helped out. Oh, this is a big attack. Farmers need to run. Knights will find some kills. And obviously, infantry slower than those knights, finding more kills.
Leenock got to be so careful here. He's got his town center, which 20 vills can hide inside. But at the same time, there's so many units in his base. He's really trying to defend on all fronts. Attacks from the west, attacks from the north, now attacks from the east. Those
现在 Leenock 守一波。
Look at Leenock.
会让是让2追3，现在是让几？3比1开始反打。现在小李多一个遗迹，但是家里被 Red 剩下39村。这边机体上面有一个优势 ，Leenock 有机体上的优势，再夹就有机会，再夹就有机会。
Mista has the better economy, although it's 3 against 2 relics.
Mista up on 1,500 food as well. He's thinking about imping at this point, and he's only going to get further ahead, Nilly.
Look at the golden, though. Yeah, he gets 1k per minute, but he would need to idle the full minute. No production there, then he's loading some food. And this one could be a counterattack. I'm not sure if Mista can afford not producing for a full minute.
This is looking really good for Leenock right now, what he can do. If he identifies this, he can push his opponent. He's got some great swings towards the front. Mista down on 14 military population, looking like he might imp here as well.
现在我想要知道他们心跳多快，但是他们心跳的那个手表已经没有再带了。现在满满的都是 Leenock 的兵。
Might actually use the market, sell some of his food, could go up. Knights are still around. Leenock not really trying to punish this. Maybe could neutralize the.
Leenock 有没有想要反打，还是要一起上帝王呢？
But those knights are still annoying.
Yeah, these knights are being very annoying. Leenock wants to, in this position, make sure that he walls up towards that front, close off any potential.
Oh, trapped. He trapped himself.
Oh, this isn't good. Oh, this isn't good. He's going to lose those knights for free. Landsknecht.
Mista 的骑士被关住了。
Right there, Nilly. Tell you what. That makes me hungry.
And you know what smells good? A good breakfast.
3比3哦，3比3哦，要杀一波喽。Leenock 要3比3了。
No, Game 7. The smell is a bit in the air. Because Leenock is on the way to Imperial Age.
He's going up, but keep in mind,
上帝王了。
he is one swing away from a death. You got to be so careful.
我不行喽，小李3比1开始发狂啊。
It's tough. I mean, it's so hard playing against them because if you look away for a second, 4 swings, everyone's dead.
That's why you don't look away for a full second.
小李发狂啊。
But now going up to Imperial. Is Mista going up as well? Do we have both players imping at the same time?
I don't think Mista does.
Right.
This is
Still
not good for
producing.
Mista.
Look at the Q for Mista.
Mangonel though. Mangonel's definitely big right here. You can see the Q from Mista.
Where's the Mangonel?
Down towards the south.
He has
Unfolds.
another one as well. I
It's a
think
swing and a
Leenock can
miss.
disengage.
I think he just falls back from here. I think Leenock needs to fall
现在
back.
Leenock 机体赢啊，
Oh, big shot over on the lens connect.
2攻2防要上来了，加上经济科技也赢，这2个文明 Mista 神罗跟中国不强啊，后面还有一把中国内战。
Oh gosh, and now managing to loop back around. Leenock reaching the Imperial Age. Mista definitely
Mista.
starting to fall behind. Not only are those 3 relics in Leenock's hand, but he's
Mista 要
also
陨落
got
了
that final piece of the Exodia puzzle, and that is of course the Palace of Swabia. He is going to be brrring out villagers.
A quarter of the cost, a quarter of the time, at an even reduced cost to Imp.
I thought you were going to say
Thanks,
a
Felix
quarter.
team.
I thought you were going to say a quarter of the enjoyment, but it's
Quarter of the enjoyment.
I really feel like it's 4 times the enjoyment. It's so much fun
Well,
having
if you
a Palace
have
of
it,
Swabia.
yeah. Good luck playing against it.
Yeah, quarter of the enjoyment for your enemy. But now we can see that at this point in time, Leenock is absolutely going ham with the upgrades. He's getting Elite Lance Connects as his next upgrade. He's also getting Military Academy, I want to say that's called. I'm not 100% sure, but if we go check on the blacksmith, it will tell us.
看的人都
Anyway, a couple
已
of
经
units here.
比
You can see
玩
them
的人
just
紧
looking to
张
get。their swings off, doing a bit of a dance. Look at those tube socks go.
Okay, tries to still be annoying.
Mista 现在是没有机体，
Felt he already had one all in. I think
想
this
办
is
法
second all in.
夹起来，但是
Yeah, he's
经
gonna
济
try
大
and
幅
make it
落
through.
后，
Leenock down
时
on
代
population at the
输。
moment, and especially military population is enemy
国
ahead
土
by about
精
half.
锐
Keep in
拥
mind, a lot of that
仆
military
登
gonna be out
场，
in
精
base
锐国
of
土
him,
拥
so
仆登
he's
场
gonna have to wait for the reinforcements, but now we've got those elite military units coming through, and now on the front line, these guys are about to rip through the
，It's
holes.
over。
Oh, and look at how the gates work in ageofempires 4. You can move in, move back, heal a bit, and you can constantly do damage, and the opponent
It's
has
over,
no real
man.
control of that, but Mangonel's
第
so
7
good in this
局
point,
Gen
because
7
Leenock, he goes for units that have a lot of damage output, but can't take a lot of damage.
Yeah, but look at Leenock, so smart, already got that Springled on the way, so he's dropped a Siege Workshop somewhere back here. It's on the front, so a little bit of a poor position. If this gets identified by Mista, it could be a difficult position for Leenock. Now, Mista doesn't look like he is thinking about going Age 4 at all, very much committing to this push. If this push does not work, I suspect it's going to be GG typed in. We will be going to a Game 7, but we will wait, we will see, because...
Remember 3 minutes ago? Where Mista was 15 villages ahead, Leenock just overtook that.
Not only did he overtake it, he just zoomed past him. He put the NOS down. But now it looks like we've got our first Springled out. Got to be careful here. This Springled needs to get healed up. Villagers are close by that. You can see the Springled.
Pulling villagers. Oh, it gets double Mangonel.
Where is the villagers? The villagers getting pulled towards the Mangonels. This is not the right move.
Get completely clamped.
Oh, this is not good for Leenock. He's down to 37.
Leenock 发生什么事情？为什么村民在那边死了？他的投石车居把 Leenock 村民打死了，发生什么事情 ？Leenock 你在干什么？你怎么了？
He just lost 20 villagers, he pulled them, now he pulls the second wave. Double Mangonel just so good against this.
Beautiful splits coming in from Leenock, looking a little bit like a Finnish gymnast right now as he tries to finish up the Mangonels. Unfortunately, those Mangonels keep on folding down towards the Lance Connects. Villagers trying, they get swung down by the Lance Connects. This is not looking good for Leenock right now.
Wow, this is less promising than the Lord of the Rings trailer from Amazon.
Leenock 你掉了50几村了，你帝王啊
Really bad. Mangonels now, I mean, we still don't see a... look at the villagers being pulled right now. He's pulling all... calling all villagers. There are some Mangonels on the loose, but the
现在村民直接上来点这个投石车。
marauding those villagers at the same time.
It's crazy, man, crazy.
Managing to take out one of those Mangonels. Second Mangonel's trying to escape. Keep in mind, we are on game number 6 here. If Leenock wins this game, we go through to a China mirror on Mongolian Heights. It looks like he's managed to hold at this point.
35村。
Is it going to go down, Nearly? I think it does. And if it does, that's going to be the hopes.
He didn't, and Mangonel shoot again. So much damage output here. We need to rewall down to 37 villagers, down to 10 military.
小李，你夹到输。
Crazy military numbers either.
Mangonel goes down. Elite Lance Connects do remain for Leenock at this point in time, but not a lot of villagers here, Nilly. This is an absolutely wild game. He's down 33 villagers, but keep in mind, he's got a villager printer. Is he going to be okay?
Ooh, he needs time. And Mista knows that he does not have the time to give him the time.
Yes, that is exactly right. Bombard now coming out as well. That'll have a little bit more health on it, enable him to keep it alive a bit more.
How can he protect it though?
Villagers will protect the Bombard.
But against Landsknecht, you only do one shot.
Mista 74村对44村，每分钟收入一个人，每分钟1000，一个剩下300。
This is so good for him. Every single second is so good for him.
Every second this game goes on, Leenock looking more likely to win. Mista on the other side of this.
Completely idle.
Oh, this isn't good. Mista still yet to go to imp at this stage. He's 25 minutes in. Bombard going to begin unfolding. Look how much damage it does to that knight.
Leenock， 你要这么会写剧本就对了，你要把人家心脏玩到没有力，是不是？
We see those two knights managing to escape despite only having a little bit of health left on them.
Drongo, we need a deletion of those houses and a wall between the two wood lines at the frontier, right? This needs to be walled off in the second layer.
Yeah, I agree.
And Bombard needs to help out as well. Now completely idle.
Oh my gosh, this is quite the game. 76 villagers for the Mista. Leenock back up to 51, so within reach now.
Luckily, we are screaming so loud that Leenock is hearing me.
The wall, the wall. Leenock did indeed hear you, and the quick walls go up, and Leenock has bought himself a little bit more time. Landsknecht's going to be trying. He might have overchopped the wall. Not like this. He gets through. You can see them trying their best, but look at the Bombard doing so much work.
Yeah, that's so nice. Obviously, one shot, one kill here. Landsknecht not doing too much, and now it's tight area, and that's so much better for units.
究竟小李可不可以把战局从3-1拉到3-3，玩到最后一场最强的中国呢？
5 seconds. I wish we need to get a sound every time there's a villager. There it comes.
Nice. Oh, Mista, the esports scratch.
It's never good when there's an esports scratch. Look at the production.
No production, no military production from either player.
你一定要一把一把这样子弄这个剧本吗，小李？你里面还有多少木头？你说，你赶快出来 ！Mista 喊着。
Oh god.
Yes, I think we are definitely stabilizing. Mista probably thinking a little bit more about. Well, hold on a minute.
I think Mista needed 3 sacred sites behind this. He had the prelates.
Imagine if he had 3 sacred sites behind this. Oh, it would have been so big.
Okay, now the attack there at the top.
Mista 还有机会啊，他还有机会，因为
Mista, oh, he's adjusting.
He's just.
Oh gosh, he looks like he was going to type in something there. Probably not something to do with the map script. Maybe something. Yeah.
Mista 不要放弃，也可以上帝王。
My gold mine was a little bit too far away. Something like that. But now we see a mangonel coming out from Mr. Elite.
小李，你不要这样哇！你真的是，你心跳刚多少啦？你自己说啦，160、180。
Elite army tactics plus 20% more HP.
Yeah, wow, this is looking big. And now we head into the perspective of Leenock. Look at those spears coming out. He's absolutely starting to mass up a huge amount of units here. He's really got some great tempo. Now, keep in mind, behind this, Mista is also going Imperial. But Leenock has managed to close that gap on his village account. Obviously, Leenock lost a lot of villagers in that push. But now...
Don't do it all. Don't wait! Build a gate!
Dun, 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 dun. Okay, he doesn't know. He doesn't know. But now Mista on the other side of the map here, just going to be sitting patiently waiting. Doesn't have those.
我不行哎，这一盘我不行了，我心脏没有那么强哎。两个人谁赢谁输，我都没有特别支持，也没有特别想要谁赢，但是打的实在是太精彩了。
We head back into the viewing screen and you can see those Landsknechts coming out looking for blood.
But also we have the knights at the top looking for blood. We have some spearmen being sent in there, I would assume. And
现在双方又回到原点，但是小李起死回生，但是刚刚那个起死回生是自己搞自己。
We are even Stevens right now. A few more villagers for Mista, a few more military for Leenock. Keep in mind, by the time Leenock pushes over to the side of Mista's map, Mista's going to have made more military, and the military that Leenock's making still on its way, still being rallied. 3 mangonels. Look at the positioning of these mangonels as well. Stealth Forest is the name of the game.
Crazy split as well. Look at that. Obviously, 20% more HP really helps out. Coverine could do lots.
现在以军队上看的话，小李有优势啊！小李，你有3级攻3级防，你不敢打这个没有攻没有防的 Mista 吗？你要稳到什么时候？你刚刚差点把你自己稳到一见了，你差点把你自己弄不见了。
Also, the next question is, we have seen Mista being forced to mine so much more gold. Where is he mining gold? Is he being pushed down already?
Yeah, it looks like he was pushing down towards the south, but obviously still got that gold mine in the middle of his base. So plenty.
小李眼睛嘴巴开开。
Lots and lots of army.
That is true. That's true. You can see he's on 1,200 gold a minute right now, so he's going to be mining it somewhere. But now it looks like a little bit of a slow, methodical play here coming out from Leenock. And I thought this game was over probably about 17 times before.
Yeah.
Now it feels like it is the furthest it's been from over in a long time. Both
哎，真
players
的
just
是
hanging out.
这个精彩程度有可能比 final 还 final 啊！
This could be a long one.
Yeah, I'm smelling it. Wait.
哇，我刚刚看到那个 Leenock， 他20几村直接被砸掉，那哇！
Anchor Kraut, make sure you check him out. They're underneath the stream, you minimize it, they're right down there, doing up some great stuff in the kitchen. But speaking of great stuff, look at these bombards as they continue to move out. Elite men at arms coming out. Are these elite men at arms? We'll just double check quickly. I don't know.
小李，终于你要出击了！你现在去揍他 ，Mista 打不赢你啊！
I prefer to read things.
Visual? Like, are dots not visual?
No, not for
这些骑手是干嘛？
Dots not visual.
They're braille. It's more of a touch thing.
Okay.
Beautiful squeeze coming through right there.
想要鼻地 ，Mista 想鼻地，之前有人被你鼻地过了。
But that, I mean, down towards the south.
现在小李国土拥扑，右侧长枪兵吐露，正式开战。3比3，单比1拉到一个3比3，而且最后一盘是中国内战。决战蒙古高原吗？我们有看到第7盘吗？
Men at arms need to be pushing forward right now. You can see the splits coming in from Mista. I've talked a bit earlier about
这
how he
边投石车都没有砸到，国土拥扑，精锐装甲步兵，3比3。
We're going to game number 7, a Chinese mirror on Mongolian Heights. You called it earlier, Nilla. You said either this finishes 4-1 with Mista winning or 4-3 with Leenock winning. And it's not looking pretty right now for Mista. He's going to need to lift so hard.
Holy, what a crazy game. The fight for the relics.
Mista 现在慌了 ，Mista 现在慌了，换他直接出去不讲话了，换他慌了，因为下一盘3比3，中国王 Leenock 蒙古高原，我要去厕所，我不行了，不行了。
There was one relic in the middle that Leenock secured immediately upon age up. We witnessed that. Had those horsemen been sitting in the middle, they kill that before it even touches the relic. And Mista gets 3 relics. Mista never has to push. Mista safely gets up to Imperial, and he lives a happy life being 4-2 with his wife, his children, his farm, his dogs, his tractor with brand new wheels. Because he would have won that game, and we wouldn't even be thinking about game number 7.
And you know the old Greek saying, happy tractor, happy life.
That is indeed the old Greek saying. It is as old as they come. I think that was Homer.
Aristoteles.
Oh, Aristotle. Yeah, I thought it was Homer, but we never really know. But players now just taking a quick little break, heading
Homer
into
from The Simpsons.
Yeah, he's a very accomplished philosopher as well.
Okay.
Yes, came up with such. I'm trying to think of a good Homer quote right now, but it's impossible. There's just so many good ones.
5 minutes?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a short 5-minute break at the moment. Players are currently speaking.
What admin approved those 5 minutes?
Okay, so essentially, let me break it down for you, Nilly. Players are now fighting for their lives.
Okay.
It is 3-3 in a best of 7.
Yeah.
Both players have access to only one civilization, the Chinese.
Yeah.
Chinese typically considered by many to be a very good civilization for Leenock. That's the caveat. Mista has played a total of 6 Chinese games in his life.
2 minutes.
2 minutes. So
what's going to happen in those 2 minutes?
So essentially, I can explain. So essentially, in these 2 minutes.
No. It's just like normally if players ask me for 5 minutes, I say no, and then they say okay 2 minutes, and I say yes to 2 minutes. It's always 5.
Okay. Well, he's going to need a lot more than 5 minutes to learn how to play Chinese.
Well, maybe watch a good guide on your YouTube channel.
We've got a lot of great guides, yeah. Make sure you check them out. Aussie Drongo.
What's your favorite YouTube feature, like Chinese featured video on your channel?
Oh, that's a great question. It's got to be the game that I played where I went mass siege. I made only...
Okay, a Chinese game.
Yes, I went... it was against Leenock, actually. It was in the spring...
Wait. You played against Leenock?
Yep. Black
made
Forest.
lots of siege.
Yep. I made.
And that made it onto your YouTube.
Let me explain. The year was 2021. Springolds were taking over all the ladder, and Leenock was a young, up-and-coming Korean Chinese main. I was a well-established Australian Chinese main, and I knew that if I just went fast Imperial,
这个记录档我会上传到 YouTube。
Tell me more.
I made bombards and I killed his Springolds.
但是要过1-2天呢。
Springold no OP? Question mark? Question mark? Question mark? And that was it.
And
太扯了。
Correct.
And surprisingly, that made it onto your YouTube.
Unsurprisingly.
Unsurprisingly.
That's that's up there with the 2 Viper games that I beat him in.
What? You beat Viper twice?
Oh yeah. Where is he? Come on, get him out here. It was early days.
Early days. Like 8 a.m.
I studied the while Viper was like out at the nightclubs, I was studying the sword.
Ooh. Okay.
Chinese, by the way. I was playing Chinese.
Also.
He was playing Rus. Yeah, that was the first game.
Damn.
Yeah. I got a lot of games.
Okay.
Just not very good.
Well, we will see that on Sunday because we will have a show match. Drongo against Nilly. While Drongo decides maps and both of our civilizations. And we will have the Viper, Demuslim, and Beastie Cutie casting.
That is true. And the great thing about it is there's civilization repicks, so I can pick the Delhi
No, there's no repicks. You have to come up with 3 different ones.
Okay, so I'm going to pick the Delhi each time for me, and you get to play.
No. You can't repeat.
Do I have any hippos in the chat right now? Tell me, what civilization does Nilly not play? I need to know.
I play all of them.
Do you play Rus?
Obviously.
Do you play the Chinese?
Obviously.
Do you play the Spanish?
Not in AoE4.
Okay. I'm trying to get the civilizations out of you, Nilly. Do you play the Portuguese?
I actually like Portuguese in AoE2, yeah.
All right, there you guys have it. Portuguese confirmed. All right, well, I'll be on the hunt. Spanish reveal. Don't play Aztecs, someone says. Nilly doesn't play
我本来已经要去抽奖了，结果打到一个3-3。
Your favorite Korean Zerg heads into game number 7 up against the
蒙古高原哦，小李的主场不是主场，他玩中国强。
Name another Greek farmer that is better than this one, without mentioning the great philosophers.
Timos Farmeros.
Ah, yes, one of the greatest.
哦，各位观众朋友们，我们今天的6强赛，有人让几追击，我不知道，3-1打到3-3，来到最后一张图，蒙古高原，中国对中国，这一盘即将创下史诗级的一战，不管哪一方胜利，都会是一场史诗级的大战。 我刚刚已经播到站起来了，因为小李一度死到只剩下30几村，然后又打回来，差一点断气。
Oh gosh, Leenock, you are picking the wrong side of the river right there, my friend. This game is, I'm just going to say it now. You thought that last game was bad. This game is about to go crazy.
Also, just imagine how much there's on the line, right?
Yeah.
7.5k if you're out here. If you just make it to the semifinal, 12.5k, and it's shot for the 30k. So your value is ridiculous in a single best-of-1 mirror matchup that they're playing now.
This is wild. And, coming into this, okay, Mista doesn't have a lot of experience in the Chinese, Leenock a huge amount. But how many times do you think Leenock has played a Chinese mirror on Mongolian heights?
Well, more often than Mista.
Probably, yeah, probably. You know what, he does have like 2,000 games, so I'm sure there's at least 1 or 2 in there.
小李的码头开在 Mista 对面。
Actually opening up with the single scouts, really looking to focus on just that food in the center of the map. But Mista off to a flying start already. Got that dock up a little bit quicker than his opponent.
哇！
So we're starting to fish now. The big question is,
本来要抽奖的，结果变成这样，5点半了，哇靠！我已经快虚脱了，你们知道吗？刚刚那一场我已经没有在讲，这心脏很痛了。我两边都想加油 ，Mista 被逼到这样，他心里也很痛，然后小李也是。 听天由命了，听天由命了。我现在比较怕一件事情是，以小李的个性，烈日瓮城应该是会开在比较保守的地方。Mista 会不会直接压在河流处？
The problem is I can't properly cast game 7s because I'm getting
会
so
不会
nervous for the players. This is
有
just
可
so
能会
intense.
哦。
I am just sweating with them. I think I need 2 fans as well, simply to cool my nerves, cool myself down. It's just crazy on how much pressure those 2 have to be.
It's times like these we need Logan.
Just some small padding.
Just a small little pat, and that's all I need.
Mista 的比赛中没有在选什么中国的，根本不知道他强不强，中国强不强。
Don't see from Mista. Oh, now followed up as well. Okay.
Yeah, a little bit of delay. Maybe Mista underselling his Chinese prowess. Looks like we've got Mista 1 villager on the gold here. Not something that you always see from players, but we'll take a look. Leenock still not yet to add villagers onto that gold. Going to be sticking with the IO.
现在以这个配置来看的话，
Recently, but these guys can now carry up to 40
小李还是强。
A total of 80 gold with the upgrade, so quite a lot.
Is he getting enough gold though? Oh, Leenock has 1 on gold as well, right?
No, Leenock doesn't have any on gold. Oh, actually, he might have 1 on gold.
He has to have 1 on gold at the left-hand side, behind Mista's camera. There.
等一下，不管是谁赢谁输，我都要听采访，然后再抽奖，然后告诉大家今天的得奖的2位，我们就去休息。
Leenock, oh no, Leenock says 140. Yeah, he needs to drop off, and then it's all good.
Yeah, but Mista a bit behind with regard to the food count. It'll take probably half a minute before he's up to enough. You can already see now he's still climbing. Leenock, on the other hand, more than 400.
小李打一个无金流。
But it looks like he's going to be
打一个无金流吗？没有，他有在挖，黄金。Mista 现在他想要把烈日瓮城盖哪里？他有一个先手机会，应该吧？还要来在河流，双方都要在河流。
How close do you want to build it though? Is it really on the crossing?
Yep, literally right on top.
But then both barbecues are shooting each other.
Oh, I don't know about that. I feel like that's a bit of a misplay right there coming out from...
You would have liked it more next to the crossing?
I love it in the crossing.
Okay.
I'm a big crossing kind of guy. Looks like players just going to be going for their respective
stare
defensive.
down.
Yeah, the old stare down. No crossings here.
Oh my god.
Looking at barbecuing it up now. The question is, where do we go from here? Is there going to be? I suspect there's probably going to be a lot of outposts.
超级焦土战。
That gets added. Probably just a whole lot of outposts.
烈日瓮城直接对开。
Right, because right now you can't use your starting dock anymore. So we need to expand there because that fish is just crazy.
小李会先上来。
If you
小李先上来。
and if you can get it working again.
Mista， 你垃圾村上。
Down upon the fishing ships, and it looks like Mista going to have to evacuate.
但是小李等一下也要搬。
But it looks like it's a dance floor in Australia right now because they are absolutely flooded.
Are they?
Oh yeah, it's terrible. Not the dance floors, but I mean, well, probably the dance floors as well, but everything is flooded.
I imagine you being a wonderful dancer.
Oh, I'm an impressive. No, you know what? I am a terrible dancer. You don't want to see it.
Okay,
let's just stick with that.
小李，你的船啊
！Fishing boat having a bit of a struggle right there. First one going down. Leenock not really paying attention here. Going to be losing at least one of those fishing boats. So we actually see a junk coming out.
What?
Did not expect to see this. I thought we were going to see outposts. I thought we were going to see
junk coming from the other side though as well. So will be double junk.
小李，你的渔船。
Only one by Mista. Will be
小李的渔船他没有拉，他直接扛那个伤害在吃。
But he didn't watch the proper videos. They are going back into the wrong direction.
Mista reaching now towards his keyboard. It looks like he's still playing, but obviously this is an incredibly important game. Not the kind of game you'd want to throw away this early. So we'll see how he plays it, but yeah, definitely hasn't watched the videos.
现在海上直接对开很容易，直接 snowball 结束这一盘比赛，随时都会有机会结束。
This is looking relatively good for Leenock.
Mista, oh no, Mista, no, not like this, Mista. It's all right, son.
Mista 心态夹住啊 ，Mista 你心态夹住啊，不要放弃啊。
It's okay, Mista. It's all right.
You can kill his fish as well. Obviously, there are some options.
Come on.
Oh, jeez, this is tough right now. Leenock really showing his prowess on the Chinese.
Maybe some repair there. It looks actually
小李中国王打到3-1变3-3，现在要逆转获胜吗？
Really trying to reach right now. You can see he's behind a little bit on the villager count, a little bit behind on the military count. Looks like he's going 2 up against 1 with regard to the junks. It's so hard to tell whose junk is where. And it's not the first time I've said that today, let's be honest. But Mista in a very difficult spot.
Oh my god!
Yeah. Still 3 fishing ships out. Make it even 4. Now some more pressure at the top. Mista though, lots
Mista
of wood
3比
would
1
need a transition, but
被打成3
still
比
next to
3。
his
现在
own
中国内
Barbican.
战，现在海上小李打到一波先
This is
手。
interesting. Okay, so Mista's got a number of options. The biggest one that I'm thinking about right now is a Song Dynasty boom. Ideally, wants to drop down a second town center, get his second landmark up, really look to focus on his villager production. You can see he's struggling a bit at the moment, looking down towards
但
that
Mista 的
big
眼神在飘，
Actually,
他
I
的
think
对
on
手
water,
是
it's pretty even.
超级
That's
会
not
玩
really
中国的
concerning.
小李，
The
来到他
major
最后的
factor is
final
that we
局
have 1 Imperial official by Mista against 4 Imperial officials by Leenock.
Yeah, Imperial officials are incredibly strong. Obviously being buffed up in the most recent patch, and now once again we see another. So Song Dynasty going to be coming out for Leenock. Leenock even might be thinking about going to Castle right now.
Second town center, exactly what you
Mista
wanted
他
from
只
him.
有出到一个帝国官员，他没有在练中国啊，他没在练中国啊。
Economy. It's going to be tough though.
Typically in this position, what you're looking for as Mista is a Hail Mary. You've invested.
Mista 的梦要飞了吗？双 TC。
You threw
可
down your
是
second dock.
这个版本帝国官员有上修啊。
What is Mista doing? What's Mista doing? Okay. Oh gosh, I get so worried when I see him move his hands away like that. But this is the Hail Mary right now. I'd love to see him go for that dynasty as well.
小李这里是4个帝国官员。 Mista 要心碎了，不会吧？3比1。 小李的心脏从那个悬崖边直接，那个赛亚人变超级赛亚人那种感觉，你知道吗？
Well, maybe it's just fast castle and still get the second town center up, right? He knows, okay, it's not unlikely that the opponent is trying to catch up by adding the town center.
Yeah, great point. So we could potentially see a little bit of a shenanigan go towards that late game. Obviously, at the moment, Leenock has control of the water, but expect that to change as players move through the ages. Wheelbarrow now being completed for both players.
现在双方都有轮轴。
Currently, you got to say Leenock's position a little bit stronger than Mista's, but by the same token, Mista's still.
Mista 还夹住。
If Leenock now gets some, yeah.
现在 Leenock 也走一个双 TC。
Easily go for barracks now. Can easily go for some palace guards.
Mista 他有没有盖帝国学院啊 ？Mista 他有没有帝国学院啊？
It looks like Mista now going to be going into that dynasty. We'll take a look in his base. I think it might be being dropped down.
Mista 现在才盖帝国学院。
Coming through now. So both players, one of them going for double TC into dynasty, the other one going for dynasty into double TC. Much of a muchness, really. But you see, Mista's got a little bit of a lead on the villager count there.
Yeah, I think that is even counting fishing ships. So the real economy is slightly better.
哇，已经虚脱了。
Just the castle age timing is going to be
现在
Yeah.
分命数是
Now,
41对
so
43。
manages to get that in.
黄金量现在小李，由于他刚刚这个配置，其实小李的还是比较好一点。
Fishing boats out towards the middle. Not
那个黄金已经 stand by 好了，要上城堡了。
So heavy on his eco upgrades.
Yeah.
I'm really surprised. I think I've never seen that heavily from him.
Yeah, he's really into these eco upgrades. I think it's something natural to him. Coming from StarCraft, it was, I mentioned to him, I said,
小李现在1级木、1级农、1级金，全点了，又点了。
He's got 3 eco upgrades compared to just the 0 Mista. I mean, obviously both with the wheelbarrow here, but
could see some repair or some focus on the villager. Okay, takes the kill there.
Manages to wall up and lose a villager, but at the same time, I mean, Mista should be seeing this and should be getting a read on how his enemy
How
wants
are
to
they
play.
shooting? They're basically throwing.
It's an older technique. It's one unique to the Chinese, but essentially it's called the Chinese.
17滴血，然后烈日瓮城直接射一发。
After such a long battle, he just moves up the river and falls upon his sword or upon his arrow, I guess.
现在双方都是宋朝，
The castle edge. Interesting positioning there by the clock tower.
但是小李先上来了。
To keep it nice and safe at the back, obviously knows that there could be a push coming in from Mista.
这是帝国官员早早出生控得好的 power。
And needs to keep it alive because that is going to be his primary source of siege. And now we see those barracks being dropped down. Palace guards are going to be coming through here for Leenock. So I suspect we're going to be seeing the classic Palace guard, nest of B with an occasional sprinkled push coming through.
现在流程上 Mista 稍微落后，但是不至于输掉。遗迹的部分 ，Leenock 这边有3个遗迹分布在他的岛屿上，他的这一侧。蓝色 Mista 只有2个，那还好是中国内战，还好那个遗迹不是神罗。现在城堡双方等下怎么打？
Well, eventually someone will die, right? We now have the castle edge following up here, and villager advantage slightly on the side of Mista. It's going to be tricky though with those palace guard now coming over, especially if you're not walled. It's so easy to lose some villagers without really taking care, especially if you're spread so thin.
Yeah, this is a really difficult position right now for Mista because he's going to have trickles of palace guards coming across his base, doing the right thing, actually getting a junk out.
关刀已经出来砍了。
As they come across, and you can see he is trying to take them out, getting them down to about half health before they do it. But a lot of villagers.
关刀已经出来砍了，完蛋了，完蛋了，完蛋了！这个先手被Leenock 打到一波。文明的理解有差距。
That could control the area quite nicely.
This could be actually pretty.
60村对上61，但是 Mista 只有2个帝国官员，比4个比不了。中国的帝国官员有上修啊，被 snowball 起来的。Mista。 小李的任性 ，Mista 的疯狂，要吐了。
And it's just so tricky, right? How do you chase all those units? How many do you want to build? Maybe even crossbow could have been a reason.
Mista 快夹不住了，他承诺过他女朋友。小李从3比1之后，眼神开始放空，进入到无我状态，从一个 保守男孩从那个英国开始，阿拔斯那场开始打一个换家。现在 Mista 心里深知对手是中国王，自己心态已经有点崩掉了。被3比1打到3比3，现在崩掉了。哇，他现在已经眼神在飘，不知道有没有在玩呢？ 已经自暴自弃了吗？ 战斗还持续着，现在已经进入到这个心态的战争了。心态的战争，压力巨大。
Talked about that a bit earlier, and now the big question: Leenock, is he able to close this one out? What are his next moves?
Mista,
do you think maybe some walling could help him?
Walling would definitely help in this position. Walling the crossing, especially the one in the center, would have gone a long way, even if it meant losing villagers. And we can see the hand going on the bottom of the chin there, not looking the best for Mista. I think he might know that he's in trouble. He's down 13 villagers at the moment. We can continue to see that he is struggling with dealing with these raids. It's not looking pretty.
He obviously wears his hand on the sleeve, and he is typing now. Leenock might see that one. Oh god, and that's...
Oh, it's a long one.
Oh no. Oh,
Mista 的手怎么了
？POV, can we see what he just typed?
GG!
Well played. Leenock is going into the semi-final of N4C.
Wow, I didn't expect it to be that way. A Chinese mirror on Mongolian heights that lasted for less than 20 minutes. You can see Mista absolutely heartbroken after that game. It's terrible to see. You can see he's got a bit of trouble with his arm right there. He understands that's the consequence of these longer sets, and dealing with this kind of injury, it can be very difficult.
小李赢了，但是他的魂不在，他开心不起来。他刚刚这后面这几盘已经进入到无我状态，无我，他这样子。 已经无我状态了。它颜色是黄金色的，金黄色的。他现在在哪里？他不知道。他在德国，他不知道。我在哪里？我也不知道。
Okay.
Lovely Leenock.
He's so sweet.
Isn't he great? He's a great part of the community.
So will we Leenock against Marine Lord tomorrow? We will ask him about that, and that was a crazy one. And the big comeback, right? He was down 3-1, had to win 3 games in a row, and delivered in 2 mirrors.
我先抽个奖，我先随机抽个奖。今天
I didn't think he had a
感
chance
谢
to
大
win,
家
to be honest.
进入到抽奖的
Managed
时
to pull
间
it。out. And Shody actually had a pretty good understanding of the way that the
今
game
天这
works.
个我们会抽2位300块。
Scouting positioning, right? Saw the double
哦，等我一下，
stable,
我有
obviously
层
went
次可以抽奖啊
in。this one, it's simply all came
大家
down
都是
to,
公平、公
okay,
正、
I
公
enough
开的。
villagers on gold. The Barbican rushed with more villagers, was up earlier,
Yep.
had the earlier junk out, and once you have the water control 2 junks against none out, you win and the opponent can't come back.
Yeah, a really difficult position there for him.
我不确定在不在啦。
Really impressed that he won that, and then obviously that last game as well. I mean, I'm sure we'll ask him about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, just very well played, and yeah.
恭喜 RITTER WORT 观众在吗？
He was, in my eyes,
然后第2位
most entertaining player
FISHTW
we
在吗？
had in N4C. Crazy strategies, crazy highlights.
如果在的话，可以在聊天室喊一下1或是2吗？
In the end,
感谢感谢。
is going through, and we will talk
OK， 那今天
going over there while Drongo still
今
does
天
some
感谢大家的留言。那明天也会抽，我看一下明天抽几位啊？我看一下，稍等我一下，我看一下明天是什么。
Leenock Beast.
Too tired, really.
Too tired?
脚理虚脱了。
That was a crazy set, and oh, look at that overlay.
等一下哦，我
Instead
看一
of
下。
doing overlays, wrote everything down. So we know the match
我已经
as
也
well.
是已经播到已
Who's
经
Leenock
忘我
win?
了，等我一下啊，不好意思啊。
So, how
明
does it feel?
天
You're in the semifinals.
明天好像已经有中过的就不会再中了，但是还是希望大家能来啊。哦，明天是1张750块的啊，后天也是750块，今天是2张300块。好，刚刚2位的观众朋友们，请到这个蓝兔电子竞技工作室，然后你就直接密这个相关单位，说是就是世纪帝国4的观众，然后是win抽的2位观众这样。哦，直接密就可以了。那我等下会告诉他们。好，听一下这个翻译喽。感谢大家，现在其实聊天室人不多啊，就今天的聊天室30几位而已嘛。有留言的，有留言的，所以其实明天大家再接再厉，还是有机会抽到。
Really many thinking draft. I go here and there Roma, Holy Roman or China, and many fix.
晚安晚安晚安，感谢支持，感谢支持。哎
How did it go with
RITTER
three relics? Yes. He had 2 relics.
Yes, right.
But then he
那个
lots of your villagers. How did you feel?
有听到吼，有听到吼，我刚刚说的那个要去密官方的事情。OK 吼 ，OK 吼。
I never thinking about it work because I too man gonna kill too many my units. Fucking man gonna I always it's fucking impossible as I said so, but he too late to swap, yeah. So I think if I have a chance, I have a chance and slowly do so.
好 ，OK 哈，蓝兔电子竞技工作室 FB。好，谢谢。哎，我现在也翻译不了。那你们记得密的时候要把你的爱妃卡的账号告诉大家，告诉他们啦，告诉他们，不是告诉大家啦。
Like Spearman, Man at Arms, Landscanate fighting. In that fight, too strong Landscanate is so. Yeah, I make it.
I think so. Landsknecht obviously dominated.
我也虚脱了，我也虚脱了。
You will play Marine Lord tomorrow.
Yes.
Best of 7. Who will win?
I win.
Oh.
Okay, what's the score?
4-2.
4-2.
Wow.
So you think Mista is better than Marine Lord?
I think almost similar, but I think today my play is not very well because when I fight, my micro too many mistake fighting. So
小李说他明天要 Marino 4-2输掉，我的天！他现在已经无我了，无我状态了。
You guys have heard it here first. Leenock 4-2 against Marine Lord. Marine Lord probably going to be losing his first maps ever. I mean, how many maps has he lost so far? 3 maps?
3 maps. I think it's 12-3 in map score. No, it has to be 15-3. Yeah.
Not bad.
Not bad. Yeah.
Because he didn't meet me.
Oh, okay.
All right. Well, you mentioned that maybe if Leenock knocks out Mista, that Mista might give over some of his fans to Leenock. With that kind of confidence.
那我们今天先恭喜 Vortix 明天先会对到 Beastie， 然后 Marinlo 对上 Leenock。Leenock 今天这一盘3盘4盘任性。打出一个无我状态，虽然中间过程很陡，但是他的心脏真的大颗。那我们明天没有，不是明天，今天晚上哈，如果没有延误的话，一样是晚上的11点开始转播，然后一样会抽出1位的观众朋友们。Steam 的点数是750块，然后明天的话也是750块。我会问一下，就是官方今天有被抽到的观众朋友是，明天还有没有机会抽啦？但是就感谢大家来。那今天的转播就到这里告一段落。我们就明天今天晚上再见。感谢大家，大家晚安，大家拜拜。